Tantor Audio, a division of Recorder Books, presents Enemy of My Enemy by Tal Bauer. Narrated by John Solo. Prologue. United States Disciplinary Barracks, Leavenworth, Kansas. Maximum Security Z Unit. Boots struck the metal grate, 42 footfalls each minute. A young military policeman, no more than a kid, strode along the catwalk overhanging Z Unit, the strictest supermax cell block within the maximum security military prison at Leavenworth. One half-circuit completed. In one of the cells beneath the catwalk, former Captain Ryan Cook sat in total darkness, listening to the fading clang, clang, clang of the MP's steps. Z-Unit's prisoners were housed in total isolation and complete darkness. No outside privileges, no windows, no lights, just a 4x12 concrete cell and an endless, impenetrable black. Clang, clang, clang. Another half-circuit completed. Cook started counting again, starting over at 1. 3 more minutes. 126 footsteps. Stripped out of his orange prisoner's jumpsuit, Cook squatted in the center of his cell, his eyes fixed to the ceiling. Fabric torn from his uniform stretched over his eyes, tied tight behind his head. He kept a silent count as his fingers spread along the cool concrete floor. Once, he had been a decorated army captain. Once, he had led men in the crucible of combat, and then, after the invasion, when he was supposed to lead them in rebuilding a country ripped to shreds with nothing more than bullets and baling wire, he had found a new purpose instead. His men had loved him. Iraqis had feared him. No, not just feared him. Were in terrible awe of him, cowered from him. The butcher, they had said, muttering in Arabic, just barely out of earshot. Iblis Shaitani. The devil himself. Clang, clang, clang. 42 footsteps more, one half-circuit. The MP would be on the far side of the catwalk, just past the single entry to Z Unit, an electrified sliding steel door over a foot thick. Cook inhaled, closed his eyes. 40, 41, 42. A whisper of sound, the slide of metal against metal as the locks disengaged on his cell door. Above Cook's head, a circular cover of solid steel slid aside, the door to his cell, not on the wall, but above him, like a cage. Light filtered through. Halogens overhead meant to blind the prisoners when the cell holes opened for feedings or for hose showers. Through his blindfold, all Cook saw was a wash of orange and shadow. Clang, clang, clang. Cook leaped, grasping the edge of the cell's opening before pulling himself up and out. Muscles rippled along his back as he moved silently and landed in a crouch. No alarms, and no wailing klaxon for this, no alert to the slow-striding guard pacing away from Cook. Clang, clang. Cook sprinted toward the sound, following the pattern of footfalls he had memorized in his sleep, heard day in and day out for years, an endless drone of rubber on metal, clang after clang. The kid saw him at the last second, a blur of muscles and rage, naked and scowling, teeth bared like the feral creature they thought they'd caged. Spit flew from his lips as he snarled and leaped, throwing his full body weight onto the soldier. "What the fuck?" The guard reached for his weapon and his radio at the same time, grabbing neither. Cook grasped his neck, squeezing tight, and took him to the ground, focusing all of his impact and all of his weight onto the kid's throat. They hit the catwalk with a crash, the guard's flak vest, rifle, and helmet clattering against metal. Beneath them, prisoners in the other Z-Unit cell holes started to grunt, animal growls and shouts into the darkness. Then, pounding, as they banged on their concrete walls and stomped on their steel toilets, a cacophony of rage, of violent men contained in blackness. The guard's hands grasped at Cook's, fingernails digging into his knuckles, his legs pinwheeled, unable to throw him off. Cook perched like a gargoyle on the guard's chest, a vulture of death, His other hand rose, grasping the kid's scrabbling hands. He squeezed. Bones crunched, ground together. Sputtering, the kid wheezed. "Please," he grunted. "Please." Cook grinned, more a baring of teeth than anything else. He leaned forward until he could feel the kid's panicked pants against his cheek and closed his fist tighter around his throat. Shh. A gurgle as the kid struggled to breathe. There it was. With a bellow, Cook clenched his fist, crunching through cartilage and hyoid bone as his fingers closed around the bony extensions of the kid's spinal cord. Blood burst from the kid's mouth in a shocked cough, an explosion of agony that coated Cook's face and hands. He squeezed again and yanked, feeling the satisfying crack and splinter of bones decapitating his skull from his spine within his neck. Cook let go and dropped the lifeless body to the catwalk, leaving him as a limp sack of blood and broken bones. "Captain?" He turned toward the voice, coming from the direction of the single door to Z Unit. Blood dripped down his cheek, catching on the scraggly hairs of a beard he'd never been allowed to trim. "Captain, phone call for you." Through the orange cloth, Cook could just make out the dark outline of a man in full battle rattle holding a sat phone. His eyes were adjusting to the sudden light after so long in the black. He walked forward, measured steps until he reached the phone. Beneath him, the prisoners of Z Unit were howling, banging on their cells, throwing themselves against the walls. Some banged their heads against their toilets, even after their skulls split open. Intense solitary broke even the most hardened of men. But not Cook. "Captain Cook," a voice on the sat phone said. "I promised I would come for you." Cook slid his blindfold back, dropping the bloodied strip of fabric on the catwalk. He blinked and met the eyes of the soldier who had handed him the phone. 6'4", a bruiser easily over 260 pounds, and kitted out in full battle rattle, the near giant of a man averted his eyes from Cook, looking down with a blink. "General Madigan," Cook said, his voice catching on the syllables. How long had it been since he'd spoken? "I never lost faith." "Saddle up, Captain," Madigan said over the phone. "We have a lot of work to do." Shock waves gripped nation as President moves gay lover into White House. Shock waves gripped the nation as the announcement that Ethan Reichenbach, former United States Secret Service agent and gay lover to President Jack Spiers, has moved into the White House, taking the role of First Gentleman of the United States following his resignation from the Secret Service. The stunning announcement came late Friday afternoon, with the White House appearing to minimize the impact, and Press Secretary Pete Reyes refusing to comment further. The move comes on the heels of a tumultuous 6 months at the White House, from the attempted coup in autumn to the revelation of the president's clandestine gay love affair. President Spiers has been continuously rocked through autumn and winter. Leadership from the Republican Party rushed to distance themselves from the president and Reichenbach. Polls indicate President Spiers' popularity surged briefly following the attempted coup, and again after the United States and Russia led a joint UN force against the caliphate-held lands in the Middle East, but plummeted shortly after. One possible source of the plummeting poll numbers might be the increasingly negative attacks coming from the Republican Party, led by Senator Stephen Allen. Allen has repeatedly blasted the president as a betrayer of the party's platform, a liar to the American people, and an opportunist who is putting his own interests before the nation. "When will we do something about this president?" Senator Allen said recently in an interview with TNN's Full Court Press. "And when will the president listen to the people saying enough is enough? We don't want this kind of person leading us." Chapter 1. White House. It was a well-known rule of politics. If you wanted to release controversial news, you did so on a Friday afternoon after 3:30. Hopefully it would be buried in the market's closing bell at 4, and the public's general lack of care for political news had bled over into their weekends. Everyone would be distracted. The assumption went. Pete Reyes, President Jack Spiers' press secretary, released a one-sentence statement on a Friday afternoon following Ethan Reichenbach's move back from Iowa, 2 days after Ethan stood in the Oval Office and told Jack he was coming back for good, to stay as his partner and to live in the White House with him. It was unprecedented in American politics. There were no guidelines for this, for an unmarried couple sharing the White House residence, much less two unwed men who were lovers. Pete exhaled as he posted the press release on the White House website and leaned back in his chair, biting his lip. The White House welcomes Ethan Reichenbach as the president's partner and first gentleman of the United States. 30 seconds later, his office phone rang, and rang, and rang. Monday morning dawned cold and overcast in Washington, D.C. A heavy snowstorm, unusual for early spring, threatened to descend over the Capitol, and ice clung to the edges of the White House window panes, crystallizing in fragile patterns across the glass. Inside the White House residence's master bedroom, a banked fire smoldered, the last few coals still glowing from a late-night blaze. Curled up in the president's bed, buried beneath a heavy-down comforter, Ethan pulled Jack close, nuzzling the sleeping president's forehead with a slow kiss as he stroked his hands up and down Jack's bare arms. One of Jack's legs tangled through Ethan's, their naked bodies warm and pressed together. "Good morning, love," Jack breathed, stretching into Ethan's arms. He pressed a soft kiss to Ethan's jaw before relaxing back, boneless, his eyes closed and a small smile on his lips. "Waking up in your arms will never get old." "Shh," Ethan whispered. "Stay asleep. Let's ignore the world today." He squeezed Jack's shoulder, bringing him close. Ethan's next breath caught in his throat. If only they could ignore the world, or the world could ignore them. Had he made the right decision? Had coming here been the right thing to do? "Stop that." Jack pushed up to his elbows, leaning over Ethan as the comforter slid down his shoulder. "Stop worrying. I can feel you working yourself up." He leaned down, pressing a kiss to Ethan's forehead. "Everything will be fine." Uncertainty flooded Ethan. "Your vice president resigned because of this, because of me." Vice President Glenn Green had submitted his resignation, publicly, in a huge press conference called on Saturday afternoon at the steps of the Naval Observatory, the vice president's residence, and announced that he could no longer continue to serve in the Spiers administration, and an administration that so blatantly and openly trampled on the values of the Republican Party. Unspoken was a statement that he wouldn't serve with the president in love and living with another man. Tensions between Jack and his party had simmered just below boiling ever since his public announcement that he and Ethan were lovers. When Ethan had lived in exile in Iowa and tried to stay out of sight and out of mind, the grumbles of discontent had stayed, mostly, contained. But with one sentence on Friday and Ethan's new role in Jack's life, everything changed. The roar of the press, the outcry from the loudest and most vitriolic in the Republican Party, and the reaction from overseas leaders nearly deafened the White House. Their first weekend together in the residence had been fraught with cascading reports of bad and worse news. Green's resignation was one of several handed in over the weekend. There were spaces in the administration to fill. "It wasn't because of you, it was because of us." A moment, and then Jack shrugged, one corner of his mouth quirked up a wry grin. "I never liked him much anyway. He helped win the fringes of the Republican Party." He wagged his eyebrows. "Don't think I need to worry about placating them anymore." Ethan tried to smile. His hands stroked up Jack's arms over warm skin and sinewy muscles. He wanted to pull Jack to him, kiss him senseless, make slow love to him for hours, and search for reassurance and safety in the wrap of his arms and the slide of their bodies. I don't want to do anything to hurt you. I don't ever want to hurt your presidency. You do too much good. The world needs you. Smiling again, Jack shrugged and sat up. The blanket slid all the way down, pulling at his hips. A star-shaped scar puckered the skin over his left shoulder, the lingering remnants of a bullet fired by Ethan to save Jack's life. I'm okay with one term. Just a few years until we're free, then we can be us, not have to worry about all of this. His hands found Ethan's and squeezed. You're worth more than one term. Leaning in, Jack smiled as he hovered over Ethan's face. And you are worth more to me than this job. A quick kiss to Ethan's lips, and Jack bounced back, stretching before turning and sliding out of bed. Shower with me? After they had showered and traded flirty grins at their sinks while shaving, and after Ethan had scrambled eggs for both of them, they padded toward the double-glass doors at the landing above the main staircase, taking them down from the residence to the public spaces of the White House. As they passed the Yellow Room, Ethan slowed, glaring out over the Truman balcony. The doors to the Yellow Room had been left open, an attempt to grab and pull as much of the gloomy late winter light as possible into the residence. Through them, Ethan could hear the distant chants of the protesters held back at the perimeter fence of the south lawn. Jack wandered inside, shoving his hands into his suit pants pockets. The cries of the protesters grew louder, and from the windows they could both make out the distinctive coloring of the hate-filled signs and banners. Some stated that God hated both Jack and Ethan. Several called for God to kill them, and others cried out that this was God's punishment on America. More proclaimed Jack the Antichrist. Even this snow won't keep them away, huh? Jack called over his shoulder. They must really love shouting at nothing. When Ethan stayed silent, Jack made his way back to his side. Ethan looked down, avoiding his gaze. Hey, Jack ducked, finally making eye contact. Those nuts are meaningless. I never wanted you to experience this. Ethan looked away again over Jack's shoulder, glaring through the windows toward the protesters. His lips pursed as he sucked on his teeth, and his chest tightened, hard enough that he had to suck in air through his clenched jaw. I never wanted you to have to face this kind of crap. The press, the political attacks, protests. Ethan closed his eyes, thunked his head back against the doorframe. This was everything he had wanted to shield Jack from. Screaming mobs filled with hate, political rivals jockeying for who could draw the most blood, and an intrusive media slinging accusation after accusation. All because of him. What's the alternative? We stay in hiding and sneak around? You stay my dirty little secret? Jack shook his head. We tried that. It didn't work. This, us together, this is what's right. Ethan's eyes flicked back to Jack. Swinging from the Secret Service and a life dedicated to silent, steady protection to the, oh-so-public life under the microscope as the president's boyfriend, was still a struggle. He'd made a career out of stability and steadfast surety, a life of careful footing, of not taking any unnecessary risks and following the rules. And then he'd met Jack, and he'd thrown his entire life rule book out the window. Jack was a force of nature, a blue-eyed tornado that had sucked all the air out of his world. His smile had slammed into Ethan, throwing him off balance, but it had been his beautiful soul that had pulled him head first into the fall, and fall he had, so deeply in love with Jack. Jack was right, at least partly. Jack, was worth it. I need to take my own advice, huh? Ethan tried to crack a tiny smile. He'd welcomed 3 different presidents to the White House, each time briefing them on just how much their life was about to change and how public it was about to become. How much of a fishbowl the White House truly was. You told me to ignore 90% of the garbage that was thrown at me and play hardball with the final 10%. Hurl some surprise curveballs back at 'em. I think you managed to surprise everyone. Ethan grabbed Jack's hand. No one saw this coming. Not even me. Jack smiled and led them away. Ethan took a deep breath. It was his first day as first gentleman of the United States. Jack squeezed his hand as they headed down the stairs, never letting go. At the bottom, Secret Service Agent Levi Daniels smiled at them, waving good morning and holding out 2 paper cups of coffee from the White House mess, still steaming. 2 sugars for you, Mr. President, and black and burned for Ethan. Chuckling, Jack accepted the coffee and then turned back to Ethan. He pressed a kiss to his lips. Knock 'em dead, he whispered. He headed off as Ethan smiled, blushing. Jack looked back before the Secret Service agent striding in front of him pushed open the door to the west colonnade and he disappeared toward the west wing. Daniels stayed behind, sipping his coffee and standing with Ethan in the silent cross hall. Not going with the president? Ethan frowned at his friend. Daniels was Agent Scott Collard's second-in-command of the Presidential Protective Detail surrounding Jack. Ethan had once been the lead, but Scott took over after Ethan's forced transfer to Iowa 6 months prior. Nah. Daniels's eyes twinkled. My best buddy is going to get his first day at his new job. I gotta support that. Daniels gestured down the cross hall toward the East Wing and the domains of the, traditionally, First Lady. Furious carpentry work over the weekend had changed all the signs in the East Wing to read, First Gentleman. Inhaling deeply, Ethan nodded and set off, Daniels falling into step beside him. One of Daniels's hands rose, gripping Ethan's shoulder and squeezing for a long moment, but dropped before they turned and headed into the public hustle and bustle of the East Wing. Eyes slid sideways, the staff from the East Wing of the White House all seemingly hovering in the lobby, waiting to catch a glimpse of Ethan as he entered. Ethan pushed through, nodding and giving his best tight smile to the crowd. Relax, Daniels breathed at his shoulder. You've got your constipated agent face on. Ethan threw a glare Daniels's way. These are your people now. Daniels's eyebrows arched high as he nodded to the mass of humanity. His people. Jesus. The office of the First Gentleman, all his. Swallowing, Ethan tried to smile again, though he couldn't fight the nerves clutching at the back of his throat. Daniels stayed by his side as he escaped up the stairway to the second floor of the East Wing. On the quieter second floor, the office of the First Gentleman made its home. Oil paintings of former First Ladies hung on the walls, and at the end of the hallway a corner office overlooking the Kennedy Garden, opposite the Oval Office, sported a shiny brass doorplate reading, First Gentleman Ethan Reichenbach. Fuck me, Ethan breathed. Just last Monday he had been moody and grumpy with Jack on their nightly Skype call, bemoaning his exile in Iowa. He had been frustrated missing Jack and Levi and Scott and everything about D.C., and Jack had offered him the impossible. Be his first gentleman. He'd dismissed it out of hand. He didn't want to be a freeloader. The First Gentleman earned no income. It was a ceremonial position only. He'd be an anchor on Jack's neck, an albatross. They were trying to stay out of the public's eye, not catapult into it. There had never been an unwed First Gentleman before, certainly not a gay First Gentleman. The whole idea was a disaster. He had already done too much damage to Jack's presidency. On Wednesday, he had flown to D.C., stood in the Oval Office, and told Jack he'd take it. He'd resign from the Secret Service and move back to D.C., ending his exile. He'd move in with Jack. They'd build a life together. No looking back. That new life had started immediately. They'd danced the night away at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and Ethan had torn up his return ticket to Iowa. Thursday, he had faxed in his resignation. Friday, he and Jack took an early day, spending the weekend ensconced in the residence as Pete released the announcement to the world. And now, this. It was too much. Ethan turned away, breathing hard as Daniels gripped his shoulder again. "This is history, man." Daniels smiled, warm and bright, and Ethan's nerves screamed. "I'm so damn proud of you." Damn him. Damn Daniels. Ethan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them to glare at Daniels. "This is insane. I don't deserve this. I'm not this guy. I shouldn't be here." "That's exactly why he fell in love with you, and why you are here." Daniels gave him a gentle shove, pushing him down the empty hallway to the office that bore his name. "Get going. Your staff is waiting inside." His staff? Jesus. The heavy white door whispered over plush carpet as he entered his office. Inside, 1 man and 4 women rose together from 2 pale blue couches facing each other before a large desk. They smiled and waited, silent. He froze until Daniels jabbed him in his kidney. Ethan strode behind the couches to the wooden chair, waiting, obviously, for him. He nodded to his staff and tried to smile. "Good morning. I'm Agent—" Clearing his throat, Ethan quirked his eyebrows at his staff as Daniels grinned from the back of the room. "Sorry," he said. "I've got to get used to dropping my old title. I'm Ethan. Ethan Reichenbach." The smiles from his staff were indulgent, grins and nods that told him that, yes, dummy, they knew exactly who he was. "Please, sit." He fumbled a bit, waiting for his staff to sit, and then he remembered that they were waiting for him. Embarrassment burned his cheeks as he tried to clear his throat again and bear it. Daniels covered his grin with the palm of his hand and looked away. "Can you all, tell me a little bit about yourselves?" Ethan nodded as he unbuttoned his suit jacket and tried to sit comfortably in the ornate but heinous chair. "Mr. First Gentleman," said an older woman with short red hair curled into fluffy rolls that perched around her face like a football helmet. "Let me be the first to greet you with your new title." She smiled warmly at Ethan, her hands clasped in her lap and ankles crossed just so. Her immaculate red suit was pressed and starched, and a string of pearls hung at the hollow of her neck, just below a fold of aging skin starting to sag. Mr. First Gentleman. He flushed from head to toe and squirmed. "Please, Mr. Reichenbach will do just fine." "Mr. First Gentleman," she gently corrected him with an incline of her head. She would have been a socialite contemporary of Nancy Reagan, and carried herself with a class that proved it. "My name is Barbara Whitley, and I am the White House Social Secretary. I serve at the pleasure of the First Gentleman." Another warm smile, and Barbara's head tilted. "And please let me say that I am absolutely delighted to be working for you, Mr. First Gentleman." The gentleness radiating from Barbara calmed Ethan just a touch. "Forgive me, Ms. Whitley, I may have protected the president, but I'm not up to speed on the full breadth of your duties." "I am responsible for the planning of all social events at the White House in coordination with you, of course, from something as simple as an afternoon tea all the way to a full state dinner." That was a big job. Ethan blinked. "I have to admit," he said, shifting in his seat again, "I'm not really one for afternoon tea." "I do look forward to expanding this office's social calendar to include your unique tastes, Mr. First Gentleman." With that, Barbara sat back and proverbially passed the baton by turning to a thin man in his early 30s who peered through wire-rimmed glasses and tried to surreptitiously scroll through his smartphone at the same time. "Hi there. Jason Brandt, press secretary to the First Lady. I mean, First Gentleman." Brandt corrected himself, smiling and shrugging apologetically at the same time. "I would like to get some time on the calendar one-on-one with you to plan our communication strategy and media messaging. I've received some guidance from Pete over in the West Wing, but I'd like to craft a uniquely First Gentleman message. As well, we'll discuss that, Ethan interrupted. As a matter of principle, we'll take all of our press and media cues from the West Wing. He fixed Brandt with a stare. We will work in perfect sync with them. Brandt nodded once and waved his cell phone. And I have about 10,000 interview requests. Want me to filter through and put together a short list of quality candidates? We've got our choice of any network or journalist. Another squirm. The chairback was digging into his spine no matter where he shifted. No interviews. Brandt blinked. Mr. First Gentleman, no interviews. The President and I have agreed. We're continuing to keep our personal lives private. Silence. Brandt's eyes darted around to the rest of the staff, who all looked away. Mr. First Gentleman, you and the President are trailblazers. This is unprecedented in American history. The public has a right to know. We have a right to live our lives in peace. With all due respect, Mr. First Gentleman, Brandt frowned and swallowed. If you don't set the tone of your own media, it will be set for you. Comedians, late-night talk shows, spin doctors at the news networks, columnists, politicians, everyone who is anyone has an opinion on you and the President. You're not doing yourself any favors by staying silent. Somewhere down the hall, a phone rang in an office, muffled through the heavy door. Ethan's eyes rose, and he found Daniels's quiet gaze fixed on him. Daniels gave him a tight smile and an almost imperceptible nod. I'll bring it to the President. Swallowing, Ethan turned to the next of his staffers and tried to smile. Jennifer Prince, chief floral designer? She grinned, her short blonde bobs swinging at her shoulders. I take care of all floral arrangements in the White House. Have you enjoyed the bouquets up in the residence? Ethan froze. He knew there were flowers in the residence, and he'd swiped a rose once or twice to present to Jack, but he would be hard-pressed to describe anything that was actually up there. He fixed a bright smile to his face so wide his cheeks hurt. They're great. I really hoped that you and the President would like them. She clapped her hands together and smiled, scrunching up her shoulders. I'll make sure to keep them coming. Thanks. He kept his smile bright and big, and across from Jennifer, Barbara made a soft cooing noise, obviously taken by his cultured appreciation of beauty and class. At the back of the office, Daniels coughed, but the crinkles at his eyes and the shaking of his shoulders gave his silent laughter away. Two more women introduced themselves, his director of policy and projects and his chief of staff. Ethan blanched when they asked him what sorts of political activism he wanted to pursue as First Gentleman. He hadn't once thought about the political activism he was supposed to engage in. Did not sinking Jack's career count? Could he mount an anti-Jack campaign? Would that be too obvious? He settled on starting with veterans and service members' support and advocacy. He and Jack shared a special passion for veterans and for making their lives better. His chief of staff spoke last. You should probably know that historically the office of the First Lady has been staffed predominantly by women. We all served under the former administration, and we remained on, filling in as needed for certain events. We certainly hoped that we'd have a First Lady to serve, but we were satisfied with our limited roles. She smiled. You didn't pick us yourself, Mr. First Gentleman, but we're all happy to be here, and we're at your service. Thanks. Ethan surveyed his staff. Floral designers, social secretaries, and political activism. There was a far cry from intelligence briefs, counterterrorism investigations, weapons training, and the protective detail, but this was his life now. He'd chosen this. He'd chosen Jack and everything that came with him. And he didn't regret that, not for a moment. Thank you, everyone. I have to admit I'm a bit shell-shocked at how fast this all has happened. Barbara huffed a light laugh and nodded as Brandt's eyes went comically wide as his head bobbed from side to side. This is a culture shock for me. I'm more used to weapons quals and chasing terrorists, but with your help, I'm ready to learn. I'd love it if each of you stayed on and helped me." The looks from his staff softened. Barbara hummed as she fingered the pearls around her neck. "This isn't going to be easy," he continued. "Mr. Brandt, I'm going to apologize right now. Jack and I—" Ethan trailed off. "It really would have been easier for everyone if we had stayed in hiding."
"No, Mr. First Gentleman," Jennifer said as Barbara shook her head. "This is better. And we're all here because we want to be here. The people who chose to leave vacated their offices over the weekend. This is your staff, Mr. First Gentleman. We're here for you."
Damn it, he shouldn't get choked up over a staff of socialites and floral designers, but Ethan's throat clenched. "Thank you." His chief of staff stood, glancing at her cell phone.
"It's 9:20, Mr. First Gentleman, and your first appointment is here."
"My first appointment?"
Smiling, she nodded but said no more. At the doorway, Ethan's departing staff made muffled greetings to someone waiting outside. When Barbara finally slipped out with a wave and a smile back over her shoulder, his first visitor stepped into his office. "Mr. First Gentleman." Director Kate Triplett of the United States Secret Service smiled warmly at Ethan as she crossed the office, holding out her hand.
"Director?"
Ethan took her hand and shook.
"Please, Ethan is fine."
Director Triplett's eyebrows arched high. "Mr. First Gentleman, you of all people should know that we have pretty strict rules about formality around here." Both Daniels and Ethan chuckled and looked down as Director Triplett "mm-hummed."
"Please, sit down, Director. It's great to see you again."
"It's good to see you too, Mr. First Gentleman." Director Triplett sat delicately, crossing one leg over the other. "I was sad to receive your resignation last week. We lost a truly great agent." Ethan smiled but said nothing. The verbal praise was a balm to the scathing letter of reprimand that had appeared in his file when he was transferred to Iowa. It had to be done, but it still stung. "Since you are no longer employed by the Secret Service, Mr. First Gentleman, we need to discuss your security procedures and your protective detail."
"Protective detail?
Wait, that was only for politicians, cabinet members, officers of the state, important diplomats, not for him. He wasn't—
No, there had to be some mistake."
Shaking his head, Ethan tried to speak. "You are the First Gentleman of the United States," Director Triplett smoothly interrupted. "You are required to have a full protective detail of Secret Service agents."
"What about before?"
Ethan frowned.
"In Iowa?"
"You were still in our employ then, and our attorneys decided that your special expertise and the community of agents around you would offer you a similar level of protection without putting an undue strain on your personal life. We also implemented a few special programs which we never informed you of. Suffice it to say, you were protected in Iowa and on every one of your flights back and forth from Des Moines to D.C., Mr. First Gentleman, even before you had an official status." Director Triplett leaned forward, smiling. "But now you are a private citizen, out of our employ, and an expressed member of the First Family. Your protection is one of our #1 priorities." Ethan's stomach plummeted.
"A full detail?"
"A full detail that will be based here in the East Wing where you office. Your condo will be secured and monitored 24/7, even while you are living at the White House. Your personal vehicle will be locked up at our secure site. Anytime you need to be transported, the Secret Service will escort you to and from your location. You will have a team of close protection agents and a supporting protective detail working for you around the clock. Your detail will provide you with individualized security and threat assessments on a daily basis and provide you with personal security at all times."
It was the same speech Ethan had given to 3 presidents. A cage of protection settling down around the protectee. He had watched their gazes harden as he had outlined their restrictions and freedom of movement, but he'd never thought that those protections would ever turn around and cage him. "Director," Ethan swallowed. "I'm familiar with the speech."
"Good. Then you also know there's no arguing with the protective detail or with the agents assigned to your protection." Director Triplett raised one eyebrow.
"Yes, ma'am." Ethan slumped backward. He frowned. Who will be on my detail? I know all the senior agents in D.C. Were they rotating agents from the field back to Washington? Setting him up with strangers? Maybe other agents who weren't so keen on Ethan's choices and behaviors, like what he had just escaped in Iowa. Director Triplett tried to smother her grin as she looked sidelong at Daniels. In light of recent events, I've decided to issue a verbal order of understanding. Agents who have a prior relationship with you or with the President will not be barred from continued service with either of you two. Ethan sat up straight. Director, please meet the head of your protective detail, Mr. First Gentleman, a true gem in the Secret Service, First Gentleman Detail Lead, Agent Levi Daniels. Daniels beamed wide and toothy and held out his arms when Ethan jumped to his feet. Ethan wrapped him up in a huge bear hug as Daniels slapped at his shoulder, laughing. Levi, you're second in command in the West Wing. Why would you transfer over here? Historically, the detail protecting the First Lady had less standing than the agents protecting the President. The presidential detail was where it was at. Everyone who was anyone in the Secret Service wanted to be there. Why would you come down here? Because it's you, man. Daniels pulled back but kept one hand on Ethan's shoulder. He beamed. Because it's you. And I can't let anything happen to you. I'm so damn proud of you, you and your man both. Jack had repeatedly asked Daniels to call him by his first name, and while Daniels hadn't relented in Jack's presence, he had taken to calling Jack your man while he and Ethan were alone. Some of the other guys wanted to come over too. Few guys from the swing shift, Beach, Caldwell, Haynier. They didn't want to leave you. We were all so pissed when you got sent to Iowa. Director Triplett cleared her throat as she stood and smoothed her skirt. Daniels kept going, covering his slip. And it was easy to fill your detail. All volunteers, every single one. For the second time, Ethan had to fight against his throat clenching, against a swell of emotion that threatened to swallow him whole. Loyalty, devotion, camaraderie, and his brothers in the agency. He'd spent 12 years with most of the agents Daniels had mentioned. One of the biggest gut punches of being transferred to Iowa, after losing such close contact with Jack, was the disconnection from his colleagues and his friends. Levi. He didn't know what to say. Daniels let him off the hook. Mr. First Gentleman, he said, dipping his head toward Ethan. I'm going to set up your detail headquarters office right next door. We're working on connecting the feed from horsepower, so we'll have the same real-time intel on both locations. Scott and I plan on sharing the morning briefs. Sounds good, Lead Agent Daniels. Ethan returned the honorific. I've got to get going. Director Triplett held out her hand for Ethan. I wanted to personally congratulate you, though, Mr. First Gentleman. He didn't know what to say. He smiled as he took her hand and tried not to look constipated. We'll leave you to get settled in your new digs. Daniels and the director headed out. The heavy doors slid shut, and then Ethan was alone in his new office. For the first time, he exhaled. First Gentleman of the United States. His gaze darted around his office, taking it all in. Across the Kennedy Garden and the Rose Garden, he could just make out the white columns of the Oval Office. He'd never, not once, imagined that this would be his life. In his pants pocket, his cell vibrated. Pulling it out, Ethan swiped through the screensaver, a picture of him and Jack dancing at the correspondence dinner some press photo had snapped, and found a message from Jack. Thinking of you. Hope your first day is going great, love. Chapter 2. White House West Wing. We've got a packed morning, Mr. President. Lawrence Irwin, Jack's chief of staff and former director of the CIA, bustled into the Oval Office, over a dozen of Jack's staff trailing behind him. Noticeably absent was Glenn Green, as of Saturday, the former vice president. Jack waved good morning and gestured to the couches, waiting for his team to settle in and get comfortable. Most had already been working for hours, though it was still early. As a rule, Jack had 3 carafes of coffee waiting for his staff each morning. Pete Reyes was first to grab a cup before he leaned back with a heavy sigh. His shirt was rumpled,
partially untucked in the back, and his tie was loose. "Long night, Pete?" Jack tried to smile as he leaned back against his desk. Pete had to deal with the immediate reaction and outcry from his and Ethan's actions every time. White House press secretary wasn't an easy job by any stretch, but Jack and Ethan had made Pete's job infinitely harder. Some days, Jack wondered when Pete would throw in the towel. "Long weekend, Mr. President. Do you think we've seen the worst of it so far?" Irwin, sitting across from Pete, leaned forward with his padfolio balanced on his knees and peered over his glasses at Pete. "God, no," Pete scoffed. "They're just getting going." "Who?" Irwin frowned. "Everybody. The press, Congress, the governors, state legislatures, foreign press, private blogs, your grandma." Pete closed his eyes and let his head fall back, sinking into the couch cushions as he spoke to the ceiling. "This is going to be an epic bloodbath." Irwin's gaze pinched. Jack busied himself in the heavy silence that followed, wheeling his desk chair around to sit with those clustered around the couches and chairs in the center of the Oval Office. Louis Parr, Secretary of Defense, held out one of the carafes to Jack with a question. He shook his head with a smile. "Good morning," Jack said again, nodding as he sat. "Let's have it. Hit me." Irwin went first, summarizing Congress's reaction to Glenn Green's resignation. "Congressional leadership is already making noise about replacing Green. They want a name by the end of the week. Confirmation hearings within the month. Let's beat them. I want a short list of candidates by the afternoon. I've got a few people in mind, but I want to see what you put together." Pete spoke next, rising like a broken marionette from his slump on the couch to hunch over his coffee cup as he poured a refill. "Media reports are still in a state of shock. We're seeing a 60-40 split of negative to positive press. The loudest commentators right now are calling this an illegal move, saying that he doesn't qualify as a member of the First Family and doesn't belong in the White House, or as the First Gentleman." Diana Ramirez, his White House counsel, jumped in. "We reviewed the law extensively before the announcement. Public Law 9570, Section 105, subsection E. If the President does not have a spouse, such assistance and services, such as those provided by the office of the First Lady or the First Gentleman, may be provided for such purposes by a member of the President's family whom the President designates." "It's the word family," Pete said, squinting. He held up his fingers as if he could grab the word between his index and thumb. "They don't believe that Mr. Reichenbach qualifies as a member of the President's family. Federal law has historically been over-inclusive when defining family." Ramirez nodded to Jack. "There's more than enough precedent in current statute to take this to court. A same-sex partner in a committed long-term relationship qualifies as a member of the family, according to numerous federal agencies and regulations." "Long-term?" Pete frowned again. "Do we have a definition of long-term? Because, Mr. President, that's probably the second most asked question I get. How long have you two been together? Do we meet the definition of long-term?" "It's open to interpretation," Ramirez spoke before Jack could. "There's more flexibility when it's not defined." "Could also come back to bite us in the—" "All right," Jack said over Pete. "All right, thank you both. Pete, you know my policy. No comment on my personal life, and that includes how long Ethan and I have been together." A heavy sigh as Pete looked down at the carpet. "Yes, Mr. President." He squinted back at Ramirez. "Can I quote you on that? Give that statute to the press?" Ramirez looked first to Jack, who answered for her. "Yes, please do, Pete, but keep it low-key. You know my limits." Pete nodded and leaned back, resting one arm over the back of the couch and rubbing his eyes with his free hand as Director Campbell, FBI, and Director Triplett talked together, briefing Jack on the spike in threats against him and Ethan. "We believe most of the chatter is people getting excited and running their mouths. We don't have any credible threat information at present. Seems to be an explosion of anger and verbal diarrhea. But we'll be running down every lead." "Do we need to change our security procedures?" Jack frowned at Director Triplett. "No, Mr. President. We're confident that our current procedures are effective. We can keep you safe here. The First Gentleman has just been briefed on his new security detail as well." Jack tried to smile, but Director Triplett's words struck a hollow nerve. His chest tightened, and he tried to swallow past the sudden lump that rose in his throat. He blinked, and in the darkness behind his eyelids the Oval Office flashed, changing from the taupe, beige, and blue pattern he'd picked out to a blood-stained, destroyed wreck, littered with shot bodies. Bloods and brains dripped down the walls, and in the center, Ethan stood, firing shot after shot. The sound, the clap of the bullets, seemed to echo behind Jack's heart, heavy bangs he could practically feel vibrating through his bones. "We can keep you safe here." Jack opened his eyes and plastered a smile over his face. "Thank you, directors. I appreciate your diligence." Meredith Peterson, Jack's new national security advisor, went next. "Mr. President, we are picking up dramatically increased chatter overseas. Your announcement has given our enemies plenty to scream about. Leaders from Al-Qaeda, the Caliphate, Al-Shabaab, Boko Haram, and Akim have all called for renewed strikes against the Great Satan. They're using this past weekend to drive some pretty strong hatred. Have we picked up anything moving to the operational stages, or is this still just chatter?" Julian Aviles, Secretary of Homeland Security, spoke. "None of our operatives or our intercepts are pointing to a direct threat yet, Mr. President, but I think we need to be on guard against some kind of attempt, perhaps a lone wolf attack trying to capitalize on the situation." The situation. Jack frowned. The situation this past weekend. They were talking about him and Ethan. "Keep searching. Push our collections and our analysts to be certain. We can't let anything slip through." The two nodded and sat back as Louis Parr took his turn. "Mr. President, results have come back from testing the human remains of our joint Russian-American Special Forces patrol found in the Iraqi desert outside of Mosul. Positive ID on Al-Karim. We believe the time of death was about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks, based on the condition of the remains. We weren't able to find the cause of death, sir. His condition was too badly deteriorated." Al-Karim, the terrorist leader of the Islamic Caliphate, a man who had been receiving orders from General Madigan, former vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, leader of a failed coup and a fugitive traitor to his country. Finding Karim's desiccated body in the Iraqi desert was a victory, though not as strong as if they'd captured Madigan himself. Soon. They'd get Madigan soon. Jack's teeth ground together whenever he heard Madigan's name, and a blazing fire lay banked in his soul, rage fanning the flames of vengeance. They'd get him. They would. Irwin devoted half of his energy to tracking down the rogue general. Madigan had to come up for air sometime. He pushed past his thirst for revenge. "Excellent, Louis. That's a major victory. Our combat operations against the Caliphate are making a major dent. I'll get on the phone with President Puchkov later today, and we'll draft a joint statement for simultaneous release." Parr nodded. "Joint operations with the Russians are going well, sir. Commanders on the ground report that sharing the bases in northern Iraq has been mostly smooth sailing. A few scuffles between the ranks, but at the operational level it seems to be working. Russians and Americans working together." This time Jack beamed. "We did something right." Chuckles around the room before Elizabeth Wall, Secretary of State, began to speak. Her words tempered everyone's momentary lightness. "Mr. President, we have a list of 6 countries who have released statements stating that you and the First Gentleman are no longer welcome within their borders. In each of these countries, homosexual behavior is punishable by death." A heavy silence fell over the Oval Office. Jack did his best not to fidget as the eyes of his staff all slid to him, staring. "What countries?" He cleared his throat, a slight hitch to his voice. "Iran, Mauritania, Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, and Nigeria." Exhaling, Jack closed his eyes. "Pillars of our foreign policy, to be sure." He tried to smile. "Nigeria's president spoke on a national talk show this weekend and specifically called you a disgusting animal. Uganda's president issued a statement calling homosexuals worse than diseased dogs and pigs." Silence.
Jack held Elizabeth's stare as the room stilled, everyone freezing. A slow exhale sounded, and someone set down their coffee cup, the porcelain clinking against the table in the oppressive quiet. "We never liked them anyway," Pete chimed in, breaking the silence with a petulant snap. Elizabeth's eyes flicked to Pete. "They're not our favorites in the world, but Uganda is host to African Command and several clandestine military bases. And," she said, turning back to Jack, "their statements don't bode well for LGBT citizens in their countries. Pro-LGBT protests broke out in both countries but were shut down by the police with some heavy repression. We should react." Slowly, Jack nodded. He cleared his throat, a rough sound in the heavy office. "We need to do so delicately. Uganda is a strategic partner for our military, and we don't want more of Africa pivoting to China. We've lost a large foothold in the continent in the last 2 decades. Leaning forward, Jack rested his elbows on his knees and rubbed his palms together as he stared at the carpet. But not at the expense of human rights. Elizabeth nodded. "We also may have a problem with Saudi Arabia. Saudi imams are calling for a reaction from the royal family, who so far haven't commented at all. Homosexual behavior is outlawed and punishable by death there, too. We think that the royal family, to save face, will have to issue a strongly worded statement condemning this weekend." "Condemning me," Jack corrected. "We can call it what it is. Me and Ethan together." Elizabeth looked down at her notes. "We're preparing for every possibility, Mr. President, including a statement denying you entry to the kingdom. We're also preparing to recall our ambassadors from Saudi and the other countries. I believe we should recall them before any expulsion order is given. We don't want to look reactive." Jack braced his elbows on his knees and clapped his hands in front of his face. His index finger bounced off his pursed lips. "Should we be talking about cutting off these guys' foreign aid?" Pete sat up again, glaring. "Why not threaten to pull out our bases from Uganda? Forget them. And Mauritania is one of the world's biggest shitholes. Good riddance. Somalia sucks. Iran still hates us. Why not cut off our aid? Most of those countries get something, some of them quite a lot." "Yemen has been getting military assistance against al-Qaeda for years," Meredith Peterson said quietly. "And about $20 million from us?" Pete slapped his knee, his face twisted into a frustrated grimace. 75 other nations also outlaw homosexual behavior, Mr. President." Elizabeth pulled out a sheet of paper from her padfolio. "Their governments haven't said much so far, but we're expecting statements." She glanced at Pete. "If we're cutting off aid to one nation, do we cut it off to everyone? You're talking about changing our entire foreign policy. We need to keep the moral high ground. America does not waver in the face of other countries' invective." "Why not cut it all off?" Pete spread his arms wide. "These countries want to be dicks? That's enough." Jack sat back, but he gave Pete a smile. "Thank you for your support, Pete. It means a lot. But we can't go changing the global order because backwater dictators are trying to spit in my face. If we pull out of Uganda, the rebels there would mount a counterstrike, and we could lose the stability in East Africa that we do have." "Elizabeth," he turned to her, "I agree with you. We've got to play this carefully. Reach out to the ambassadors in country, in those 6, and in Uganda and Nigeria. Ask them for their take. If there's even a hint of insecurity or turmoil, recall the whole staff and shut down the embassy, but be sure to say that this is a temporary measure for the safety and security of our personnel. And I think we'll be okay in Saudi." Elizabeth raised her eyebrows but said nothing. "And what about the condemnation of you and the first gentleman, Mr. President?" Jack turned to Pete. "Pete, I need you to craft a statement shaming these countries with kindness while keeping our diplomatic and strategic position unchanged." Pete sighed heavily and scrubbed at his eyes with his fists. His shoulders bounced back and forth as he thought, humming, "How about... The United States wishes the people of blah-blah country well and stands for equal human rights for all LGBT citizens everywhere. We invite the government to join the world on the right side of history."
Something like that, yes. Jack nodded to Pete and Elizabeth. Get together and craft a joint statement. Right now, I'm not ready to cut off any aid or draw down any military missions, and I don't want to sink to their level. I'm not going to compromise America's moral standing in the world to hurl insults at a bunch of narrow-minded dictators. Pretty sure they think you're already morally compromised. Pete spoke quickly, but ducked his head as Irwin shot him a death glare that promised a private reprimand away from the Oval Office. We've got to prove them wrong. Elizabeth, get your people working on a project to fund LGBT rights groups in those countries. Let's take an affirmative stand for equality everywhere, and put our money where our mouths are. Jack stood and buttoned his suit jacket. His hands trembled, but he hid them in his pockets quickly. Thank you, everyone. Have a good morning. I've got to make a call to President Puchkov. International reactions mixed to President's announcement. Embassies evacuated due to security concerns. International reactions have been mixed to President Jack Spiers' announcement that he was moving his homosexual lover into the White House. 6 nations immediately banned the president from their borders, and others took to their national media to loudly denounce the president and Mr. Reichenbach. Riots broke out in several countries across Africa and the Middle East. Embassies in Sudan, Yemen, Nigeria, Mauritania, and Zimbabwe were temporarily closed, and all staff were flown out of the country. Secretary of State Elizabeth Wall said that the closures were done out of an abundance of caution for their staff, as the United States evaluates her continued and ongoing diplomatic relations in light of the negative statements from some world leaders. Not all world leaders were negative, however. The United Kingdom's Prime Minister offered her congratulations, as did the President of the EU and the Chancellor of Germany. Canada's Prime Minister issued a statement to their media congratulating President Spiers and Ethan Reichenbach, and, in a surprising move, Russian President Sergey Puchkov took time at the end of his briefing at the Kremlin to offer his personal congratulations and best wishes to the President and his partner. Chapter 3. White House, West Wing. Mr. President. The booming voice of President Sergey Puchkov erupting through the Oval Office's telephone with such glee never failed to put a smile on Jack's face. Mr. President. Jack greeted the Russian president warmly. Somehow, he and Puchkov had grown to be almost friends, as the United States and Russia had partnered closely to combat the caliphate in Iraq and Syria. Once, Sergey had called him a pedor president, a faggot president, and had shut Jack out. He'd called back with a very Russian non-apology after Ethan had saved the world, and ever since, Sergey had repeatedly invited Jack and Ethan to visit Russia together. He asked about Ethan on every call. He stood with Jack at the UN, and he had rescinded Russia's infamous homosexual propaganda law. Whatever had happened in the past, Sergey was making a real effort with Jack. There was a bright spot amid an ocean of negativity. There is still time for you and Mr. Ethan to come to Russia for Russian winter. Sergey's voice held a faint hint of teasing. I promise you, you will never have a winter like Russian winter. It's good for you, good for the soul. Jack laughed. Sergey, that's very kind of you. We had to promise the Secret Service that we'd stay put for a while, though. Oh, yes. What with your big announcement? Even over the phone line, Jack could hear Sergey's grin. Congratulations are in order for you and the First Gentleman, Mr. President. Za Lubov. Jack did his best to translate Puchkov's Russian into the language translator on his laptop. He'd learned, over the course of their talks, to have the program open and running during their conversations. Sergey liked to keep him on his toes. Za Lubov. Russian toast, meaning to love. Even with their political relationship growing closer, Sergey had never openly expressed such warm sentiments to Jack before. His brand of affection was more of the harsh, teasing variety. Jack fought for words. Sergey. Thank you, he exhaled. This hasn't been easy. Nothing truly worthwhile ever is. Was that exhaustion staining Sergey's voice? Jack frowned.
Sounds like you know from experience. Sergey sighed. I rose up through Russia under President Putin's reign, Mr. President. One day we will talk. I will tell you that story. Former Russian President Putin, a man who had almost driven the world to war and polarized Russia and the United States. He'd finally vacated the presidency under murky circumstances, and his first successor had died 2 months into his tenure. Sergey had been elected next after the government had been dissolved, and so far, 18 months into his 6-year term, he had survived. Russia was teetering, though. Their economy kept declining and corruption kept skyrocketing. Discontent had grown within Sergey's country. It couldn't be easy being president over there. And yet, he had befriended Jack, and was kind when he didn't have to be. Jack smiled. You're the only head of state to offer personal congratulations so far. I beat the British. And Europe. A slapping sound like Sergey had clapped his hand on his desktop. Huh! There had been statements issued by the offices of the other leaders and received by the State Department. Europe, as progressive as they were, and the United Kingdom, with their special relationship with the United States, wouldn't misstep so far as to remain silent on the matter. But Sergey was the only one to speak to Jack and personally offer his congratulations. I would have phoned you sooner, Mr. President, Sergey said, sobering slightly. Matters here stole my time today, and I wanted to let you and your first gentleman relax before the storm descended upon you. Descend it has. Jack sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Snatches of his staff meeting, his daily briefing, tugged at him. I have good news for you, though. Something good from this morning, anyway. Sergey made a grunting noise on the phone, and over the speaker, leather creaked like he was leaning back in his chair. We got a positive ID on the remains our joint team found. It's Al-Karim. Zayabis, Sergey breathed. Jack typed away. His translator beeped back. Russian slang. Zayabis. Fucking awesome. He grinned. Yes, Sergey. Zayabis. You speak Russian terribly, Mr. President, but Al-Karim dead is a good thing. A very good thing. Your general cannot use him in the Caliphate anymore. Parts of our intelligence community believed that Al-Karim was executed by members of the Caliphate, a retaliation against his collusion with Madigan. Again, the fires within Jack roared, a thirst for vengeance and blood. Very possible. We can hope the ties between your general and the Caliphate have been severed. He's not my general, Sergey. He balled one hand into a fist, and 2 of his knuckles cracked. Apologies. This terrorist, this madman, the madman Madigan. Sounds fitting. Jack smiled down at his desktop. We should issue a joint statement. Pete, my press secretary, is swamped with damage control. Think you and I can bang something together? 2 intelligent men such as ourselves. I, of course, being the more intelligent. Sergey laughed. Yes, I think we can manage. The sounds of Sergey sliding his laptop closer and pounding on his keyboard echoed over the line. My day is winding down, so I can give you this time now. And I can make a statement in 2 hours, Mr. President, at 7 o'clock in Moscow. A quick glance at the dual clocks Jack kept on the sideboard behind his desk. One showed local time, the other Moscow time. 2 hours, noon in D.C. Sounds good. Let's get busy, Mr. President. Ethan watched Jack's short press conference from his office, smiling as he listened to Jack describe the joint U.S.-Russian Special Forces mission that had recovered Al-Karim's remains. Jack praised the Russians for their assistance, and in an inset video a translator repeated President Puchkov's praise for the United States and for their joint mission against the Caliphate. He left his door open after that, and in the afternoon Barbara poked her head in, smiling as she knocked an acute pattern against the heavy wood. "Come in, Barbara,"
He stood, holding out his hand for her. She took it with a gentle, delicate grasp, and Ethan tried not to crush her palm in his. "How can I help you?" Barbara had a bin in one arm, overflowing with folded papers and cards. "Mr. First Gentleman, I thought you might want to see these." She took one card off the top of the stack and passed it over. "Congratulations," screamed from the top in bright rainbow colors. Inside, the card was signed simply, "We believe in you. Sincerely, the Lombardi family." "Cards from supporters came in today, Mr. First Gentleman. I have 8 more bins just like this one." "From who?" "People who support you and the President. Not everyone is full of hate." Sometimes it was hard to remember that, when the loudest voices were the ones most hurtful. 8 other bins. 8 other bins today. We'll get more tomorrow, and the day after. "Can you bring them all in here?" Barbara nodded. "Would you like me to draft a reply for your review? A letter of thanks from you and the President? On your official letterhead. We only receive mail that includes a return address, so we can send replies to every single one." The next card was an anniversary card, but the wording was appropriate. "To the both of you and your loving relationship. Signed, Jim and Evan Gamaros." Ethan had to swallow, but still, his voice was hoarse. "Yeah, Barbara. That's a good idea." She slipped out with a smile, and Ethan reached for the next card. Ethan's phone buzzed an hour later. "You free? Irwin wants you to head over to the Oval." He frowned. "Everything okay? Remember his offer?" Lawrence Irwin, former director of the CIA before Jack fired him for ostensibly getting Ethan killed and then rehired as chief of staff after Jeff Gottschalk's complete betrayal. He'd texted Ethan last week after his resignation. "I'm not affiliated with the CIA anymore, officially, but I know the agency could use a man like you. Would you be interested in one of the more special programs? Continue to serve your country?" "Only in conjunction with Jack," he'd said, "and only if it didn't jeopardize Jack or them together." "It's my first day." "Guess we'll find out together what he's up to." Jack was behind his desk checking his laptop as Ethan plopped down on one of the couches and waited for Irwin. A few minutes later, Irwin ducked into the Oval Office, clutching his padfolio, phone, and a stack of red folders marked Top Secret. He was alone, and he sat across from Ethan with a smile and a nod to Jack. "Mr. President?" "Special meeting today, Lawrence?" Jack settled beside Ethan and offered his chief of staff a cup of coffee. Irwin traded one of the folders for the coffee. "I have information on Madigan, Mr. President. Some disturbing new actions to report." His gaze shifted to Ethan. "And a plan." In the folder, photos stamped with Fort Leavenworth, Maximum Security Z Unit, were stapled to heavy sheets of cardstock. Below the photos were layouts and diagrams of the prison detailing ingress and egress points from an infiltration team. More photos followed of an open cell and a prison guard's body covered with a tarp. Blood on the walls, on the floors, bloody footprints. Behind the photo boards, an analysis of the prison break. "What is this?" Jack's eyes lingered on the last photo board, and a bloody M drawn inside a circle. "What are we looking at?" "Friday night, Fort Leavenworth's Maximum Security Z Unit experienced a break-in. We don't have full details on how this occurred, but at least 3 of the guards are unaccounted for, and 1 is dead. We suspect the missing guards may have aided an infiltration team on the ground." "Who escaped?" Ethan flipped through the photo boards, squinting at the isolated drop cells and the heightened security evident from the photos. "This doesn't look like a normal prison block." "Z Unit is where we dump the worst of the worst. Our darkest criminals from the military. People we don't want to ever see or hear from again. We just want them to disappear." "No capital punishment, no death penalty?" "Too public. Z Unit really is a black hole." Irwin passed over another folder, flipping it open to a full-page color photo of an army captain in its dress uniform, glaring hard at the camera. Across from the photo, a decorated service record listed oblique references to major actions and the Special Forces. At the bottom of the service record, an entry listed the captain's demotion to private and sentence to Fort Leavenworth following closed proceedings. The charges weren't shown. Former Captain Ryan Cook is the only prisoner who is missing. The Butcher of Iraq. He led a Special Forces team there for 5 tours, and he served alongside Jeff Gottschalk and then Major Madigan. Something slithered down Ethan's spine, a memory just out of reach. Something mixed in with the sand and sun and bombs blasting all around. He squinted at Cook's face. There was something about him, something familiar. Jack frowned. When? What time frame? Looking up, Ethan's stomach clenched when Irwin answered. He knew Jack's history almost as well as his own. He'd been in the middle of his Army career, and though he'd been in the Special Forces, he'd never crossed paths with Madigan. And at the same time, Leslie Spiers, Jack's deceased wife, had been serving her country in Iraq, had paid the ultimate price. It was how Jack oriented himself to the war, before Leslie's death and after Leslie's death. Ethan had learned that slowly, and he never commented on it. Do we know where Cook escaped to? Nothing definite, Mr. President. Irwin shook his head. He seems to have vanished, just like Madigan. No sightings within 1,000 miles of the prison. We searched the airports in all the states surrounding, both major and municipal. Nothing. Damn it. Something else. Irwin passed over the last red folder. A possible lead. Yesterday, a prison in northwest Columbia was attacked and overrun. All prisoners escaped in the mayhem. No one knows who the attackers were. Ethan spoke as Jack flipped through the photo boards. Are you thinking Madigan? Even in Columbia? Absolutely. Jack growled and passed a photo board to Ethan, a snapshot of the overrun prison. Blood pooled on the ground, stained the walls, and puddled in the dirt around the destroyed prison's grounds. Ethan's gaze caught on a very specific blood stain. Captions on the top photo oriented the camera. Northwest cell block, close-up of the cell block's walls. An M written in blood, enclosed in a dripping red circle. The same symbol from the Leavenworth breakout. And here. So, you think Madigan managed to get to Columbia? Could Cook be there as well? Jack's voice had dropped, the harsher, hunter's tone. Ethan glanced sidelong at his lover. This side of Jack was new. We don't know. We just have 2 symbols connecting 2 prison breaks within days. One we know has a direct affiliation with Madigan. Could he have gone to Columbia? Could Cook? It's possible, but to what end? Irwin pursed his lips and shook his head. I promised to bring you everything, Mr. President, every possibility, every hint of something, no matter how small. We haven't connected the dots on this one just yet. It's still evolving. But Cook's escape is a dangerous signal, Mr. President. If Cook was assisted by elements within the prison, then that means Madigan still has access to people loyal to him. People we don't even know about. Ethan's chest filled with lead, tightening until he couldn't breathe. Madigan was still out there. His reach, as Director Campbell once said, was very, very long. Dark fury roiled within Jack's eyes. Thank you, Lawrence. I do want to know everything, no matter how small. I want to run him into the ground and then bury his coffin where no one will ever find him. We all do, Mr. President. He threw a quick glance at Ethan. Which is why I asked both of you to be here. I have an idea, and I'd like to bring Mr. Reichenbach on board. Me? How can I help with this? I want to stand up an off-the-books covert strike team, dedicated 100% to tracking down Madigan and
ultimately taking him out. A black team. A kill squad. Completely clandestine. Run it through the CIA's black budget and pull from the CIA's collected intelligence feed, including the raw intel we get from the NSA and FBI. And they'd get their orders straight from the president. I don't have the experience to run a strike team, Lawrence. I can't order them around in good conscience. The team will be answerable to only you. I would provide strategic direction and political cover through the CIA, and I'd like Mr. Reichenbach to run the operation. Ethan frowned. Maybe once he'd been the man who could do this, but that wasn't him anymore. Sir, I'm flattered, but you served in the Army for 13 years. Assigned to the 5th Special Forces Group, you served 3 tours in Iraq and 1 in Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, your team took over the villages controlling the highway on the Taliban's resupply route, starving them out of hiding in the pass. In Iraq, your team captured an insurgent airfield and successfully guided in badly needed resupply missions for the Peshmerga forces. You captured 15 high-value targets in 2 years. In the Secret Service, you rose through the ranks quickly, joining the presidential detail after only 3 years and commanding the detail in 12. You have been responsible for the safety and security of the most important men on the planet. Didn't do so well in Ethiopia. On the contrary, you got the president out alive. You took a hellish situation and you made it a win for the president. Jack's hand settled on the small of Ethan's back, his thumb stroking soft arcs across his suit jacket. You do have the experience, Ethan. He glared down at the carpet, Jack's choice of beige and cream redone after the Oval Office had been destroyed. By him. He pushed that aside. I want to see Madigan caught and killed. I do. He fixed Irwin with a pinched glare. But I can't be running around the world chasing shadows and ghosts. Not anymore. He'd left that life behind. Now he was a different man with a different life. With Jack. Hunting shadows and chasing monsters made from the darkness of men's souls turned even the best people toward a darkness they didn't want to face, made hard choices a constant living thing, an itch that couldn't ever be scratched. He'd fought back from that life once. Not again. You would run operational command from here. No field work. We'd have to find a tactical commander who can lead a strike team anywhere in the world and who can report back to you for command direction, but for you, we'd want to keep your involvement out of the public eye. Your main duties would remain here in D.C. as the first gentleman. This would be something extra. And, not to put too fine a point on it, but the whole operation should involve as few people as possible. Just the members of this room, in fact. Irwin fixed a pointed look at Jack and Ethan, and the emptiness of the Oval Office. Authority would be granted through secret national security presidential directive. Jack sat up, though one hand stayed on Ethan's back. Irwin nodded. Yes, that way it's totally off the books. No one would know. And we'd need an eyes-only directive to the head of Special Operations Command with orders to task a team to exclusive presidential direction. If we had such a team now, they could be on the ground in Colombia giving us the answers we need. I like it so far. Jack turned to Ethan. What do you think? He'd have distance from the dirty business, but not much. And a nimble, aggressive strike force dedicated to hunting down Madigan, fast, agile, and unencumbered by the bureaucratic tape holding others back. An immense amount of responsibility and a huge weight of power, unfiltered intelligence, worldwide purview, the authority to act anywhere, do almost anything. Do you trust me to lead this for you? This is huge. Jack smiled. I trust you with everything. Irwin continued. We'd need to select the right special operations team for this, someone we can trust completely, someone who can take this mission and lead his men. I know who. Ethan interrupted Irwin. I already know who can do it. Irwin's eyebrows rose. And so do you. He's one of the only men I trusted when the world went to hell. We still don't really know who all is connected to Madigan's Black Fox unit, but I do know that when I needed to trust him, this man came through. He'd fought through the White House with Ethan, fought to get Ethan back to Jack's side from half a world away, had rescued him from the wastes of Africa and hauled him to safety in a bolt hole in Saudi Arabia. Hell, he'd even been targeted for death by Madigan. That had to be some kind of seal of approval. Lieutenant Cooper and his Marines. I remember him. He could be good. Irwin nodded and turned his attention back to Jack. Mr. President, your thoughts? Give me a day to think it over. I need to run it by council. I'll let you know. Irwin stacked the top-secret folders and then pulled out a sheet from his notebook. I also have a short list of vice presidential candidates for you to review, Mr. President. I have a suggestion, too. Elizabeth Wall. Secretary of State Wall? For the first time in a while, Irwin looked surprised. Ethan watched Jack as he leaned back on the couch. Secretary Wall was a strong Secretary of State, and she'd been a pillar of Jack's cabinet through his first year. He listened to her counsel more than others, at least, from what Ethan had seen when he'd been in the White House. She's a go-getter, and yet she gets the balance that we have to strive for right now, especially with everything I've done. I like how she views the world and how she approaches her decisions, and her foreign policy. All excellent reasons for keeping her Secretary of State, Mr. President. And I also know that she wants to make a run for the White House. Her political star is rising. I'd like to help her along. She'd be a great choice to pass the baton to for the next term. Jack, I don't want 2 terms, Ethan. I really don't. Jack's hand moved to Ethan's, covering the back of his before Ethan snaked their fingers together. And thoughts of a replacement Secretary of State if she accepts. I'd like to ask her. I think she'll have good insight. I'll reach out, make the ask, and let you know when I hear back from her. Jack stood, and Irwin and Ethan followed. I'll work on getting you more information from Columbia, Mr. President. And I'll be waiting for your decision. Ethan stayed with Jack through the afternoon, sitting beside the Resolute desk and talking through the ramifications of Irwin's strike team proposal. It was almost like old times, the two of them in private discussing the political problems Jack faced. Almost. This was bigger, larger, and more surreal than anything before. Diana Ramirez joined them, picking through the finer legal points of a strike team dedicated to the tracking and execution of an American citizen. A traitor, to be sure, but an American citizen. Legal precedent from a decade prior granted Jack's predecessors the authority to conduct extrajudicial executions of anyone who was an imminent threat to the United States and whose arrest was impractical, including American citizens. Still, Ramirez was exacting in her work in protecting Jack from potentially catastrophic decisions. Ethan sat back, and though he tried to listen, his mind was elsewhere. Back in the sands of Iraq, in the mountains of Afghanistan. Before he'd been an agent, he'd been a soldier, and accepting this mission would bring him right back to those days, to the days when he hunted bad men doing evil things. Squinting, he gazed out the windows of the Oval Office. That was the kind of reductionism he'd used for years. What he was truly about to do was open up a part of himself he'd buried. Reach back and touch a piece of his soul that had gone dark, twisted from death and war. There was a part of him, buried deep, that wasn't a good man. Jack didn't see that side of him. He kept it hidden, buried under years of pushed-aside memories and an ironclad grip on his heart, or at least he had an ironclad grip on his heart. His eyes traveled over Jack's profile, over the lean, accented features, the Roman nose, his kiss-soft lips. Ethan's world, his life, and even he himself had changed, was continuing to change every day, but no matter what, there would
always be that part of him, that pitch-black oil-slick place buried in his soul that held all the things he never wanted to remember. He could feel it slide, slippery, like a snake against the base of his spine. The last time he'd touched his darkness, he'd been facing Jeff Gottschalk, a man who had a gun to Jack's head. His hatred had roared, and he'd delighted in Jeff's murder. Crawling back from the edge of that had been soothed by Jack's love, and he'd poured himself into what they had together. It had been a balm against his demons, a soothing caress that tamed his darker underbelly. Did he want to go near that again? The opportunity to take down Madigan, the man who had almost taken Jack from him, called out to him, though. That shadowy corner of his soul yearned, begging for the chance to retaliate, to destroy. His hands clenched into fists, and his palms itched, desperate for action. He could practically taste the sand on his tongue, the grit of gunpowder, and the sun-scorched heat of the desert. He took a breath, closing his eyes as he dragged in a steady inhale. Things were different now. He was a different man, perhaps even a better man. He was with Jack. He was Jack's first gentleman, though this wasn't what he had thought being the first gentleman would be. From florists to state dinners to clandestine kill missions. When would the whiplash set in? Ramirez and Jack were still talking. The Constitution defines treason as levying war against the U.S., adhering to our enemies and giving them aid and comfort. No individual can be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses or on confession in open court. I, Lawrence Irwin, Special Agent Collard, and Ethan all gave testimony in closed proceedings as direct witnesses to Madigan's actions. Director Campbell presented his findings from their investigation. Attorney General Carter issued a sealed indictment in absentia against Madigan and charged him with treason against the United States. She briefed the National Security Council, and you were present in that briefing. Jack and Ramirez went step by step, formulating their case and ensuring all legalities were followed. Ramirez nodded and finally smiled. I feel confident due process has been followed in the issuance of the indictment. Former General Madigan remains an imminent threat to the United States. Based on the facts at hand, I believe a national security presidential directive authorizing lethal force against Madigan is legal. I'll have a memo for you in an hour. Thank you. Jack shook her hand. You've done so much for me. Thank you. For everything. Ramirez smiled, and her gaze bounced over to Ethan for a moment. Happy to do my job, Mr. President. Ethan waited for her to slip out before he spoke. So we are going to do this? A Black Strike kill mission? If he's making moves again, I want to shut him down before any of his schemes even has a prayer. Intel has been sketchy, but maybe this is where we'll get him. I don't want to quibble, I don't want to waste time, I just want him dead. Jack's eyes were hard. Jack. He swallowed. I'm with you all the way, always. But you need to know, a mission like this, there will be costs. There will be hard choices to make. There will be tactics needed that might be difficult for you. Men like Madigan don't have limits. They push and push and push until you're past your own borders, doing things you thought you never, ever would. Jack was silent. I come from that world. I have some history here, and I know the kinds of things we're going to have to do, going to have to accept. There will be hard choices, he repeated. I have complete confidence in you, Ethan, Jack said softly. I trust you completely in this, and in everything. Snorting, Ethan looked down. You know, he said, a mirthless chuckle falling from his lips. I'm not that great a guy. You are to me. Silence. You are. Reaching out, Jack tugged on Ethan's navy tie, gently pulling him close. Jack let his lips hover just in front of Ethan for a moment, as Ethan stared him down with a quirked eyebrow and a shy smile. And this was what he loved about Jack. Strength wrapped in an effusive optimism, a soul that promised the world would be a better place if you only just held on and never let go. A solid core of unflappability, the center of him rooted in gentle happiness. Jack radiated joy to Ethan's soul, and he basked in Jack's grins, his playful personality like a tree turning its leaves to the sun. His whole life was reoriented toward Jack. Who would have thought his world would be remade by this man with a goofy smile and stunning blue eyes? Leaning forward, Ethan dropped a quick kiss to the tip of Jack's nose and pulled back, grinning at Jack's surprised laugh. Not missing a beat, Jack closed the fractional distance between them and captured Ethan's lips. His hands fell to Ethan's hips, and Ethan cupped Jack's face, his fingers sliding through the dark blonde strands of Jack's hair. The kiss deepened, and Jack's hips started rolling into Ethan's. Jack pulled Ethan flush against him and turned them both, steering Ethan toward one of the couches as he pushed Ethan's jacket down his arms. Ethan's fingers flew to Jack's tie, tugging on the red silk, loosening it and pulling it free. The tie sailed through the air, draping over the back of the second couch. Jack's hands dropped to Ethan's belt buckle as his tongue dueled with Ethan's. "Mr. President," the door opened, and Mrs. Martin, Jack's secretary, walked in. Whirling away, Jack broke the kiss and turned his back to the door as Ethan collapsed to the couch, sitting and hunching over his lap. He shrugged back into his jacket. Jack kept his back to the door as he reached out and swiped his tie from the other couch, rolling it around his hand as if he could hide it. "What's up, Mrs. Martin?" Ethan could hear the edge of hilarity in his voice, the forced lightness that trembled on the edges. "Your photo op is here, Mr. President." She paused, the air thick like cotton. "Should I tell them to expect you in the Roosevelt room in 5 minutes?" Turning, Ethan caught Mrs. Martin's smirk. She was the proverbial White House grandmother, a little old lady who kept the president's schedule in perfect synchronicity and peered over the tips of her bifocals at you if you tracked mud on her office carpet. "Yes, please, Mrs. Martin. Roosevelt room in 5. Got it." Jack sent a little wave over his shoulder. He didn't turn around. Ethan didn't relax until the door clicked shut behind Mrs. Martin. He buried his face in his hands and groaned. Jack doubled over and braced his hands on his knees. A half-second later he snorted, and then a torrent of giggles escaped. Pulling the tips of his fingers down below his eyes, Ethan glanced across to his lover. He found a red-faced, giggling Jack bent over and trying to palm down his boner, tinting his suit pants, his hair sticking up every which way thanks to Ethan's hands. "Photo op." Ethan's voice was still husky, and he shifted, trying to will his own erection down. If possible, Jack's cheeks reddened further. "The Episcopal Diocese of Washington. Bishop Collins. I didn't realize the time." Exhaling again, Jack straightened and adjusted himself. There was still a bulge in the front of his pants. Ethan helped Jack finger-comb his wild, interrupted sex hair and then tied his tie for him, gently sliding the knot into place at Jack's neck. Jack cleared his throat, shook his right leg, and blushed again. Ethan dropped a kiss to Jack's pink cheek. "Knock 'em dead, gorgeous." Ethan headed to the East Wing and his office after that, walking alongside a grinning Daniels. Ethan's side glared at him through the West Wing until Daniels spilled in the colonnade. "Mrs. Martin told us all." Us all was the team of agents on hand waiting to pick up Jack and Ethan as they made their way around the White House. Scott, Daniels, Welby, Hanier, and others. All had been trying to smother grins when Ethan slipped out of the Oval Office after Jack. "I'll be sure to walk through mud for her." Daniels winked and tugged open the door to the East Wing for Ethan. "Your funeral. But the blue balls will get you before she will, I'm sure." Knocking just before 5 broke Ethan's concentration. He was back at the bins, looking through the cards they had received. Dozens stuck up at odd angles. He'd show those to Jack. "Permission to enter the first gentleman's office?" At the doorway, Scott Collard, Ethan's near-lifelong best friend and lead agent on Jack's Secret Service detail, grinned. "Scott." Ethan rose, and the two met in the middle, wrapping each other up in a giant bear hug, complete with back slaps and squeezes on the shoulder as they pulled apart. "You free? Where's Jack?" "He's on the phone with congressional leadership behind closed doors. I left Welby there to pick him up after, along with a bottle of aspirin." Jack's conversations with the leadership had turned frigid and acerbic, going from awful, after their outing, to cataclysmic after the weekend. Ethan tried to shove the guilt away. "How are you doing?" "Doing good. Tickled pink that I get to stay here in D.C. for my daughter's spring break." Scott tipped his head toward Ethan. "Thank you and the President for that." "We were strongly encouraged to stay put." Ethan headed for his desk, and he and Scott ended up leaning side by side against Ethan's huge desk, hips bumping. "Not like this is going to be a good spring break." Ethan jerked his chin to the snow falling outside the window. Soft flakes were descending over the city, blanketing the White House grounds. "It's not so bad. It's a great view, Mr. First Gentleman. A step up from horsepower." Ethan snorted. Horsepower. The Secret Service Command Center for the White House had no view. A basement beneath the President's Oval Office. Horsepower was as much a bunker as anything else. "This can't all be real. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up back in Iowa clutching a bottle of tequila and all of this." He gestured around his office and then to himself. "It's all just some deranged, drunk fantasy I've built." Scott's eyes softened. "It's real, Ethan. You made this happen. You. Despite what everyone told you, even me, you made this work with him." With him. With Jack. With the President of the United States. It still stopped him in his tracks sometimes that Jack had decided to take a chance on finding love with him. It had almost ended too soon. "All of this would be gone if it weren't for you, Scott." "And don't you forget it." Scott's tone turned teasing, but the gentleness was still there. "Hauling your big butt across half of Africa and Saudi Arabia? You know my back still isn't right from carrying you, you big old baby." Ethan leaned his shoulder against his friend. "You saved my life." "And you saved the world." Scott wrapped one arm around Ethan's shoulders. "Enjoy your life. Stop trying to worry yourself out of this." Ethan snorted, and Scott squeezed his shoulder again, shaking him lightly. "I know you." Ethan's smile faded, and he looked down at the carpet. "How are you really?" "I'm all right. Overwhelmed." He gestured to the bins of cards and thought of Irwin and the strike mission they'd signed up for. "Definitely way over my head and certain that this will all end up in a disaster somehow, but—" He chuckled. "But I'm pretty damn happy." Scott shook his head. "It feels weird not to be armed." Ethan frowned and mimed, reaching for the weapon that used to sit on his hip every single day. He had had to surrender all of his weapons, even his personal handguns, to Scott after resigning from the Secret Service, as long as he was living in the residence. "I feel naked." "Sorry I'm late." Daniels busted in. He shed his wool coat and unwrapped a red scarf from around his neck, tossing the snow-covered clothes on the back of Ethan's couch, holding out a six-pack of Ethan's favorite beer. "They just started plowing while I was making the run." "What the hell?" Ethan looked askance between his two friends, both grinning wildly and popping the tops of their beer bottles. Daniels passed an open bottle to him. "First day celebration. Come on, take it. You didn't think we were going to let this pass without some kind of toast, did you?" Was there a better word, a bigger word, than thanks? How could he convey to his friends, these two best friends of his, just what their unwavering support meant to him? From hell and back, from the brink of the end of the world to his uncertain steps as Jack's partner, they had never faltered, even when he'd been an utter idiot. "Guys,"
Scott grabbed his shoulder again and raised his beer bottle. "To the first gentleman of the United States, Ethan Reichenbach." Bottles clinked, Daniels whooped, and the three men drank. "Also," Ethan said after he swallowed, "to Levi Daniels, the new head of my detail." More cheering, another clink of their bottles, and another deep drag from their beers. "Harry said to say hi." Daniels smiled, but it was tight. Their friend, Harry Inada, had transferred to headquarters in the intel teams. Getting shot by his boss in the Oval Office had made Inada reevaluate his priorities, especially with twin daughters waiting for him at home. He had almost quit, but instead made the transfer to I Street. "Did you tell our new first gentleman his code name?" Scott spoke to Daniels, but winked at Ethan. "Oh, no," Ethan groaned. "Not yet." Swirling his beer, Daniels slowly smirked. "I can't take full credit for it, though. Under the bus." Scott shook his head and took a swig. "Traitor." This was all Scott's idea. Knowing Scott, Ethan was up shit creek. "I'm scared to ask." "We always gotta match the first letter of the code names for the first family. The president is Vigilant, so we had to pick a V name for you." Daniels winked. Ethan glared at Scott. Victory, Valiant, Venture, hell, even Vegetable. "Oh, Vegetable, I like that. But your code name has already been chosen. It's deployed in the system." "God damn it. First gentleman of the United States, code name, Vigor." "Vigor? Jesus Christ." "It's accurate." Scott shrugged and downed another drag of beer. "Daniels here." Daniels pretended to speak into his cuff, pantomiming a scene from the detail. "I've got Bodus Vigor inbound for Vigilant. Make sure Vigilant is armed and ready." Ethan's cheeks blazed, heat coursing through him from head to toe. Jesus. Scott and Daniels laughed. "Bodus?" Ethan finally said, once he straightened and took another long drag from his beer. POTUS was the abbreviation commonly used for the president. FLOTUS was the designation for the First Lady. Ethan had expected to see FAGOTUS, though he cringed at the possible mutilations of the acronym that were sure to occur. Boyfriend of the United States. We thought about FAGOTUS, but Director Triplett nixed it. Too much room for abuse. Daniels tipped his beer bottle toward Ethan and almost salute. "I'm just waiting to change it to HOTUS." Scott chuckled. "Husband of the United States." Winking, Daniels managed to grin and drain his beer in the same move, despite Ethan glaring. "Knock, knock." A familiar voice called from the doorway, and Ethan snorted as Scott and Daniels snapped to attention, their Secret Service training ingrained in their bones. Both men tried to hide the beer bottles against their thighs. Ethan smiled and raised his beer to Jack. "Come on in." Hands in his pockets, Jack crossed Ethan's office and came to a stop just inside his spread legs, as Ethan leaned back against his desk. One of Ethan's hands landed on Jack's hip, his thumb stroking along the seam in his suit jacket. Jack leaned in for a quick kiss. "Hey, love." Scott and Daniels grinned. "Relax, please." Jack waved toward Daniels and Scott. "We're off the clock. The day is done. Time to chill." "No such thing, Mr. President." Scott, at least, stopped trying to hide his beer. "Please, it's Jack." Jack smiled as Daniels passed him a bottle. "You'll never get them to bend on calling you Jack." Ethan drained the last of his beer and set it on the desk behind him. He held back from wrapping his arms around Jack, but just barely. "I got you to call me Jack." Scott had to swallow back a bark of laughter as Ethan deadpanned. "And look where we ended up." "It's a dangerous, slippery slope." Daniel's hands balanced in the air, weighing the 2 cents. "First name? First gentleman of the United States? Yeah. Hey, do you guys want to come on up for dinner? If you're free." Jack quickly took a drink from his beer. Ethan stared at Scott and Daniels, frozen in front of Jack.
Daniels, at least, had eaten with them before, but not since the aftermath of the almost end of the world, where everything was still up in the air and each day felt like a movie on fast forward. Reality had been untethered then, and the weight of Daniels staying for dinner in the president's study, just off the Oval Office, was different from having the 2 senior detail leads up in the residence on a social visit. Daniels's gaze darted to Scott. "Sure," he shrugged. "I've got no plans. My wife and daughter are at church tonight." Scott shot a questioning glance to Ethan. One last check. "I was on my own for dinner. Was going to hit a drive-thru on the way home." No. Jack waved Scott's dinner plans away. "Come on, let's go. Prime rib tonight, and there's a bottle of wine the French Prime Minister gave me as a gift that's ready to open." He stood, grabbed Ethan's hand, and motioned for the door. "After you guys." Shadows of a former general turned fugitive terrorist haunt United States. Not since the days of General Benedict Arnold has the United States experienced so devastating a betrayal at the hands of a man sworn to defend her. Former General Porter Madigan fled the United States following the exposure of his plot to overthrow the U.S. government in a false flag operation to detonate nuclear weapons in Washington, D.C. and in the Middle East under the guise of a caliphate attack. Madigan has seemingly since vanished, though he remains a serious concern for the U.S. Some sources report that he has risen to become the CIA's #1 target. "Every incident overseas is looked at through a new lens," an unnamed source said. "Is this what it appears on the surface? Or is there something more? Madigan led U.S. Special Operations for decades. He knows infinitely more than we do. And we're just playing catch-up." Chapter 4. South America. Altiplano Plateau. To freedom. Madigan passed Cook a tin cup filled with rock-gut whiskey. It was too warm, and amber liquid sloshed over the rim. Madigan shrugged his apologies as Cook sucked the alcohol off his fingers. Above, the Milky Way stretched across the midnight sky from horizon to horizon, and below, in the valley they were making camp in, freed prisoners mingled with Madigan's hand-picked men, the first officers of his new army. Rolled cigarettes and glass pipes were passed around, along with bottles of pesco and tequila. Bonfires crackled, and here and there guitars strummed softly. "I'm sorry it took so long. You were rotting in that cell for too many years." Cook sipped his whiskey. Even though it was terrible by any standard, he didn't flinch. "I always knew you'd come. I never lost faith." Madigan raised his own tin cup in a silent toast. "I'm sorry about Gottschalk. He was a good man, a good operative. I think that kid could have done anything." Madigan stared down into the amber whorls of his whiskey, remembering Gottschalk's sullen frown and his dark eyes. "He was always up for the hardest project, always ready for a challenge. Chief of Staff in the White House." Cook whistled low. "I still remember the young kid we recruited in Iraq. He grew up. He did everything perfect, everything. He deserved more than he got." Cook stared at him over the rim of his cup. "He didn't die for nothing. We'll do this, General. Our new world is coming. I remember when we started down this path. You, me, and him. Do you? How could I ever forget? We were perfect. We had the world in our hands. So much power. We could have remade the whole world, and then—" Madigan shook his head, scowling. Everything had changed in the Iraq War. Everything. In the beginning, he had been a warrior, unchained, alive for the first time in his life. They had chased their enemies across the planet, hounded them again and again until they were begging in the dust. Cities rose and fell in the palms of their hands. They owned the whole world with bullets and bombs. Men were made and defined in the war, their souls cut and hardened in fire and fury. It was the only way to be alive, to feel like you were worth something, to fight, to hunt, to destroy, to bleed. Strength was finally valued, true strength, and he and men like him had a place in the world. And then everything changed. America changed. The presidency, the politics, the people. They didn't want men like Madigan anymore. They'd given up on the warrior's dream, the world remade into an iron crucible, all for America's future. America had given up on them, given up on the missions, given up on a future of power. America had turned its back on the generation of men they'd forged out of sand and rage and combat. The forgotten warriors worked hard to figure out how to live again, figure out how to bury that dark part of themselves, shove it deep down into the bottom of their soul, and desperately try to forget what they could be, if only. Some took to the bottle. Others grabbed their guns, swallowed steel bullets while screaming in rage. And Madigan picked up so many more, gathering them close and promising retribution. So many wounded hearts and bruised souls. He'd said, "America turned their backs on us, but we won't forget. We won't ever forget. We will rise again, forge a new world out of the ashes of their broken promises." America had decided to change. So, Madigan decided to change too. He worked instead toward a different future, one for him and the men he had bled for, ached for, killed for the length of his whole life. He'd give the whole world to them. Let them run free, their hearts blazing. "How many do we have now?" Cook nodded to the valley, and the band of freed men grouped together under the watchful gaze of Madigan's new officers. 4,000 after today. We'll get more tomorrow, and more after that, not counting the others I still have in play around the world, under cover and wholly devoted to our cause. I'm impressed. 4,000 hardened criminals? I would expect them to be slitting throats down there by now. He toasted Madigan. You haven't lost your touch, General. You could recruit the wolves to our cause. It's the same way I recruited you. I gave those men a dream and a promise. You were quite a wolf yourself when I found you. The butcher. I knew I needed you. Cook's smile vanished. You swore to me there was a world coming where I would be free. I wouldn't ever suffer again. And I would live all the rest of my days in joy. I could drink the blood of my enemies and bathe in their bones and laugh in the face of anyone who cowered in fear. I wouldn't ever have to hide again. His eyes blazed, gleaming unnaturally in the still South American midnight. I'm giving that world to you, Madigan swore. A new dawn is coming for us, Captain. A new sky awaits us all. We're close, so close. What do you need me to do? What you do best. Build up bodies, harden souls. He nodded to the valley. These men need inspiration. You can be that for them. And I have something else for you. Something only you can do. Cook's head tilted just so. We need to break men as well. Our enemies are not the same as they once were. They have new faces now. President Jack Spiers and his lover Ethan Reichenbach flashed before his mind. How unbelievable that a scandalous affair could bring down his life's work. Only once, never again. New alliances. The Russians and the Americans are getting closer. Cook threw back the last of his whiskey, swallowing it down in 2 gulps. They're going to come after us, hit us with everything they can. I wrote the playbook they're drawing from, but each man who challenges us brings his own heart and soul into the game. We take that. We take everything they are, and we turn it against them, all of them, from the president and his lover down to the men they send to hunt us. That's how we win, Captain."
Madigan leaned forward, gripping Cook's shoulder.
"We must turn this world inside out. Tear still beating hearts from chests. Dig the knife in deepest where it hurts the absolute most. Break apart our enemies, not just their minds, their souls as well."
Cook nodded.
"Where do I begin?"
Chapter 5. White House Residence. Jack refilled Scott's wine glass and sat back, relaxing after dinner. They'd all scooted away from the dining table, balancing full wine glasses on their knees as they shared stories. Ethan's eyes were bright, glittering with joy, and the laugh lines on his face pulled at Jack's heart. He wanted to give Ethan this normalcy, this happiness. He'd seen Ethan collapse into himself in Iowa, shuttered and stoic as the world caged them in, but the anchor of Ethan's friends seemed to ease his wary fear. He'd taken Ethan from his normal life, from the safe anonymity of his existence, and brought him to the world's biggest microscope. Ethan, a man devout in his privacy, had endured an existential crisis before he bent enough to befriend him, and from friendship to this. In many ways, it had to be Ethan's worst nightmare to be so exposed. He'd spent his lifetime living in the shadows, watching and protecting. The spotlight and the gilded cage of the White House was going to hurt. But right now, he could give Ethan this, a night with his friends, laughter, normalcy. And men who were quickly becoming Jack's friends as well. Daniels was impossible to dislike, and Scott and Ethan were practically brothers the way they bickered and played off one another. He and Scott hadn't directly interacted much, other than in an official capacity, since he had ordered Scott to rescue Ethan in Ethiopia, a mission that had seemingly sent Scott to his death. After his and Ethan's triumphant return, Scott had turned his attentions to his family, and when he'd been promoted to Ethan's position, there was an extra air of officiousness that had settled over the Secret Service. Not that he could blame them. He'd caused the agency's largest scandal in its history, starting a relationship with an agent in secret. Sometimes, late at night, he remembered his and Ethan's first text conversation and the confession Ethan had shared about the power imbalance wielded between a president and everyone else. The darkness chewed on his worries. Had he pressured Ethan into this? Was this truly what Ethan wanted? He'd been the one to propose they start something, that they figure this out, this thing that had risen between them, affection and attraction and so much more, so unexpectedly. Had he pushed Ethan too much that day, and every day after? Enough. Ethan was smiling, and that was what mattered. Jack tried to focus in on the conversation, Ethan and Scott trading stories about being pranked by the FBI during an interagency operation in their first years before Daniels had joined. Scott was laughing so hard he was wiping at the corners of his eyes, and Ethan had one of the brightest smiles Jack had ever seen. Daniels sat back with Jack, watching the two laugh like children.
"I am not going to miss those FBI dorks."
Ethan was still laughing as he twirled his wine glass.
God, they were a pain in the ass.
"I think that's what they said about you." Scott sent a pointed look across the table to Ethan. "On the topic of Ethan's most embarrassing moments," Daniel said, quirking his eyebrows with a wry grin, "I remember one of my first assignments with you both. The West Point Classic." Ethan groaned and dropped his head, letting it hang between his shoulders. Scott almost snorted wine through his nose. "With Wilson? Jesus Christ, you couldn't keep him contained." "Wilson? President Wilson?" Jack sat forward, his elbows balanced on the edge of the table. Ethan rarely spoke about Jack's predecessors, except to say that, on the whole, they weren't the friendliest people.
"He wasn't a bad guy,"
Ethan demurred.
"Certainly not the biggest asshole we've dealt with, but he must have had ADHD or something. You couldn't keep him still, not for anything."
Scott was laughing into his wine glass.
"Say that again." Jack watched Ethan, waiting for the story with a grin on his face. Ethan gave him a long-suffering sigh, but launched in with gusto. He seemed to speak just to Jack, and deep within his chest, Jack's heart beat faster. Ethan was beautiful, just like this. He hung on the sound of Ethan's voice, the rich timbre and the rise.
The West Point Classic football game is a pretty big deal. You didn't go this year because the Secretary of Defense went, but Wilson always wanted to go, and it's a nightmare to coordinate security. The FBI runs the game as part of their special events squad, and they don't play well with others, so we end up having to pull rank and force our security plans on top of their infrastructure.
Ethan shook his head, groaning.
Anyway, I was younger then, he said slowly, grinning. And it was one of my first assignments where I was charged with securing POTUS for a segment of the event. It was the worst segment, but I was proud.
Scott and Daniels were grinning, and Scott leaned back, balancing an ornately carved Jefferson dining chair on two of its cherry wood legs.
So Wilson, who can't be contained for 5 seconds, follows me down into the basement of the football field. The plan was to stage the president in the visiting team locker rooms until the game started, and then bring him up securely, everything nice and controlled.
I do know how you like to keep things secure. Jack winked. Ethan pressed on, his eyes bright.
Those locker rooms were disgusting. I don't know if that's some kind of football thing where you shit on the team visiting your stadium, but they were rank. I had just walked him in, and I was doing my final checks around the room. Well,
Ethan rolled his eyes.
Dummy me, expecting him to follow the plan, I turned my back on him. Wilson walked in, took one sniff, and said, "I'm out of here."
Ethan slapped his palms together, one hand flying forward, mimicking flight.
He took the fuck off, racing out of the tunnel toward the field. The football stadium, with 20,000 people in it, including all of my bosses.
Oh, no. He didn't mean to laugh at Ethan, but he could just picture his lover, panicked and losing his mind over his protectee pulling an escape attempt. You chased him down, right?
Oh, of course I chased him down. I was going to bring him back to the locker room and explain to him the importance of listening to the Secret Service.
His fist hit the table and the dishes jumped.
Jack snorted. Wilson was a very fast man. I was running all out, but so was he. He had a taste of freedom. Yes, and he was taking it. He ran down that tunnel and burst onto the field right into the directors of the Secret Service and the FBI, a whole bunch of generals, and about all the senior agents.
His arms swung at his sides as he pretended to run.
And then there was me, chasing him out of the tunnel, losing my shit.
Loud laughter filled the room at Ethan's tale of woe. Ethan shook his head, chuckling, and held Jack's gaze. Jack reached out and laced his fingers through Ethan's on the tabletop.
We were up in the stands watching the crowds. We had to listen to this one.
Scott jerked his chin toward Ethan.
Talk about how he was securing POTUS.
Jack couldn't suppress the snort or the giggles that came after, even as Ethan glared good-naturedly at Scott.
I can see it all perfectly, he said, leaning over and pressing a kiss to Ethan's knuckles.
Scott pulled out his phone and checked the time.
This has been fun, but I've got to head out. My wife and daughter will be home soon.
He stood, and so did Daniels. We'll have to do this again, and soon. Please don't be strangers. Jack rose with Ethan, keeping their fingers linked. Drive safe out there.
They're already plowing, and yes, Mr. President, we should do this again. Got to keep your first gentleman in line. Leave the embarrassing stories behind next time.
Ethan pretended to grouse as Scott and Daniels laughed themselves out of the dining room and down the hall toward the main staircase. Why don't you walk them out?
No, I'll take care of this.
Ethan started stacking plates, but Jack stilled him. Go. They're your best friends. I'll clean up. Leaning close, Ethan pressed a kiss beneath Jack's ear.
Be right back.
Jack shuttled plates and silverware and 4 wine glasses to the residence's kitchen and started loading the dishwasher. His thoughts wandered, circling back always to Ethan, his smile, the sound of his laughter. Jack's heart seemed to swell. He was going to make love to Ethan tonight, slow and sweet. He wanted to feel Ethan in his arms, taste his kisses, press their bodies close together. Footsteps pounded down the hallway, someone running at a fast pace. Jack froze, the wineglass in his hand slipping free and crashing to the floor. Shards of crystal scattered, and the stem rolled away, a long, slithering warble of glass on marble. Footsteps pounding, running through the west wing, gunshots blazing, popping in every direction, plaster walls exploding, shouts, guttural cursing, Jeff's face smearing, pushing him to his knees with his hands laced behind his head, the world moving in slow motion, each heavy breath seemingly a lifetime. Pete appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe as he heaved in breath after breath. He was in the same shirt from that morning, now completely untucked, and he'd lost his tie. His pants had a ketchup stain on the knee. "Mr. President," Pete pulled out his cell phone. Shaking off the clawing memories, Jack stepped over the shattered glass. What would bring Pete running up to the residence at 9 at night? Dread settled heavy in his chest. "What is it? What's wrong?" Pete swiped on his screen and passed the phone over. "I just got this from the editor of the Washington Eagle. It's their headline tomorrow morning, their lead story." On screen, a picture of the Washington Eagle's morning headline leaped out at him, screaming in bold capital letters, "The President's Lovers, Lovers." A subheadline drove the nail deeper into Jack's heart, a heavy swing of the journalistic hammer. The 50 in D.C. who told all, and the dozens still keeping their secrets. For a moment he couldn't breathe. The air wouldn't come, and his lungs seemed to stutter. His mind went blank. His lips moved, but no sounds, no words fell out. "Mr. President?" Pete stepped closer, a worried frown on his face. "Sir?" "What's wrong?" Jumping, Jack looked up, right into Ethan's worried gaze. He tried to hide the phone, tried to darken the screen before Ethan saw, but it was too late. He moved to Jack's side and gently took it from him, powering it on. All the while Pete was talking, a fast torrent of words, but Jack heard nothing. "This is going to kill Ethan." Color drained from Ethan's face as he read the headline. His jaw dropped as if suddenly broken, unhinged, and his eyes bulged, shock mixing with terror on the edges of his gaze. He stumbled backward, dropping the phone as his back hit the kitchen island. Pete swore and barely managed to catch his cell before it clattered to the marble tile. Jack exhaled, able to finally breathe again for the first time since Pete had entered. Sounds came thundering back, Pete's low cursing, the hum of the refrigerator. Colors sharpened, the blue of Ethan's shirt pants and the crisp white of his dress shirt contrasting with the light flooring and dark wood cabinets, the paleness of his face. "Sir, we have got to get on this. I've read the whole thing, and... Damn." Pete sighed. "We need to come up with a response." "Can they be convinced not to publish?" "No, sir. The Eagle is a conservative rag. This is a dream for them. There's all kinds of stuff about traditional values and the corruption of the American way in here, and they take some pretty big hits at you. They don't pull their punches." Ethan pitched forward, burying his face in his hands. Jack started for him. "Sir, the web version hits the wires at midnight. We have 3 hours to address this. We have to say something. Prepare something, Mr. President." Ethan. He had to get to Ethan. He hadn't said a word since he'd read the headline. What was Ethan thinking? Ethan's pain, his bare mortification, loomed larger in Jack's mind than the fallout to his presidency Pete was so concerned with. "I'll meet you in the Oval Office in 10, Pete." "Sir?" Pete frowned, squaring his shoulders and gripping his phone. "Sir, we don't have a moment to wait. 10 minutes.
Jack glared at Pete. "I will see you there. Go." Pete went, his shoulders sagging as he turned and headed out. Jack stood in front of Ethan, reaching for him. "Say something, Ethan. Say something." Ethan pulled away from Jack and the sound of his voice. "All I do is hurt you. Hurt your presidency. God, I should never have—" "Shh. We'll get through this, Ethan. Like everything else. Together. I'm supposed to keep you safe. And all I'm doing is hurting you and your career over and over again." "Ethan..." Jack fumbled for something, anything to say. "They're using me to attack you." A surge of anger seemed to flash through Ethan. His hands clenched into fists as he pulled free from Jack's hold. "Go," he growled. "You need to go take care of this." "I need to be with you." Ethan shook his head and closed his eyes. "No one needs to be with me right now." 5 hours later, Jack finally stumbled back up to the residence, to his and Ethan's bedroom. Ethan's laptop was open on the bed, the Washington Eagle article up and live on the website. Sweat-soaked workout clothes lay in a heap on the floor, and in the bathroom, the shower was running. Jack plopped down at the foot of the bed. His eyes traveled over the article, picking out the worst of the worst. Ethan, according to the article, was a man void of morals, a wanton gay man-slut with an insatiable sexual appetite. After conquering nearly all of Washington, D.C., he had seduced Jack. Salacious detail was paid to Ethan's preferred sex acts, given to the reporter by former lovers, all eager for their moment in the spotlight. One was certain that Jack loved to be pounded through the mattress, since that was apparently Ethan's specialty, along with amazing rim jobs. That Jack must give great blowjobs, since Ethan loved a good suck, or how Jack must love to bottom, to satisfy Ethan's inexhaustible appetite. And Jack was the vapid, empty-headed president who had been taken by Ethan's malicious, scandalous ways, seduced and led astray under the influence of a sex-crazed homosexual, a president who spent more of his days getting bent over the Resolute desk than actually governing, who let himself be led by the sexual perversions of his lead detail agent and who also let Ethan participate in governing. A complete failure of a president and of a man. Jack apparently loved every minute of Ethan's heady seduction, so much so that he moved this degenerate into the White House. Questions raged from the article. Who was Ethan? Who had access to the president? What kind of moral depravity had descended over the White House? How could the American people trust their leader? The shower stopped. A glass door creaked open and then slammed shut. The sound of Ethan toweling off came from the shut door. Jack waited. Ethan froze when he padded back into the bedroom, towel wrapped tight around his waist and beads of water dripping from the ends of his hair. A scar crossed over his abdomen just to the left of his belly button. Jack watched Ethan's chest tighten, watched him inhale and hold his breath. "Did you read it?" Ethan nodded. The White House does not comment on the First Family's personal lives or on malicious tabloid trash or pieces of salacious fantasy fiction. Jack recited the line he and Pete had hammered out, arguing back and forth for hours. Jack refused to discuss their relationship. Pete refused to let the article pass without a response. Back and forth for hours. Ethan looked down, but not before Jack caught a waver of uncertainty in his steely gaze. "Jack." Silent, Jack waited. Ethan could take his time thinking through the right way to say something sometimes, and Jack had learned to be patient rather than push him too hard. A deep swallow, and then Ethan finally spoke. "I'm sorry," he breathed. "Jack, I'm sorry for everything, for fucking up your presidency, for all of that." He waved toward his laptop and the article. "I never thought about how everything I've done could hurt you. Fuck. What they say about you, I'm so fucking sorry.
Ethan, you have nothing to apologize for. Nothing.
I'm fucking I don't care about the media.
Jack interrupted Ethan's continued litany of his perceived sins. I don't care, Ethan. I don't care about the papers, about the news channels. I don't care about the columnists. I've spent my whole political career getting ripped apart by the press for one thing or the other. I'm used to it. I don't care. Sighing, Jack's shoulders slumped, and he held out one hand toward Ethan. I love you, and whatever garbage they want to print has no impact on what I think or how I feel. If this was an attempt to make me doubt you or shake my confidence in you, they failed. At that, Ethan looked up, finally meeting Jack's gaze with something other than wariness. Those were brave words. Jack's belly button clenched. But you're not used to this. I should be the one apologizing. You never asked for this mess. You never asked for any of this. He gestured around the room, trying to encompass the White House and the political circus their lives had become. You had a life, a normal, happy, full life. And then I barged in, and I pushed, and Jack broke off with a quiet exhale. He looked down, swallowed. Their bed had been remade, the Navy stewards bustling through and remaking their world each day, making everything around them look picture-perfect, a snapshot of pristine peace, as if their rooms could somehow imbue that tranquility into their lives. Jack's eyes caught on a loose thread, ivory cotton sticking out awry. Reaching out, he tried to smooth the thread back. It popped up. All day he had tried to smooth everything over from the moment they had awoken, trying to make things perfect. And now, in the dead of night, just one day into their new lives, snippets of the article replayed in his mind, sentences that wouldn't let go of his worries. Are you... His throat clenched. He tried again, this time looking up and finding Ethan's dark gaze. Is this what you want, us? Here? Ethan padded across their bedroom to Jack's side. He reached for Jack. Jack pressed a lingering kiss to Ethan's knuckles and then laid his cheek across the back of his hand. Jack. Ethan's voice broke off. His other hand rose, fingers sliding through Jack's hair. I love you so fucking much. It gets hard to breathe sometimes when I think about you. Jack stood, and Ethan's hand dragged across his cheek, cupping his face when they were facing each other. Jack mirrored Ethan, holding his face with one hand as their breaths mingled. I'm sorry, Ethan breathed. I'm so sorry. Shh. Jack nosed at Ethan's chin, his stubble whispering over him. I'm sorry, Ethan. Sorry for all of this. Most days I think I'm dreaming. I can't believe this is really happening. I never thought, ever, that I'd love someone this much, or that you could love me back when I fell for you. As Ethan whispered, Jack's lips found his, and he pressed slow kisses against his words. I just don't want you to be hurt because of me. Jack's lips closed over Ethan's. His hand slipped through Ethan's wet hair and slid down his neck, down his back, and into the towel wrapped around his waist. A gentle tug, and the towel dropped to the floor. Ethan's arms wrapped around Jack, cradling him as Jack pulled their bodies close until Ethan's warm, naked body was pressed tight to his. God, I can never get enough of this. You're perfect, Ethan. Perfect. He turned Ethan, pressing the backs of his legs against their bed. Ethan collapsed to their mattress, his burning gaze fixed on Jack. Jack tugged his tie free and started down the line of buttons on his shirt. His cock pressed against his suit pants, against his zipper, already hot and hard at just the sight of Ethan laid out. The President must like intense lovers. I've never had a lover more intense or more adventurous than Ethan. It was 2 days, a whirlwind weekend, but I can still remember it like it was last week. Stilling, Jack's eyes shuddered closed as his breath faltered. Shirt open, his hands froze as he worked over the buttons at his cuffs. Another quote from the article slammed into him. Ethan's a total top, 100%. He gave me the ride of my life, and I loved every minute of it. The President must love it, too. I mean, who wouldn't love being topped by him? He's so talented. Jack? Ethan's voice, an edge of worry cutting through the husky depths. That damn article. Ethan's lovers, his past reared in Jack's mind. Brave words he'd spoken before about the article having no impact on him. 5 hours of dissecting each statement, seeing the words on repeat. Ethan's past, his love life before Jack laid bare. Was Jack really what Ethan wanted? Jack, a complete novice to Ethan's world. He could hardly be described as adventurous in bed. He still didn't know what he was doing, more times than not. His fumbles had to be so far from Ethan's experiences, so incredibly far. He wanted to be better, wanted to give Ethan better, wanted to be everything for Ethan, wanted Ethan to be so damn happy with him. Tearing the shirt free, Jack balled it up and threw it behind him. He hurried out of his pants and then crawled onto the bed, locking gazes with Ethan. For every inch he moved up Ethan's body, he dropped a kiss, a hot lick, a kiss bruise left on Ethan's inner thigh, the bone of his hip, the muscle below his belly button, gentle nibbles on each nipple, fingers scratching down his ribs, kisses rained down on his collarbone up to his jaw and behind his ear. Shivering and shaking, Ethan was a mess of overwrought nerves and panting breaths when Jack finally pressed their bodies together, face to face. Ethan grabbed his waist and his thighs wrapped around Jack's hips. Jack. God, Jack. His words ignited a fire within Jack, an inferno of desire that burst from his heart. Please, yes, God, please be mine. I want to make it so good for you, Ethan, so good for you. Never separating, Jack thrust against Ethan, their bodies sliding together. Ethan's fingers dug into Jack's waist and then his back, fingernails scratching over Jack's skin on either side of his spine. Jack rocked faster, harder, driving his body into Ethan's, groaning as he pressed open-mouthed kisses to Ethan's neck and jaw. Love you, Jack breathed. Love you so much. I'll make it so good for you. I'll be good for you, I swear. Ethan moaned, and his fingers dug into Jack's back. His hands slid down, curving over Jack's ass, gripping tight. Jack felt his orgasm building, a coil of heat, of tension, curling around Ethan. His cock slid hard and fast against Ethan's, hips grinding as he gasped into Ethan's shoulder. His teeth closed around Ethan's collarbone as his cum swept through him and heat flooded between their bodies. Beneath him, Ethan stiffened and his head arched back, the long line of his throat exposed as his Adam's apple bobbed. Another flood of heat, sticky and wet on their bellies, as Ethan shuddered and his hands clenched on Jack's ass. Jack collapsed on top of Ethan, as Ethan's thighs splayed wide, his feet falling to the mattress. Heavy breaths filled their bedroom, exhausted pants as Jack rested his cheek on Ethan's shoulder. The words from Ethan's past lovers kept repeating in his mind, clinging to his memory. Uncertainty hovered on the edge of his post-orgasmic lassitude, a tension that kept him conflicted. Ethan's hands slid up and down Jack's back.
Jack, you already are good for me. You're perfect for me.
Jack pushed up to his elbows, hovering over Ethan. His chest clenched, his heart hammered, and his lungs seemed to stutter to a stop. Gazing up at him, Ethan's eyes held what felt like the whole universe's weight and love, a look so tender, so full of adoration and devotion, and all for him. Not one of Ethan's past lovers had ever said anything about Ethan's eyes, or said that when he looked their way it seemed like the sun was shining in the sky just for them, or spoke about how their hearts seemed to stop and start with the brilliance of Ethan's smiles. No one could describe just how perfect his laugh lines were, or how the memory of his kiss could stop them in their tracks. No one else had ever felt that, ever experienced that. No one else had ever loved Ethan. Not like Jack loved him. And Ethan, the way he talked about Jack, was it possible? Out of everyone from Ethan's past, was it possible that Jack was the man who had managed to capture Ethan's heart, capture his love? How could he be that lucky? I am with you all the way, Jack whispered as he pressed his forehead to Ethan's cheek, his throat clenched tight. All the way. They would make this work. Damn it. Chapter 6. Moscow. Monobar, Moscow's premier gay bar on Pokrovsky Boulevard, was packed. Monobar was one gay bar that had opened under Putin and endured throughout the years, and for months since President Puchkov's public political friendship with President Spiers had unfolded and President Puchkov had rescinded the worst of the laws against gay Russians, they all were enjoying a tiny modicum of freedom. Senior Lieutenant Sasha Andreev, of the Russian Army Air Force, slid his hands down the bare chest of the stranger he was grinding behind. The stranger's ass was pert, his body slender, angular, and Sasha had been grinding against him for several songs. His hands roamed up and down the man's front, stroking skin, pinching nipples, and rubbing his hardening cock through his thin, skin-tight pants. His dance partner leaned back, resting his head on Sasha's shoulder. "Are you going to fuck me or not?" Growling, Sasha's hands gripped tight on his partner's hips. He leaned in, capturing his lips in a searing kiss. His partner bit down on his bottom lip. "My car is on the street. Take me there. Now." On the way out of the bar, Sasha shoved him up against the wall and sucked on his nipples. His partner leaped into his arms, wrapping his legs around Sasha's waist. Sasha ground against him until a bouncer forcefully separated their sloppy kiss. Laughing, Sasha's partner finally dragged him out the front door and then waited, shirtless in the cold night, his chest heaving. Moscow's snow had melted from the sidewalk, but drifts clung to the rooftops above and coated the park across the street. Sasha dragged him close and wrapped his arms around him. Sasha was larger, more muscular, and his arms swallowed his partner. "This way," he said, sucking on his ear. A block down, Sasha unlocked the passenger door on his rickety GAZ and slid in, pulling his dance partner with him and onto his lap. Kissing turned to unzipping their flies, messy hand jobs, and, in minutes, the windows were completely fogged. Sasha peeled his partner's pants down and sucked him deep, moaning while he fingered his partner's asshole open. He fumbled blindly in the glove compartment, searching for the lotion and condoms he'd thrown in there earlier. The lotion was cold, and his partner hissed as Sasha worked it into his ass. A kiss to his cock was his apology, and then Sasha rolled the condom over his own cock and guided his partner down. In minutes they were rocking his beater car hard on the streets of Moscow, and Sasha grabbed his partner's hips and thrust, driving in and out as deep and hard as he could. His partner moaned, eyes rolling back in his head, and he grasped Sasha's shoulders. Too soon, he felt the curl in his abdomen, the warmth beginning to spread as his balls tightened. He reached for his partner's hard cock, jerking him fast and rough. His partner came first, trembling and curling over Sasha with a shout, and his cum dribbled all over Sasha's hand and down to his lap. Gripping his hips again, Sasha cursed and drove into him once, twice, and then released, emptying his load into the condom. Grinning, his partner nuzzled his face for a moment and whispered in his ear, "Thanks." He slid off Sasha's cock and shimmied back into his pants. "I'm going back. You?" Sasha panted as his cock softened and the cum cooled on his bare lap. "Maybe." He shrugged. Or maybe not. He had a long drive back to the base in Andreapol. Maybe he'd just smoke a cigarette, grab a coffee, and head back. "See you around." With a wink, his partner pushed open the fogged-up car door and slid off his lap, stepping back into the snow-strewn Moscow street. Sweat glistened down his skin, and goosebumps erupted in the freezing air. He shivered, grinned back at Sasha, and shut the car door behind him. Sasha heard the crunch of the man's shoes on the wet pavement and watched him head back to the club. He sighed as he slipped the condom off and shoved it in an old paper coffee cup on his dash. He tried to wipe away the cum as best he could with some napkins he'd swiped from the coffee shop before he slid his pants back up. If he grabbed some coffee, ate, and then hit the road, he could be back at the base by 5 in the morning, before his pre-flight, before he went up in his MiG and touched the sky. Rubbing his hands over his face, Sasha slid across to his driver's seat and grabbed his keys from where he had thrown them on the dash. The high of his orgasm was fading, replaced by the ever-present pool of dark shame buried in his gut. Why he needed this? He didn't know. Why had the universe made him this way? Over 30 years of questioning, but he'd never found an answer. He just learned to deal with it, slaking his lust when he needed and then burying his desires as deep as he could. Sighing, Sasha turned the key in his ignition. The engine sputtered once, twice, and then turned over. He'd gotten the need out of his system for now. Time to head home. Senator Stephen Allen rips into President and First Gentleman following expose. Republican Senator Stephen Allen tore into President Spiers following a scathing expose on Ethan Reichenbach's personal life prior to becoming the First Gentleman. "This is outrageous," Allen said, speaking to commentators and reporters throughout the day. "Just who is this man, this Ethan Reichenbach? What kind of person is now living in the White House? What sort of influence does he carry over the president? The American people should be extremely concerned about this relationship and the supposed values it represents. Look at what's happened in just a few days. Our international standing has plummeted." Allen went on to say later that the president and his partner were not the kind of men the American people want to have leading them. Chapter 7. White House. Day 2 of Ethan's tenure as First Gentleman dawned with snow still falling over D.C. The White House was blanketed, and most of D.C. shivered to a halt, the storm seeming to slow the world down for a moment. Even the protesters thinned out across the South Lawn. Ethan woke Jack by slipping under the covers and swallowing him deep before sliding together body to body. After, Jack wanted to go back to sleep, but Ethan badgered him into the shower. They washed each other slowly, trading kisses under the spray until the White House's old water pipes groaned and the water started to go tepid. Daniels and Scott met them both at the base of the stairs, along with Secret Service agents dotted at the doors and hallways. A beefed-up presence in the White House had been a staple of life since the attempted coup. Ethan could feel the hot stares of his former fellow agents.
No one said a word about the Washington Eagle article scorching the front pages of D.C., but they didn't have to. Their wide, sympathetic eyes said enough. In the Oval Office, Daniels and Scott crowded close, holding Daniels' phone up for them to see. "Mr. First Gentleman, your press secretary was on the early morning news shows talking about the article." The video stream froze with Brandt's face and the office of the First Gentleman's seal emblazoned behind him, side by side with a morning anchor from TNN. Shit. A dull throb started at the base of Ethan's skull. "Let's see it." Scott and Jack hovered as the video restarted. Brandt, nerdy Brandt, in his wire-rimmed glasses, talked fast, frowning with a thin crease furrowed between his eyebrows. "Neither the White House nor the office of the First Gentleman comment on tabloid trash or salacious pieces of fantasy media," Brandt said, speaking over the anchor's fast questions. At least he'd stayed with Pete and Jack's statements so far. "Do you want to shout about it, or do you want to have a conversation?" Brandt glared, and the anchor sat back, her lips pursed. "I have a few things to say in response to this article." "He's not supposed to do this," Ethan groaned as Brandt began to speak again. "The First Gentleman took over his office yesterday, and I had the privilege of meeting him then. This morning, we woke up to a piece of predatory media masquerading as journalism. Please, let me remind you that the article you refer to speaks erroneously and egregiously about an American hero. The First Gentleman of the United States is a decorated Army veteran and has served with distinction in the Secret Service for over 10 years. He is responsible for saving the life of the President, all those living in the greater Washington, D.C. metro area, and countless more overseas. While his accomplishments do not fully describe his character, they provide a remarkable representation." Ethan stopped breathing. The anchor tried to speak again, starting with, "But I'm not finished. In meeting the First Gentleman of the United States, I found him to be an extraordinary, humble, and reserved man, completely at odds with the salacious story printed today. Every American needs to make up their own mind about the First Gentleman, taking into account responsible, factual reporting. As for me, I'm a fan of the man, and I'm proud to work for the First Gentleman. It's up to the American people now, but I, and everyone here, urge the American people to listen responsibly to their media, and to take the measure of the man in full. Don't just listen to garbage." The camera feed that Daniels was tuned into froze. Silence filled the Oval Office. Daniels and Scott watched Ethan carefully. "Well," Jack said after a moment, "he and Pete are going to be great friends." Irwin texted just before lunch, asking to see Jack and Ethan behind closed doors as soon as possible. Ethan headed over to the West Wing and ran into Irwin, who was scrolling through his cell phone with another stack of top-secret folders under his arms. "Lawrence?" Jack gave his chief of staff a tired smile as they both entered the Oval Office. "Don't take this the wrong way, but sometimes I dread seeing you. More intel, Mr. President." He looked to Ethan. "I think it's time for us to mobilize." Irwin opened the folders on Jack's desk and pointed to 3 different photos of destroyed and smoldering prisons. Mangled cell bars and collapsed, scorched brick stared up from the photos, along with black smoke rising through the air and splatters of blood. "Madigan?" "We believe so. The same symbol was found at every site." Irwin passed a photo to Ethan, a series of photo crops showing the bloody M circled on the destroyed prison walls. "Why does he leave this? Why does he tell us what he's doing?" Ethan frowned. "He's nuts," Jack said before Irwin. "Madigan believes he's smarter, better than everyone else. He thinks he can play games with people, taunt them. He thinks he's playing with us. Us? The United States government. You, me. He knows he's enemy number 1, and he loves it." Irwin shook his head. "I always thought he was a prick when we shared the Situation Room." Jack's eyes twinkled. "To be honest, so did I." Irwin chuckled and then turned back to the intel and the photos. 3 maximum security prisons were taken out in Peru and Bolivia. It looks like he's moving south from Colombia and heading overland. We've got some rough projections on where he might go from here." Irwin pointed to a prison in central Bolivia on a map of South America, and to several colored tracks showing possible routes Madigan might take. "He could stay in Bolivia for a while." Irwin flipped to a news sheet and a dossier on the Bolivian president. "President Angelo Gomez, your basic South American military pseudo-dictator. Haven't most of those guys been thrown out by the people down there?" "Most have, but he's been re-elected in sham elections for 20 years. Rose to power through the Bolivian military. His career really took off, though, after he graduated from the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation." Irwin's eyebrows rose. "Guess who his instructor was?" "Shit." Jack pinched the bridge of his nose. The Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation was the controversial school for foreign military and police officers to learn counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, and special forces tactics and techniques. Many of the graduates had returned to their countries and instigated bloody civil wars or perpetrated massacres. It was a sore point of international politics for the United States and a dark corner of their military history. Of course Madigan would have taught there. And Peru's head of intelligence services is also a graduate again, attending while Madigan was an instructor. Irwin slid the dossier for Peru's chief intelligence officer out, setting it beside the Bolivian president's. "So he's couch-surfing with his friends, is that it?" Jack shook his head. "Going from country to country where he can be protected? And possibly building an army." Ethan sighed. "Where have the prisoners all gone?" "Unknown. There are a few reports of rearrests made, but they've all been mentally unstable prisoners captured out in the open, standing naked in the street or masturbating in a chicken coop." Jack's eyebrows shot straight up. "He's collecting criminals, breaking them out and getting them to join him." Ethan ran a hand over his mouth. "To what end?" "We've got to figure that out." Irwin started to stack the photos and folders. He paused. "Do you know how bad you have to be to get put in a maximum security prison in South America? These are not good men." "What's our counter?" Jack leaned back against his desk when Irwin had cleared it and crossed his arms. "What's our move here?" "We send our strike team." Irwin looked to Ethan. "You ready to take command?" Ethan nodded. "I need to draft orders for the SOCOM commander." Jack spun his laptop on the desktop and pulled up the secured document creator. Word, but on classified steroids. "General Bell might be difficult to work with. He's territorial of his men. We tasked a few units to the CIA in Afghanistan, and it was always a challenge. I should fly down there and speak to him. Deliver the orders, give it a personal touch." Ethan arched his eyebrows to Jack, questioning. Jack nodded, and the printer in his private study down the hall spooled to life, spitting out the orders on top-secret eyes-only letterhead from the Oval Office. "General Bell is in his office at MacDill Air Force Base. I also checked on Lieutenant Cooper and his men. He's assigned to MacDill and SOCOM, and he and his men are not currently deployed. I want our strike team down there ASAP." Jack smiled at Ethan. "Feel like a trip down to Tampa today?" Ethan had a stop to make in the East Wing before leaving. Daniels went with him, ducking into his office to ready for their trip as Ethan made his way to Brandt's open door. 4 televisions mounted to the wall were all on, replaying at low volume Brandt's interview from that morning and news commentary on the Washington Eagle tell-all article. Brandt had his back to the door and was fixated on the dual monitors arrayed on his desk. 5 paper cups of coffee littered his desktop. "Hey." Ethan shouldered the door jamb and crossed his arms. Brandt spun in his office chair, wide-eyed and chewing on the end of an unfolded paper clip. "Mr. First Gentleman." He jumped to his feet. "I saw your interview this morning." Brandt waited. He held Ethan's stare and didn't fidget. I thought I told you to stay in step with the West Wing. Nodding, Brent picked up a printout from his printer. I did. He passed the papers over, smothering a yawn. Statements from Pete peppered the paper, similar in sentiment to Brandt's words from that morning, but scattered over 6 different news agencies. Quotes for the media to pick up and play, over and over, defending Jack's character, his morality, and his record of public service. Ethan's gaze flicked back to Brandt. You guys don't want to comment on your personal lives, okay. We, Pete and I don't like it, but we respect your decision, but that doesn't mean we can't say something as us. The statements weren't from you, and they weren't from the president. They were from me and Pete. Brandt's eyebrows rose, a kind of silent shrug, and he flicked the end of a pen against his palm. We're looking at a 55 to 45 split of positive reaction to negative, and that's growing larger by the hour. More people are saying the article is garbage and are defending you and the president. Your statement is getting a lot of airplay. Pete's, too. Brandt nodded. Ethan passed back the papers as a smile unfurled over his face. Thank you. What you said meant a lot, and it was a good strategy. Thanks. Brandt nodded again, his shoulders straightening as he stood tall. Mr. First Gentleman, it was a pleasure. Ethan held out his hand for Brandt. Get out of here. Take an early day. You were working all night with Pete, right? Brandt shook Ethan's hand before grabbing his suit jacket off the back of his desk chair. We were texting all night. He was so frustrated with the president. He blushed as he swiped his cell phone off the desk. Sorry. That wasn't appropriate. It's all right. We are frustrating. Ethan helped Brandt shut down his TVs and then waved the younger man out of the office. He went down the line, checking in with each of his staffers. Barbara appeared, showing him another 10 bins of cards she had lined up in his office along the wall. Is there a way we can display these? There were up to 18 bins. I don't want to just throw them away. Leave that to me, Mr. First Gentleman. Barbara's eyes twinkled. I'll take care of it. Do you need anything for your trip this afternoon? Should be good. I'll be back late this evening. Ethan grabbed his padfolio and laptop and collected Daniels, who was challenging Agent Beach to a peanut-catching contest. Daniels was up by 2, and Ethan plucked the next peanut he was about to catch from the air and popped it into his own mouth. Rude, man! Rude! Daniels feigned indignation as he and Ethan headed down to the parking garage, where Daniels made a show of opening the rear door of one of the presidential SUVs for him. Ethan rolled his eyes at Daniels and pulled out his cell phone. He texted Jack as he and Daniels drove away from the White House. Heading to Andrews AFB now. Travel safe. I'll wait up for you tonight. Now that you're living here, I don't want to go to sleep without you. Smiley face. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Should be flying home by evening. Your first trip as first gentleman. You're getting an upgrade on your travels. No more commercial flights for you. LOL. Firstest class. First gentleman class. Winking face. I don't care about the plane. It's the guy who comes with the job I'm excited about. Smiley face. I'm pretty excited about you, too. I've got to get back to the cabinet, though. I'm getting weird looks from the secretariat. Should I shout high score? Or I could send you something to make the meeting a lot more interesting. I do that to myself quite enough, thank you very much. Thoughts of you are very distracting. Smiley face. XOXO. See you tonight. Ethan grinned and stared out the window of the SUV. One of the perks of being a member of the First Family was the immediate access to any of the governmental planes housed with the 89th Airlift Command at Andrews Air Force Base. The planes were kept in continuous rotation, fueled and ready to go with pilots on standby at all times. So what's up with this sudden trip? Daniels waited to ask until they were almost at Andrews, flicking a quick glance to Ethan in the rearview mirror. If I can ask. If he could ask. A month ago, Ethan could have told Daniels anything. They had the same security clearance in the Secret Service, and they were on the same team doing the same mission. Now, even though they were still friends, a gulf of protocol and governmental procedure and a whole new level of clearances had opened between them. But Daniels had leaped in front of a bullet for Ethan, and for Jack, and fought and bled for them both when the world was on the line. If he couldn't trust Daniels, he couldn't trust anyone. We're forming a Black Strike team to take out Madigan. I'm going to run operational command. Daniels's eyes blew wide, shock dropping his jaw open. Dude. I'm going to soften the orders to General Bell at SOCOM. We need one of his units attached to us. Attached to the White House? Well, the CIA on paper, but yeah. Damn, man. Daniels whistled as he showed his creds to the gate guard at Andrews and sped toward the airfield and the 89th's hangars. Though, that's a better fit than managing the White House flowers. Daniels winked in the rearview mirror. Ethan snorted as they squealed to a stop at the main hangar. A colonel strode toward their SUV. Daniels hopped out, but Ethan beat him to the door, and Daniels glared at him over the rim of his sunglasses. I'm supposed to get your door, Mr. First Gentleman. The colonel offered Ethan one of the massive C-40 heavy transports, opulent and almost regal, but Ethan shook his head and pointed instead to a much smaller and sleeker C-38. Not bringing your staff? The gruff colonel eyeballed Ethan up and down, his heavy mustache twitching. No, sir. Ethan tried to smile, the tight, polite stretch of lips he used with people who irritated him. We're keeping this under the radar. Small footprint, it's just me. And me, his Secret Service protection. The colonel grumbled, but called for the C-38 to be brought out to the flight line and for the pilots to get ready for their briefing. Ethan filed his official request for a flight to MacDill and waited for Daniels, drinking coffee in the hangar's lounge, reserved for executive members of the government, while the pilots were briefed on their last-minute trip. Then they were in the air, call sign Executive 1 Foxtrot, soaring down from D.C. and heading for Florida. Daniels conked out when he saw Ethan burying himself in intel reports and maps of South America. By the time they were getting ready to land, Ethan had covered the windows around him with sticky notes and had the outline of an operation ready for Cooper to review. They landed directly at MacDill, and a platoon of Air Force Security Services personnel met them in 10 Humvees. Daniels made a point to hold the Humvee door for Ethan. Within minutes, they were parked outside the offices of the U.S. Special Operations Command. Ethan's trip stalled there. General Bell, despite receiving a call from Jack personally informing him of his orders and of Ethan's imminent arrival, left Ethan and Daniels in his waiting room for 21 minutes. Daniels rolled his neck, cracking his joints. This is bullshit. It was bullshit. The general was making them wait. As Irwin had said, he wouldn't be easy to work with. I know. A few minutes later, the general's secretary waved them in. The general will see you now, Mr. First Gentleman. Finally. Daniels went first into the general's office, making a show of checking the general's domain over before letting Ethan enter. The pissing competition had begun. General Bell utterly ignored Daniels taking up his post along the wall. He plastered a fake smile on his face. Mr. First Gentleman, he said through slightly clenched teeth. It's a privilege to have you here. Daniels's chin lifted just a fraction. Bell gestured for Ethan to take a seat as he punched the intercom for his secretary. I'll be meeting with the first gentleman for about half an hour. Come get me if we go long. He stared at Ethan. I'm a busy man. Another slap of disrespect. Ethan's lips tightened. As am I, General. Yes. The general leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking as the ribbons and insignia on his chest rose with a heavy inhale. Settling into the White House. What is it that the first gentleman does again? Social events, planting a White House garden, and delivery boy, apparently. Across the room, Ethan heard Daniels's knuckles crack in the silence that followed the general's words. These orders come from the President of the United States, General. I don't see the President here. Ethan's jaw clenched. You have already received detailed orders regarding the formation of a clandestine strike team tasked to the command authority of the President. And as part of those orders, you've received explicit instructions as to my position within this new force's chain of command." He pulled out a copy of Bell's orders, hand-signed by Jack, and slid it across the general's desk. "In case you've forgotten any of the details." The general didn't move. He didn't reach for the orders. He kept staring at Ethan, holding his gaze. "I'm not convinced of the legality of this tasking, or of your part in all this. Your character is questionable." Bell's eyes flicked to the folded newspaper sitting on the table next to Ethan's chair. It was the Washington Eagle. And, right across the top, the article that ripped him and Jack to shreds. So it was personal. A fuse lit deep within his belly, rage burning slowly as his teeth ground together. Another thought blindsided him. Was it just personal? Madigan had been a part of SOCOM for years. General Bell had been quietly investigated, as had every commander in SOCOM, but what if? Ethan leaned back, leveling his gaze as his expression hardened. "In conjunction with the Attorney General and congressional leadership's directive to take out this imminent threat, and working within the legal framework established delineating executive powers, a judicial review will find that we are on excellent legal ground." A pause. "Which is more than you can say right now, General." Silence. "As the representative of the President of the United States, and as the director of this operation, I will ask you once. Are you prepared to execute your orders, General? Or should I call the President, your Commander-in-Chief, and have him relieve you of your command? I can wait for your replacement to carry out these orders." General Bell's nostrils flared and his face turned purple. His fingers clenched down on his chair arms. Leather squeaked under pressure. "We could also discuss the transfer of a team of operators to my command with orders and authorization for them to train and act solely at the discretion of the President of the United States." The silence in the general's office was oppressive, weighted down with unshed rage and the boxed-in general. What will it be, General? Ethan held his gaze, watching as the older man's hands trembled where they clinched his chair. "I came here to work with you." Ethan softened his tone. General Bell's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward. Snarling, Bell snatched up the orders Ethan had slid over his desk. He read through them twice, and then glared over the top of the sheet at Ethan. Ethan spoke first. "I have a specific team in mind. Lieutenant Adam Cooper and his raiders." A snort burst from the general. He laughed out loud as he shook his head. "Cooper? He's a train wreck. I'll be chaptering him out of the Corps by the end of the week. You want him for this?" Bell waved toward the sheet lying on his desk again. "I've worked with him personally." Ethan frowned. The Lieutenant Cooper he'd known had been a man of competence and quiet confidence, a man who had built a breach plan with him for the White House, no questions asked, a man of conviction and loyalty. General Bell smirked. "Tell you what." He grabbed the orders in one hand. "You'll get what you want. Lieutenant Cooper and his men tasked to you." Standing, the general crumpled Jack's orders, balling the paper up before chucking it into his garbage. "Two less problems I have to deal with." Ethan stood and stared. Bell shook his head, glared at Ethan up and down, dismissing everything about him, and walked out. Daniels was a ball of frustrated, shaking fury as they exited the office, but he kept his mouth shut as they clambered back into their Humvee. "I have orders to take you to Lieutenant Cooper, Mr. First Gentleman." The driver, a sergeant, turned in his seat, questioning. "Please."
Ethan stayed quiet, holding a silent conversation with Daniels through shakes of the head as they drove across the base. Finally, the driver pulled the Humvee up to a large brick building and stopped. Ethan looked out the window and blinked when he saw the building's signage. MacDill Stockade? The base's equivalent of a jail? "What are we doing here, Sergeant?" "Lieutenant Cooper is in there, sir." The sergeant glanced back. "We will wait here, sir." Daniels and Ethan shared a long look. They were on their own. General Bell was being especially unhelpful with executing his orders. Did he not realize that Ethan would tell Jack everything? The stockade was quiet, save for the hum and rattle of the window air conditioner cooling the bullpen where 2 Air Force security specialists sat in front of computers. One rose. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" He paled when he recognized Ethan and straightened even further before slapping his partner's shoulder as inconspicuously as he could. "We're here for Lieutenant Cooper. May we see him?" A slight hesitation as the young airman debated his options. If he chose to confirm the orders with General Bell, they could be here a while. "Right this way, sir." Finally, a break. Ethan and Daniels followed the airman through a controlled access point, badging through 3 sets of locked doors before they came to a line of cells. "Last one on the left." The airman waited at the end of the hall, standing at parade rest as Ethan and Daniels headed for Cooper's cell. Their footsteps echoed, leather and rubber on old linoleum. Other prisoners were racked out, sleeping on the narrow cots affixed to the walls. There were only 3 others in the cells. Most were empty, including all the cells around Lieutenant Cooper. Ethan's eyes narrowed as he approached Cooper's cell. Inside, Cooper sat on the edge of his cot, slumped over, his elbows on his knees and his hands in his hair. His hair was too long, far too long for a Marine, and he had a few days' growth of beard darkening his face. Dried blood splatter stained the front of his green USMC undershirt. This was not the same man who had helped Ethan survive Madigan's assassination attempt or retake the White House. "Lieutenant?" Daniels waited just out of sight while Ethan strode to the center point of the bars stretched across Cooper's cell. Cooper froze. Slowly, he looked up. His eyes locked with Ethan's. Snorting, he shook his head and dropped his gaze. What was that? What had put so much defeat and rage into Cooper's eyes? "What happened?" Cooper stayed silent. "How'd you end up in here?" "I punched out Captain Oliver, one of General Bell's attachés." Ethan's eyebrow quirked up. "Did he deserve it?" Finally, some life in Cooper's eyes, he nodded. "And more." "I'd say well done, but I'm supposed to be politic now." Cooper shook his head but pushed to his feet. "What are you doing here?" "Asking for your help. I just delivered orders to General Bell, seconding you and your men to a new mission we're setting up. Let's take a walk while I fill you in." The airman hesitated for a longer moment when Ethan asked him to release Cooper, but eventually opened the cell doors. Cooper, his eyes narrowed as he peered at Ethan, followed him down the hallway and out to the stockade's side yard, where they stood under a palm tree out of sight from the building and anyone else, as Daniel stood guard. Not the most ideal place for a briefing, but it was better than one of the interview rooms inside where anyone and everyone could listen in. Cooper listened as Ethan spoke, nodding along, and when Ethan walked through the bones of his insertion mission, sending Cooper and his team to South America, he adjusted a few areas and added details specific to his men and their abilities. "So, are you on board? Should I go tell that nervous airman that you won't be checking back in?" Cooper stared into the sun for a moment, squinting. That look of pinched anger was back, but overlaid with a weariness that was new. When had the weight of the world ended up on Cooper's shoulders? "Yeah, I'm in." Cooper held out his hand and Ethan shook it. "When are we wheels up?" "The CIA is handling all your logistics. Not to put too fine a point on it, but we don't trust General Bell to be as efficient as we'd like.
A plane should have landed by now with your equipment. Get your men, get them briefed. Your wheels up by 0200.
Cooper nodded.
I've got Marines to collect. I'll be in touch.
He headed out, walking away from the stockade and the Humvees waiting out front. Whatever had happened, whatever had caused the fight, it was over now, and Cooper was no longer General Bell's man. He was Ethan's, and if Bell wanted to cause a ruckus over that, he'd bring it right back. But there was something there, some deep-seated tension running through Cooper, and Bell had run into the tripwire for whatever it was. He'd have to keep an eye on Cooper, make sure he leveled out. The airmen didn't quite know how to handle Lieutenant Cooper's release, especially since his incarceration had come with General Bell's explicit orders to let him rot. But Ethan offered to sign for him, and the airmen gratefully accepted. After, he and Daniels hopped into their Humvee and were driven back to the airfield and their waiting jet. Ethan confirmed that the plane Irwin had sent had actually landed and was waiting in a hangar downfield for Cooper, and then they took off, just as the sun was setting over the Gulf of Mexico. Daniels watched as Ethan gazed out the window. The weight of his stare was heavy. Ethan finally turned to his friend, eyebrows raised.
Something on your mind?
Daniels couldn't meet Ethan's gaze.
That general was an asshole, he finally grunted. Took everything I had not to lay him out.
He shook his head and glared, eyes pinched and lips pursed.
I don't understand why people hate you and the president.
It's not just me and Jack being together. Ethan swallowed, and he frowned down at his hands in his lap as he tried to find the right words.
That's a big part of it. But it's not new. I've been dealing with this my whole life.
He looked up.
This complete dismissal of me as a person, as a man. To them, since I'm gay, and especially since I'm out about it, I'm not worth the same as a straight man. My masculinity, it's always suspect. I'm always looked at as half of a real man, and my sexuality? It's a constant battle. Being promoted to the lead detail, that was higher than I ever thought I'd get. There was so much against me. For so many years. He shook his head, staring out the window. I just never wanted Jack to have to deal with this bullshit. Daniel stayed quiet. Ethan settled back in his seat and watched the clouds in the sky darken as day turned to night. Finally, Daniel spoke. His voice was choked, but he looked Ethan dead in the eyes. I've never met a better man than you, Ethan. Swear to fucking God. Chapter 8. Russia. Andreapol Air Base. Sasha pulled into Andreapol Air Base 4 hours north of Moscow, just after 5 in the morning. He grabbed another cup of coffee on the drive, keeping awake for his all-night trek home. He'd slept through the day before, readying himself for his bolt down to Moscow to relieve the itch he'd had in his blood and for his next day's overflight of the capital. As one of the pilots assigned to the 773rd Guards Fighter Regiment, he was one of the best MiG fighter pilots in the Russian Army Air Force. A top gun, a god amongst mortals. He and his wingmen owned the skies. On some flights they climbed high enough to break the edge of space, seeing nothing but blackness above and the curvature of the earth below. His pencil had floated through the cockpit once, weightless. On the roll and dive back down to earth, they had broken the sound barrier, reaching Mach 2.5 before leveling out over Murmansk and the Barents Sea. There was nothing, not a thing, that could beat that. He parked in the pilot's lot and hopped out, grabbing his flight bag from his squeaky trunk. A few other cars dotted the parking lot, squadron mates he recognized. There was a spring in his step as he headed into their hangar. He'd gotten his need out of his system, for the next 6 months at least. After a shower, he'd change into his flight suit and hang out in the ready room until the morning brief. No one would ever know where he was the night before, or what he had done. The halls were empty inside the hangar.
No chatter of pilots or loud guffaws as someone called bullshit on another's wild story. Sasha peered into the ready room, but kept on toward the showers. Maybe they were all out on a flight line check. He found everyone in the locker room. 9 guys, his fellow pilots, his wing leader, and the regiment commander, all leaned up against the lockers, out of uniform and in old ratty sweats. Everyone wore leather gloves, and some were flexing their fingers, squeezing their hands into fists over and over. The group was talking quietly, trying, it seemed, to not be noticed. The hum of the fluorescent lights above droned over their soft words. Sasha slowed when he saw the hockey sticks in the hands of 4 of his fellow pilots. Guys he'd called friends. When the group turned and saw him, he realized he didn't have a single friend in the room. "Politkules," his wing commander growled. "Get that piece of filth." Sasha tried to run, but they cut him off at the door, trapping him in the locker room. Sticks banged on the lockers, harder, faster, a heavy clang that rattled the walls and shook the lights above. He bared his teeth and threw up his fists. Not without a fight. Not without a fight, damn it. "Glubny piddick." Fucking faggot. Hockey sticks slammed on the ground, the lockers, as the circle of his wingmates and his commander pressed closer. "Gullo boy." Faggot. "Hoy sauce." Cocksucker. "P-door." Butt fucker. With the last shouted curse, the 9 men he thought were friends ran at him, hockey sticks swinging wildly. He ducked and tried to punch his way through the descending madness, but a stick cracked him on the back, and another knocked the breath from his lungs with a jab to the ribs. He fell to his knees as blows rained down on his kidneys, on his shoulders, and then on the backs of his thighs. Fists flew at his face. His nose crunched. Pain flared across the bridge of his nose, his cheekbones. Blood sprayed through the air, staining the sweats his wingmates were wearing. Now he understood. Kicks to his knees and arms made him fall face first to the ground. He covered his head just before a boot flew at his face and hit his elbow instead. His body was on fire, burning where the sticks and boots hit. He howled, rage and anguish and fury at the betrayal burning from him. These were his wingmates, his commander. He'd never once told anyone about his problem, never once let it slip that he was gay. Things were getting better, he had thought, what with President Puchkov and the American president becoming friends. But still, he'd never risk revealing his deepest secret, his shame. A stick slammed between his legs, deep into his crotch. He cried out, rolling to his side as he curled into a ball. "Privol!" Stop. His commander shouting over the din of furious curses, swinging sticks in wet thumps from his bruised and bloody body. Footsteps took them in back, and Sasha lay in a heap on the floor, under the droning fluorescent light, bloody, beaten, and wheezing. Broken ribs, for sure, a dull throb in his abdomen and his back. His commander knelt in front of him. He grabbed Sasha's chin, yanking him up off the ground. Squeezing, he ground the broken bones on Sasha's cheek together. Sasha felt the first hot tear roll down his cheek. "Ot vrot titenli," his commander growled, before he spat in Sasha's face. A hot glob of spit landed on his broken cheek and bruised face. Disgusting. His commander reared back, his free hand forming a fist. There was nothing left. Sasha shouted, bellowing a wordless cry of rage as he stared his commander down and waited for his fist to fall. He woke face down in a snowbank on the 2-lane M9 highway, stripped of his flight suit and his uniform and all of his gear. Blood-covered and in just his undershirt and his boxer briefs, he stumbled out of the snow and toward the deserted highway. Overhead, the stars shone beside a half-full moon, the first night without snow in over a week. Still, the air was frigid, below freezing, and he trembled. Pain shot through him, his shivers and stumbles upsetting his badly injured body. A sign in the distance, on the edge of the highway, showed the kilometers to Moscow, just over 2 hours at highway speeds. He was fucked. Dumped in the middle of nowhere to freeze to death and then be eaten by animals. It was a tidy murder. They'd planned it well. He'd be classified as a runaway, for sure, and no one would ever find his body. Maybe a bone or two, and he'd be another mysterious partial skeleton found in the Russian wilderness. Stumbling forward, he limped down the highway, heading for Moscow. He'd get as far as he could, even if it was only a few hundred meters. He wouldn't give up. Not ever. 10 minutes later, he fell to his knees and couldn't stand again. Sasha tilted his head back and stared at the stars. He'd flown almost between them once. He'd touched space. He'd flown so high, and he'd been happy. When he died, he wanted to be staring up at their brilliance one last time. The darkness grew brighter suddenly, and then there was a blaring wail and the crunch of tires on concrete, a car horn screaming as headlights shone on Sasha. Raising an arm, he shielded his eyes and curled over himself, trying to avoid the worst of the pain. Instead of hitting him, the driver squealed the car to a stop. Hinges squeaked in the cold, and the faint sounds of Russian talk radio fell from the open door, mixed with the static that always bled into the airwaves in northern Russia.
"What's happened to you?"
The driver, a middle-aged man in an old, thick fur coat and woolen cap, rushed to Sasha's side and crouched in front of him.
"My God,"
he breathed.
"Who beat you?"
Sasha swallowed. There was no way at all, that he could ever tell the truth, not to this man, maybe not to anyone. Except a tiny rush of air escaped his quivering lips. There was only one place he could go, maybe, one impossible place, and maybe, possibly, he could get someone to help, or at least witness what had happened. He shook his head and reached for the older man.
"I need to get to Moscow. Please."
His chest rattled as he choked out his words, and he coughed, cringing as pain tore through him.
"Are you Bratva?"
The man steadied Sasha, but didn't help him. Bratva. The Brotherhood. The Mafia. He shook his head.
"No, not at all."
His skin was free of tattoos, the marks of the Brotherhood. The man's eyes narrowed, but he took off his fur coat and draped it around Sasha's shivering shoulders as he helped him to stand. Sasha leaned on him as he stumbled back to his car. He let the man lay him down on the back seat. Another blanket was on the floorboards, and the man draped it over Sasha, bunching the extra around his head until he was cocooned. When the driver slid back into the front seat, he turned the heater up to full blast and, with one last lingering look at Sasha, put the car into gear and started down the highway. Sasha stared out the window at the stars until his eyelids dropped and unconsciousness pulled him under. Chapter 9. White House Residence. Jack had waited up for Ethan, as he said he would, reading through the endless stack of reports and briefs that cluttered the tables and desks in his study. Ethan leaned against the door jamb, watching his lover at work. Jack had his reading glasses on and was dressed down in jeans and Ethan's favorite Secret Service sweatshirt from his academy days. It was too big for him, swallowing Jack whole, and Jack had shoved the sleeves up his arms, bunching the fabric. Across the back and over the left side of the chest, Reichenbach was still boldly stenciled in blue on the gray fabric, even after 12 years. A few silver strands, scattered through Jack's dark blonde hair, shone in the low light. He was gorgeous. Ethan's heart ached. God, he loved this man. Why Jack? Why this man? Why now, when Jack was president? Who knew? But God, did he love him. Hey. Jack looked up over his readers and broke into a smile when he saw Ethan. The binder from NATO he was reading closed with a snap. "And I'm done," Jack said, standing. "Welcome home." Home. The White House. His home with Jack. It still blew his mind.
Glad to be back. How was your day? Busy. Elizabeth accepted. She's up for the VP nomination. And congressional leadership accepted her accept. They'll start the confirmation hearings as soon as they're back from recess. Jack set down his glasses and patted around the desk. How'd it go? Well, I don't think General Bell will make his next star. Jack sighed. You showed him the error of his ways? A slow grin. It's like you know me or something. Just a bit. Jack winked and pressed a kiss to the corner of Ethan's mouth. I briefed Cooper. He agreed, too. He's getting ready for their mission, and he's wheels up in 4 hours. Jack looped his arms around Ethan's neck. Your ability to get things done is so sexy. Ethan barked out a surprised chuckle. His hands fell to Jack's waist. Jack jumped, wrapping his legs around Ethan's hips. Shocked, Ethan's laughter turned into a soft gasp as his hands cupped Jack's ass. Jack grinned and leaned in, sucking on Ethan's earlobe. Take me to bed, lover. He pulled back just enough to meet Ethan's gaze. Ethan kissed him as he carried him down the hallway to their bedroom. Chapter 10. Moscow. Boris, the driver who had picked up Sasha in the middle of the night on the isolated M9, dropped him off at GUM, the brilliantly lit 3-story shopping mall in the Red Square across the street from the Kremlin. Boris left his old fur coat with Sasha, but grumbled about leaving him in the mall's parking garage. Sasha didn't even have shoes, he'd said. But Sasha shooed him away, thanking him and insisting he'd be okay, while clinging to the fur coat and hunching over because it hurt too much to stand.
No hospital,
Pete insisted.
No hospital.
Boris drove off, and Sasha saw him watching in his rearview mirror until he rose out of the garage. When he left, Sasha sank to the ground, gasping for breath as he tried not to cry. He'd been holding the worst of the pain just at bay, struggling to not show Boris how badly injured he was. His abdomen was tender and turning black and blue, internal bleeding. Something was very wrong with him. Sweat beaded his forehead, even though it was still below freezing. Boris had dropped him off before dawn in Moscow. The mall was closed, but across the street were the red walls of the Kremlin, and within, President Puchkov. If he could just get there. The president wouldn't stand for this blatant hatred and attack, not with his friendship with the American president. Sasha would stand at the gates of the Kremlin and shout, demand that something be done. He'd die, most likely, but something would change. It had to. President Puchkov was going to make the country better. He believed that to his bones. Sasha pulled himself to his unsteady feet and tried to shake away the dizziness that stole over him. He blinked hard, but the scattered cars swam in front of him, duplicate vehicles spinning in the air. One hand braced against the concrete wall as he stumbled for the ramp, the fur coat still wrapped tight around his shoulders. He made it across the street, but not to the gates of the Kremlin. He collapsed against the red brick walls meters away from a dark service entrance, private and closed off from the public. Sasha stared up at the stars, so dim and faint over Moscow, as the darkness closed in around him. He was still unconscious an hour later when Dr. Leo Voronov pulled up to the darkened private entrance for Kremlin employees. Frowning, Dr. Voronov put his car in park and headed for a lump of middle-class fur coat and messy blonde hair, lying slumped in the snow. Chapter 11. South Brazilian Airspace. So we're CIA now, huh, LT? Doc threw himself down next to Adam, landing half-reclined on his bulky pack as he watched the treetops of the Brazilian forest loom through the open cargo doors on the side of their transport plane. We're on a CIA mission, but we're working for the president now. Adam checked the map he had in his waterproof sleeve. Damn, that sounds extra special. Think we could get out of paying taxes for this, like in that movie? Adam signaled to the pilots in the cockpit and got an affirmative response back. We're still paying taxes, we're still Marines. He grinned, standing. And you're still a Navy squid. Doc flipped him off as Adam spoke over the team's radio, getting his men ready for their landing. They'd flown from MacDill to South America, landing at the Marine base in Sao Paulo before boarding their final transport and flying deep into South Brazil just north of their target, across the border in Paraguay. Now, it was time to land. The plane descended, skimming over the treetops. Birds screeched and monkeys screamed as the plane buzzed overhead. They'd flown low to avoid radar, but now, coming in for their landing, it seemed as if they could just step out and walk on the canopy. A break in the trees revealed their landing zone, a glistening, sunrise-drenched stretch of river, calm and gentle, nestled between two forest-covered banks. "Oh, you fucker," Doc cursed, just close enough that Adam could hear. Grinning, Adam clapped Doc on the shoulder and grabbed the plane's handholds. Doc was their team's corpsman from the Navy. He was the only naval man Adam had ever met who had a pure, burning hatred of all things wet and watery. Lake, river, or ocean, Doc hated it, and was always violently seasick. Doc grumbled as he grabbed hold next to Adam as the plane's giant pontoons scraped the surface of the river and carved channels in the water. The engines throttled back, jerking the team back and forth in the cargo hold. In moments, they were bobbing on the river as the stabilizer took over, tutting them toward the riverbank. Adam winked at Doc. "Hoorah!" He leaped from the cargo entrance and crossed his arms and legs before plunging into the river. His team followed, splashing in one after the other, and then swam for the shore. Last to jump was Doc, cursing a blue streak as Adam clambered up onto the riverbank and started unpacking his gear from his watertight pack. Adam chuckled and unfolded the map for his men. It felt good to be operational again, to be in his element. Infiltration, observation, combat. This was his life, a constant pulsation of action and adrenaline. He could stay focused 100% on the task at hand. It was all about the mission and his men, and he didn't have time to think about... Nope, he wasn't going to go there. He'd promised himself. Over was over. Never mind their mistake, the frantic relief of survival and uncertainty and too much adrenaline combining to create his one big fuck-up. Well, his second biggest fuck-up. The first was ever believing he could have had. Nope, not going there, never again. He wouldn't even think it. Gathering his men, Adam pointed out their route through the Brazilian forest and where they'd crossed the border to Paraguay. It was a section of the forest used by drug runners that had been taken down by the Brazilians, and the rest of the smugglers were convinced it was being monitored by the authorities and refused to go near. In reality, it was an empty stretch of nothing, and only monkeys, deer, and the jungle birds traversed the border. Their mission had changed en route, and Adam had received new orders from Director Reichenbach when they switched planes in Sao Paulo, a clandestine base in North Paraguay, home to a special operations detachment, had gone dark. SOCOM couldn't raise the base, and they couldn't send in a drone to check it out. Adam's orders were to head straight there and see what was going on. He laid out the plan for his team. At a good pace, they'd get to the base in 5 hours. Time to move. Northern Paraguay. Pennants fluttered in the wind, staked at the end of the hard-packed dirt runway the SOCOM soldiers used to fly in and out of their clandestine base. One had fallen down and rolled across the dirt. A door banged, blown open and then falling closed. One of the base guards lay face down on the ground with a bullet through the back of his head. Sticky blood dried in the dirt beneath his face. Silently, Adam and his men moved through the base's entrance, ducking from point to point and slipping into the scattered buildings within the small compound. A central facility, a listening post, a drone operation, and a large runway. The base housed 2 drones and 2 heavy transports. About 25 SOCOM soldiers were stationed there at any given time. 5 bodies were in the kitchen, all shot dead. Another 3 in the communications room, 4 scattered on the tarmac, and in the base commander's office, the colonel in charge sat at his desk, sprawled back in his chair, a single bullet hole above his closed eyes. Drawn on his desk, smeared in the colonel's own blood, was a circled M. Madigan's calling card. The armory had been cleaned out, all weapons, all ammunition. The Humvees and Jeeps parked in the motor pool were gone.
Computers had been smashed, communications equipment destroyed, and all radar and tracking systems had been shot to pieces. 11 SOCOM soldiers were missing, including the base's executive officer. So were the drones and the heavy transports. Adam ordered his men to sweep the base again, making sure they hadn't missed a thing, while Doc and Sergeant Sean Wright gathered the bodies together in the mess. He called back to D.C. on the satellite phone the CIA had sent down. A direct line to Director Reichenbach had already been programmed in. The phone clicked on the second ring.
Reichenbach. We made it to the target. It's a slaughterhouse. 14 confirmed dead, including the commander. And we've got Madigan's calling card.
Fuck. And the other 11?
No trace. All transports are gone, along with all weapon systems.
Across the sat phone, Director Reichenbach cursed again.
Hang tight. We'll pull up the satellite imagery overhead and try to find those planes. Is the runway intact? Can you use them?
Yes, sir. The base is ours. They must have used the planes to fly out, so they needed those runways. But some may have left overland in the Humvees.
We'll search for those too. Stay near the phone. I'll call back as soon as I have something.
As soon as Reichenbach had something, turned out to be hours later, after the White House had ordered the CIA and NRO to deliver all satellite recon imagery of the base for the past 48 hours. They found what they were looking for in the satellite feeds from 12 hours prior, planes taking off from the base 2 in a row, hours before the base failed to check in with SOCOM. Adam reviewed the images on his secured laptop as he talked with Reichenbach on the sat phone. The sun was setting, and howler monkeys skittered in the trees, screeching at the top of their lungs. The cries were like nails scratching down Adam's bones.
We have to follow them.
Reichenbach sent another file over their secured sat link, and a new picture appeared on Cooper's laptop.
Turns out the NRO doesn't monitor the empty South Atlantic all that well. We only have spotty intel on where they may have gone. Analysts have been checking our overflights of all airfields and airports Madigan may have gone to. Countries that hate us or where he's got some kind of potential connection.
Adam could only imagine the shit show of analysis that had descended on the NSA and CIA that afternoon. A real-world immediate action and an urgent request from the White House. People would have been running around like they were on fire.
One analyst spotted a plane landing in the Jilf al-Kabir Plateau inside Libya, about 200 miles south of Al-Jawf, near the border of Egypt and Sudan.
In the Sahara?
Fuck, of course it would be there. One of the worst places on the planet. Looks like it touched down in one of the wadis, one of the dry river.
I know what a wadi is.
Reichenbach waited a moment, but kept going when Adam stayed silent.
Later satellite overflights don't show the plane anymore, but they also don't show any marks that indicate it took off from the area.
So they camouflaged it.
It'd be difficult to build a base there, but not impossible. They could be setting up shop or could be moving into Sudan. Both Libya and Sudan are lawless enough that he could hide out under the radar. Unfortunately, the location is out of range of any of our drone bases.
Out of the whole planet, going back to the Middle East was the last place Adam wanted to go. He squeezed his eyes shut.
What about the other plane? You only found one?
Maybe he could send part of his team after the Libyan plane. He could track the second plane.
We're still searching for it.
Of course. Fuck. Cooper hung his head, listening.
We need to send you and your team over there.
Reichenbach hesitated.
You spent some time in the region. You know North Africa and the Middle East pretty well. Do you have any insight into an insertion point?
He should never have fucking accepted this mission. Adam groaned under his breath and tried to block the memories that clamored for his attention. Late nights, sweat-slicked bodies and conspiring together.
Conspiracy,
his conscience whispered.
You'd be thrown in jail if anyone ever found out. Stripped of your command, of your commission.
Enough.
Yeah. We should insert at the cargo oasis in southern Egypt. There's a track running through there, the Darb el-Arba. The old 40-day road. It's a trading caravan that's still used by Bedouins. It will go right through that part of Libya.
He kicked at a bullet casing on the concrete floor in the destroyed communication room.
We'll need trucks and camels. Then we'll have to go in clean, no uniforms. Nothing that can tie us back to the U.S.
That part of the desert was deadly, and not just because of the heat or the utter desolation of the place. And it held way too many memories. Another long pause over the line.
I'm impressed, Lieutenant,
Reichenbach finally said.
And I agree. We can't have your men tied back to the U.S. government. We're sending a team down with sanitized equipment for desert operations. And cash. They'll fuel up in Sao Paulo, and then pick you up and take you to Egypt. Another team will stay behind and deal with the base in Paraguay.
God damn it.
Yes, sir. I'll send you all the intel we have on the area, and anything that comes through, and try to get some rest. The plane will be there just before dawn. Yes, sir.
Adam pushed himself up from the slump he'd fallen into, hunching over a destroyed comms console and his laptop.
I'll have my operational plan to you before we take off. Good luck.
The sat phone clicked as Reichenbach cut the line. Exhaling, Adam leaned forward, resting his forehead on the receiver. Back to Africa. Back to the Middle East. Back to the Karga Oasis. And the Dar el Arba, even. His life was a cosmic joke. Someone somewhere must love to torture him. He squeezed his eyes shut as the memories tried to rise again. Why couldn't he get his smile out of his mind? Why was it always him? Every moment of every day. Enough. He had to focus. He had a mission to plan, men to brief, and memories to forget. Chapter 12. White House. When Saturday arrived, Ethan felt like he had been run down by a train and beaten into the tracks. 1 week as first gentleman, and he was ready to hibernate until spring truly began. He thought being detail lead had been tough. Politics had nothing on that. How did Jack do it all? They slept in, Ethan staying nearly comatose well into the morning. Their day started slow and sensual, rocking together, rolling in the covers and trading long kisses interspersed with sloppy blowjobs and stroking each other's bodies. It was almost 10 when they finally got out of bed and shuffled to the kitchen for coffee, sharing out of one cup while they traded kisses, and sat in the West Sitting Hall, watching another light snowstorm descend over D.C. Jack perched on Ethan's lap, their hair sticking up every which way and kiss bruises staining their collarbones. Jack's parents called, and Ethan traded stiff hellos with his mother and father from suburban Texas. Jack's parents had learned about Ethan at the same time the rest of the nation had, and it was still a sore spot for Jack's mother. Ethan hadn't met them yet, but had spoken to them once over Christmas. On the phone, Jack's mother sounded sweet, and she kept asking them to come visit as soon as they could. At noon, they headed downstairs to the rose garden and the snow-covered lawn. Jack challenged Ethan to a snowman-building contest, laughing in ankle-deep drifts as flakes dusted his hair and his cheeks turned cherry red. Secret Service agents watched, most of them younger agents Ethan had supervised before his career had fallen apart. They grinned and called out tips for Jack and heckled Ethan. Welby sidled up to Ethan, his hands in the pockets of his wool coat.
Mr. First Gentleman.
Over his scarf, the ragged end of a knife scar curled around his throat. Blushing, Ethan nodded his hellos as he packed the snow around his snowman's middle. He couldn't meet Welby's eyes. Months ago, Jack had asked Welby to buy him and Ethan their first sex supplies. Welby had done it, and Ethan hadn't been able to look at him since. I've been meaning to ask you, how are you two doing with your condoms and lube? Do you need me to buy more?
Oh, my God.
Ethan turned away. Heat smothered him, the burn of embarrassment coursing through his body.
Jesus Christ, Welby.
Apparently Welby had learned to loosen up. Welby scooted closer. He'd been the Secret Service bore, a man utterly devoid of humor or personality, but now a hint of hilarious mischief danced in his eyes. I know what brand the president asked for. It would be no problem. Fucking ground never opened up and swallowed a person whole when they damn well needed it. Ethan turned away again, trying to put the snowman between him and Welby. Jack was laughing as another agent unwound his scarf and tossed it to Jack for the snowman.
He would be no help in staging a rescue. He glared at Welby, the bastard, who was fighting back his laughter. "I see you've picked up a sense of humor somewhere, jackass." Welby slapped Ethan on the shoulder. In his other hand, he pulled out a long carrot and 2 dark grapes. "Anything for you and the President, Mr. First Gentleman." "Thank you so much," Ethan deadpanned. "We've got it taken care of." Mortification burned, but he took the offerings for his snowman's face. Welby winked and headed back for the West Wing. Ethan glared after him. It was Scott who brought Ethan an unmarked brown bag containing lube and condoms every other week. He'd adjusted the type and brand that Jack had bought. The good stuff didn't come from the grocery store. And when he first asked Scott to accept the online deliveries and be his sex supplies mule, Scott, to his credit, had only blinked twice before agreeing. Jack had no idea. They took pictures with their snowmen, and the agents all voted Jack's snowman as better than Ethan's. Jack laughed, his eyes glittering, and he kissed Ethan out in the open as the snow continued to fall. Welby came back a half-hour later, standing in the background, nodding to them both. They made their excuses and slid out, grabbing coats and scarves from Welby's arms on the way down to the parking garage. Ethan turned back and grabbed as many of Jennifer's flower arrangements as he could carry, and met Jack and Welby in an unmarked SUV. Jack stared at him, bemused, a smile on his face. "One of my staffers is the chief floral designer for the White House," Ethan said, loading the flowers into the cargo area of the SUV, around weapons lockers, mounted shotguns, a med kit, and bulletproof vests. She was really excited about the arrangements. I thought it would be a nice touch. She'd like it. "Your staff includes the chief floral designer?" Jack's eyebrows shot straight up, and he fought to hold back a grin. "She's absolutely delighted that you love her flowers." Ethan pressed a kiss to Jack's lips as he slid into the SUV. "I most certainly do." Jack winked back at Ethan. Welby was almost grinning up front, watching them in the rear view, and he waited until their seatbelts were fastened before driving off. They kept the red and blues off and slid out of the underground parking garage like they were any normal White House staffer. Welby took them through city streets, north via Wisconsin Avenue and past the now empty vice presidential residence at the Naval Observatory. Snow fell softly until Welby pulled into the secured entrance at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. The director of the hospital and a platoon of military police met them at the door. Ethan grabbed the best arrangements and carried them up, as Welby glued himself to his and Jack's sides. The hospital director led them, flanked by the soldiers, until they reached the recovery wing for American and Russian soldiers wounded in the ground fight against the Islamic Caliphate. Jack had opened Walter Reed to any Russian soldiers who needed advanced medical interventions or surgeries as a result of their combined combat operations in Syria and Iraq. Most of the injuries were due to IEDs, but others were there because of sniper fire or missile attacks. Walter Reed and other advanced biolabs were regenerating soldiers' lost limbs, growing clones of destroyed or amputated body parts from the soldiers' DNA and stem cells. At Walter Reed, some were healing after their replacement limbs had been grafted. Others were waiting for their limbs to finish growing. Many of the Americans and Russians had served in the same area and were wounded together. Now they recovered together, and in the finest military tradition were teaching each other the foulest curse words in their languages. The Americans also teased the Russians mercilessly, saying theirs would come to them star-spangled in the red, white, and blue. The soldiers had been told that morning that the President and First Gentleman would be coming by to spend time with anyone who wanted. Ambulatory patients walked or rolled to the lounge on the recovery floor, and patients still confined to their beds with injuries too severe to move left notes with the nurses. There was no press for this, no media, just them on their day off, trying to do something good in the world for the people who were risking it all. Jack was in his element, diving in and listening to everyone's stories about their deployments and their victories, their time downrange, friends still deployed. American soldiers recuperating with their Russian partners introduced each other to Jack, and Jack practiced his horrible Russian, learned from President Puchkov, with the Russian soldiers. Ethan heard a lot of "Zybis" shouted from across the room and raucous laughter.
He smiled as Jack ducked down and took selfies with everyone, making crazy faces together. Jack signed casts and bandages, and for one Russian signed his right pectoral. Ethan moved with the quieter guys, the ones in the back and on the periphery. Jack could make friends with a tree, and in a room full of gregarious military personnel, he was in heaven. There were those, though, who stayed back, and Ethan sat with them, talking quietly about their injuries and their mission, and about their lives and future plans. He thought of Cooper and his men, flying over the Atlantic Ocean and chasing down Madigan's vapor trail. His stomach tied itself in knots. He did not want to be visiting Adam or any of his Marines in the hospital, or worse, at Arlington National Cemetery. Not because of his orders, not because of Madigan and his fucked-up schemes. What was Madigan up to now? They were following him, but where were they all headed? Where would Madigan's crazed mind take them? Visiting the soldiers in their rooms was sobering. Some couldn't speak, some couldn't move. Jack sat with everyone, talking when he could, holding their hand when he could not. Ethan stayed by his side and left flowers in each room. The drive back was quiet. Ethan held Jack close, arms wrapped around each other as Jack laid his head on Ethan's shoulder. Ethan was lost in his memories. The times when he'd been in combat, and when he'd thought he wouldn't make it through the next 5 minutes. Jack had that look in his eyes whenever he was back in the past, remembering his marriage to Leslie, his wife killed in the war. What was he thinking? Was he wondering about what could have happened if Leslie had been treated and cared for like those soldiers? If she could have been saved? Ethan rubbed his hand up and down Jack's arm and kissed his temple, breathed in the scent of his hair. "You all right?" Jack smiled and turned in for a gentle kiss on the lips. This was a good day. Jack rested his forehead against Ethan's cheek. "With you." Ethan kissed Jack's temple again. "I love you." Chapter 13. Karga Oasis, Egypt. Karga Oasis was just like every other desert city Adam had ever seen. Minarets, mosque domes, and satellite dishes dotted flat mud roofs, and scattered, bedraggled palm trees sucked up what little water there was between baking stretches of concrete and squat tan buildings. Morning calls to prayer wailed over Karga, shaking the already sun-scorched air. Palms dotted the oasis and the open-air market on the edge of town. Dates and coconuts were for sale, along with limp vegetables and bruised oranges. Water-filled troughs hung on the market's perimeter. Cows and camels shared space, drinking their fill. Dusty carpets and prayer beads hung from every other stall. Dark eyes watched Adam and Doc as they wandered through, dressed in floor-length thobes and loose keffiyehs over their heads. The rest of their team were hunkered down outside of Karga, in desert jeeps and a horse-trailer, flown down to them from D.C. and then across the Atlantic. They landed at one of the rendition sites in Middle Egypt before dawn, and driven into the desert in Egyptian-marked jeeps. Adam and Doc needed to buy camels. The team would take the jeeps with the camels and the trailer as far southeast as the hard-packed sands of the Dar el-Arba allowed, and when the sands shifted, they'd turn to camels. It was hundreds of miles to the region where Madigan's plane had been spotted, and that was a lot of empty desert to cover surreptitiously, which meant no helicopters and no Egyptian military aid. "You sure know your way around here." Doc juggled an orange in one hand, seemingly careless. "Didn't know you knew so much about the Arabs." He'd helped Doc into the thobe and the others into their Bedouin attire, and then had shown them how to wrap their keffiyehs and gudras. Raiders they were, but before Djibouti, most of his men had served in the Far East and the Philippines. Adam scowled. He didn't want to talk about this, not at all. Across the market he spotted the universal sign of the camel merchant. Angry camels, heavy carpets being beaten out to get rid of the fleas, and a mountain of stinking shit. "Over there." "Did you work in Iraq before Djibouti? Or somewhere in the Gulf? You're fluent in Gulf Arabic, too." Doc wouldn't let up. "You know, you never said much about where you were before you came to us." As they drew near the camel dealer and the milling mass of stinking animals on the edge of the market, one of the camels spat, lobbing a hot, rancid glob of phlegm right at Adam's face. He barely ducked in time. Experience, though, had taught him the warning signs. Doc, naturally, thought it was hilarious. The dealer wanted to wheel and deal, and Adam just wanted to get the fuck out of there. He paid too much for 10 camels and didn't care when the dealer made a pretentious show of how he had just suckered the Gulf Arabic-speaking foreigners out of too many of their Saudi reals. Doc stayed quiet, blessedly, and picked out the camels, following Adam's orders to check the hooves and the bellies for any infestations or bleeding. As they led their camels out of the market and up the main road of Karga to the edge of town, one of them spat again, landing a glob on the top of Adam's keffiyeh-covered head.
I fucking hate camels.
In the old days, when men and camels moved slower, the Darb el Arba took 40 days to traverse, from the mouth of the Nile to the edges of the interior in Chad and Niger. With jeeps and camels, they could make their part of the journey in just a day. The jeeps took them to the border of Egypt, where they ditched the rusty vehicles and the empty fuel cans and took to the camels through the shifting, sinking sands of the deep Sahara. They rode the camels hard, but the animals were rested and watered, and they traveled the last segment after the hottest part of the day had passed. As the sun lowered in the sky, Adam's GPS pinged. They had reached the area around Madigan's landing zone. He spread his men out, leaving the camels in their gear and taking only their weapons as they encircled the coordinates. The plane had landed in a wide wadi, a dried ancient riverbed, but it had been a rough landing. Rubber tire pieces lay scattered, and the plane had driven to its final resting place on just steel rims. The pilot, whoever he had been, had balls of steel. Huge swatches of desert camo netting covered the transport, and scrub kicked up from the landing had been thrown on the wings. He and his men circled above, peering down into the wadi and the covered plain. Next to Adam, Doc snapped pictures for the director. Sergeant Coleman radioed back, saying he'd found tracks leading away from the landing zone. Lots of them. The caravan of camels, perhaps, had met the plane. They tried to cover their trail, but missed the edges. Adam ordered his men down into the wadi. They held around the plane, and then his men moved in, taking up breach positions on either side of the open cargo ramp. He counted down silently, using hand gestures, his men's eyes fixed on him. They stormed the cargo hold, sweeping right and left and clearing the shadows. Nothing moved. Not even a breeze rustled the camo netting. Only their boots, scuffing over metal grates, and the heavy breathing of his men made any sound at all as they shuffled through the dark cargo hold, scanning the shadows. Bullets zinged, pinging off the plane's frame. One punctured the metal skin of the fuselage. Sunlight sliced through the darkness, and Adam ducked as he dove for cover. His men whirled, covering low or leaping out of the cargo hold as bullets zipped around their heads.
The fuck is shooting at us?
Coleman bellowed as he took up position next to Adam, trying to find the source of the gunfire.
It's coming from the cockpit.
Adam's eyes finally found the shadowy silhouette hiding in the dim reaches of the plane's forward cabin. The sunlight barely reached the cockpit, and whoever was up there had hidden in the shadows.
Cover me.
Coleman laid down a burst of gunfire as Adam snaked up the side of the plane's cargo hold, hugging the metal hull until he slipped into the shadows as well. Ducking, he waited until his eyes adjusted to the near darkness. There, just ahead, a man shuffling into position, heavy mouth breathing, whispers just under the man's breath that sounded like frantic prayers or pleas. Adam raised his rifle, a compact M4, and slipped closer. When the shooter rose to take a pot shot at Adam's men down at the end of the cargo ramp, his body crossed the open door of the cockpit and a perfect silhouette appeared. Adam let loose a burst of fire. 3 bullets slammed into the shooter's chest. Grunting, the shadow fell to the side, losing its grip on his rifle. His weapon clattered to the deck. Adam ran to him, kicking the rifle down the fuselage to Coleman and training his weapon on the downed shooter. It landed on his front, face down, and Adam used his boot to kick the man over. When he did, Adam's eyes blew open. Strapped to the man's chest was a vest packed with explosives, and duct-taped around that what looked like the junk drawer of a machinist's shop, nails, razor blades, screws, and shattered glass. The shooter looked Adam dead in the eye and raised his hand to his chest.
Helmut, Little America.
Death to America.
Go!
Adam hollered, turning and running for the cargo ramp. He waved to his men, waiting and watching for his all clear.
Go! Get the fuck down now!
As he ran, he heard the first burst of the explosives igniting and felt the shake and tremble of the plane. He dove feet first as he wrapped his hands around his head and slid the last 10 feet down the plane's belly and over the open cargo ramp, where the rest of his team had ducked down in the sand. Behind him, the top of the plane blew off, the metal hull shattering like confetti. Nails and screws tore through the plane's body, leaving holes and dots of sunshine streaking through the interior like sunlit strings. Zings sounded, razor blades and nails embedding in the fuselage. All around, fragments of steel, copper, and scorched wiring, the innards of the transport, fell like rain on Adam and his men, dotting the sand with thumps and small craters. The acrid taste of C4 hung heavy in the air and on the back of Adam's tongue.
What the fuck was that?
Doc was the first one up.
Everyone all right?
The team sounded off all clear, but Doc went one by one, visually inspecting everyone. When he got to Adam, peering into the ruined plane, he grabbed Adam's hands. Bits of glass and razor blades had shredded through his gloves, and blood was seeping from his knuckles and dripping into the sand.
I'm fine.
He tried to shake Doc off. I'll let you know if you're fine or not. That's a lot of blood. Doc nodded to Coleman, who jogged over, took one look at Adam's hands, and arched his eyebrow at Adam. Outmaneuvered by his own men. Damn it.
Go check out what's still standing in there.
He pulled his gloves off by his teeth and managed to smear blood all over his chin as Coleman took 2 guys and headed back into the destroyed plane. His hands looked worse than what they were. He wasn't in danger of losing a finger or 5. While Doc cleaned them up, he kept an eagle eye on his men. When Coleman shouted for him to come to the remains of the cockpit, he gave Doc a harried look, and then jogged inside when Doc let him go. Inside, his guys were leaning over a mangled laptop that somehow still worked. Wires connected it to the plane's electronics, and it had been in a corner of the cockpit that had been shielded from the suicide bomber. On screen, 4 video feeds showed in 4 boxes, live images of what looked like the mangled plane and their team. He saw, outside, Doc repacking his medic bag, and 3 of his guys watching the perimeter. And he saw himself, staring at the laptop, his fierce glower filling the screen. Suddenly the screen went dark, the feeds cut out. A cursor appeared on screen, blinking. "Hello, Lieutenant," typed out letter by letter.
What the fuck?
Coleman cursed. "Catch me if you can. We'll be waiting." Chapter 14. Moscow. The Kremlin. Sasha woke with a gasp, bolting upright as he shouted, a wordless bellow. Nightmares clung to his skin, the image of his commander's sneer and the fall of his fist, the clang of hockey sticks on the metal lockers and the concrete floor.
Easy.
An old man's rough voice broke through the haze of his fear. He whipped around and spotted an older man in a doctor's coat next to his bed. He stared, breathing hard, and then his gaze darted every which way. He was in what looked like a private hospital room, dimly lit, and through the windows the sky was dark. Machines beeped beside his bed, sensors were fixed to his chest beneath his thin hospital robe, an IV line was taped to his arm, stuck in his vein at his elbow. Dull pain pulsed in his abdomen, and he fumbled through the robe until he felt a line of stitches just over his belly button.
You were very badly injured,
the older man said, waiting for Sasha to finish checking over his body.
You were in surgery for several hours.
Surgery?
Ruptured spleen. We removed it. You would have died if we had not.
The old man's words rang in Sasha's ear, echoing over and over.
You are bruised and ugly for now, but you will live.
Sighing, the old man sat on the edge of Sasha's bed.
I do not know who you are, or how you ended up on the doorstep of the Kremlin, so injured.
He held up a long chain, Sasha's Air Force dog tags dangling.
This man was reported missing, and presumed dead, yesterday.
Sasha stilled.
I do not know who you are either, or where I am.
He raised his chin, defiant.
A fair question. I will answer if you do the same.
His eyebrows quirked up, and Sasha nodded once.
I am Dr. Leo Voronov, personal physician to President Puchkov, and you are inside the private hospital for the President in the Grand Palace of the Kremlin.
His eyebrows stayed raised.
And you?
Sasha froze. Ice flushed through him, racing from his head to his toes and then settling in his belly, a hard knot of panic. He'd had a delirious plan, a stupid plan, and he'd headed for Moscow. But to actually be in the Kremlin?
The Kremlin?
His voice shook and he swallowed, trying to steady himself.
President Puchkov?
Dr. Voronov nodded.
It is your turn now, he said gently.
Sasha held Dr. Voronov's stare for a long moment before he started to speak in halting, shaking words. Chapter 15. Saharan Desert. Madigan's caravan tracks traveled through the Wadi, south, out of the Libyan desert, toward the border of Sudan and into the northern Darfur region. Adam had his men rest before they set out, getting a few hours of sleep before hopping back onto their camels and following the trail, this time by the light of the moon, hanging heavy and low over the empty desert. Adam watched their progress on his GPS, and he cursed when he realized they were about to cross into Darfur.
"Hold up,"
he sent over his radio. The mic at his throat picked up the vibrations as he spoke. All he had to do was whisper.
"We're coming up on the border. We need to check it out."
He sent 4 men forward, Sergeant Wright and his partner on camels, and Fitz and Kobayashi on foot, to scope out the border. They came back after an hour.
"Nothing there, sir. Empty desert, no checkpoints, no military, no rebels."
Wright whispered into his throat mic, but his voice was clear as a bell in Adam's ear. Much more important was the lack of rebels. The Sudanese army wasn't a joke, but the rebels were fucking insane. He'd rather they not have any indication they were poking around in Darfur.
"Keep your eyes open."
Adam nudged his camel forward and wrapped his keffiyeh around his face again, covering all but his eyes. He, like his men, wore layers of loose cotton robes, muted shades of desert sand and mud-brick tan interspersed with pops of blue and black. Beneath all of their robes, their black combat uniforms had been sterilized. No rank, no country insignia, and no names. The only identification any of the men carried was a strip of duct tape with their blood type written in marker and wrapped around the radio receiver strapped to their chests. They saw, and heard, their destination, an hour later, glowing over the midnight sand dunes. Bonfires and trash fires sent sparks into the air, and bursts of gunfire spat toward the moon as raucous laughter mixed with shouts and wild boasts. Beat-up trucks with their cabins shorn off shared space with dozens of camels and 4 Humvees. Ratty tents made from leaning tree sticks and bent metal poles covered with torn fabric and empty UN food program sacks clustered around an oasis of scrub trees. U.S. Army-issue green canvas tents sat primly some feet away, at perfect right angles to each other. A sprawling market filled with open-air stalls covered in rifles, machetes, grenades, rocket launchers, and belt-fed ammunition surrounded a square of sand the size of several football fields. Inside, thousands of men relaxed together, laughing and shouting, some drinking and throwing their empty glass bottles into the trash fires before them. Others shot into the sky, wild gesticulations punctuating the stories they told. The sheer number of weapons and men puckered Adam's belly button. His guts slid against themselves as every muscle in his body clenched. Rebels and Madigan's forces mixing together? Madigan's growing army joining another? Whatever it was, a bad situation had just gotten worse. Adam hopped off his camel and dropped to his belly, crawling with his binoculars through the rough sand to the top of the sand dune. Doc and Coleman crawled with him, and Doc passed over the camera plug-in for his binos as he zoomed in on the crowd.
"I've got positive ID on target Baker."
Captain Cook, the Z-Unit prisoner Madigan had gone to lengths to break out, was laughing and squeezing the shoulder of a rebel, while other disreputable-looking men watched. He snapped a pic through the binos. "Target Alpha?" Doc flipped through their who's who list on known targets broken out of the South American prisons, and an updated list of missing SOCOM soldiers from Paraguay on a mini tactical tablet mounted on his forearm and a sleeve. "Madigan?" Adam scanned the crowd again, zooming in on groups of men. He found 3 of the missing SOCOM soldiers, including the executive officer, and one of the high-value jihadist prisoners from Peru, but not Madigan.
"Negative. Damn it."
"Maybe he's jerking off." Adam snorted.
"Let's set up a recon point. When it settles down in there, we can send a team in."
Once the wildness calmed down, maybe they could poke around in the market under cover. His men took up position on the dunes, hiding in the shifting sands. They hid the camels a quarter-mile back under a rocky overhang. One of the camels spat in its marine's face as a thank you. The dead hours of the night bled on, and the wild gathering never lessened. More men piled out of the shanty tents, adjusting their pants, and others headed in, unbuckling their belts on the way. The gunfire continued, bursts spitting into the night. Cook stayed up, moving from group to group, laughing with some, helping sight the targets on another group's rifles. Some of the South American prisoners got into all-out fistfights, wailing on each other until they were down in the sand and blood wept from broken noses and shattered jaws. No one stopped the brawls. As the sun peeked over the edge of the Sahara, more rusted-out trucks arrived, and the men in the wadi swelled. More market stalls opened, selling every type of military tech imaginable: radios, rockets, machetes, binos, NVGs. Purchasers test-fired weapons into the air as men met and chatted, exchanging intel and battle plans. Payments were made between warlords: guns, ammunition, food, and captured women and men. The shanty tents under the limp scrub trees opened their flaps, and dozens of weary, bedraggled women shuffled out. Most were bruised, and some clutched obviously broken arms.
"Jesus Christ."
Adam exhaled slowly as he and his men watched the anarchy unfold, this meeting of rebels, warlords, and weapons.
"Can we just call in an airstrike?"
Doc mumbled. "Wipe all of this off the planet?" Adam snorted. In the complicated mess of international politics, an unsanctioned airstrike undertaken by the controversial President of the United States against a rebel camp in a disputed region of a terrorist state would ignite a powder keg of rage and furious instability around the world. But maybe it'd be worth it. More trucks and men on camels were arriving by the minute. Adam squinted.
"All right, we need to go check it out. We can blend in. Let's see if we can make heads or tails of what's going on down there."
His binos zoomed in on Cook, still standing in the square and chatting to a new warlord.
"And get close to Cook."
"So, you're going down there?" Adam saw Doc's lips move, but his whispers were too low to hear without the mic amplifying his voice. "'Cause you speak fluent Arabic, and that's most of what I'm hearing from down in that mess."
"Yeah, and you're coming too."
"Me?" Doc squawked.
"You're annoying enough to fit in."
In reality, Doc had a sharp pair of eyes, and he was one of the better spotters on Adam's team.
"Get ready. Bring your weapon under your robes. Keep your face covered and wear your shades."
Doc cursed, but slid down the dune and rolled to his back, getting his gear in order. Next to Adam, Coleman called for a water check as the sun continued to climb. He followed Doc down the hill and fixed his robes, hiding his M4 under the folds across his chest. They headed back for their camels and grabbed 2. No matter which one Adam reached for, they all spat at him. There was some mutual hatred between him and camels, some kind of ever-present disgust. They circled the wadi and crossed over to the hard-packed sands several miles down from the rebel camp and then doubled back and approached from the south, heading toward their men on the ridge. Coleman radioed in that he had them in his gun sights, and the rest of the team were covering on the dune. And then they arrived at the camp, pulling their camels to a stop and tying them up under a scrub tree. The stench was almost overpowering. Sweat-soaked bodies and sun-baked canvas turned the air sour, along with the acrid stench of burning diesel and rancid trash. Camel shit fumes wafted over the mass of humanity, the only hint of a breeze carrying the offal. Radios blared, spitting out Arabic beats and angry diatribes from local broadcasts run by rebels. Fast Arabic and local dialects shouted from every direction, and the gunfire rat-a-tatted in fast bursts. The reverberations shook their bones, and Doc and Adam shared a long look before heading into the ramshackle market. Adam made a show of checking the edge of a machete at a stall that sold them in messy stacks, the merchant bragging that they were made from strong Chinese steel and cost a fraction of any other machete being sold. Across the stall, stocky rebels hefted rocket launchers and practiced sighting in on the camels. 3 stalls over, Cook was moving, slipping through the crowd of rebel shoppers. He had his shades on and a handkerchief tied around his neck, and his sweat-stained shirt clung to his wiry muscles. Adam nudged Doc, and the two moved down the line of raucous stalls, ignoring the barkers shouting at them to check their wares as pounding Arabic dance music blared. They were getting closer. Cook was only 2 stalls away, his back to them. Adam reached for his M4, holding the grip beneath his robes. The dance music cut off, and furious Arabic bellowed from the tinny radio speakers surrounding them. Vendors paused, reaching for the radios and tuning out the static, trying to hear better. Adam's gaze fixed on Cook. Their target had stopped. His palm squeezed on his rifle's grip, fingers curling around the trigger. "LT?" Doc hissed. "What the fuck is that radio saying?" He stepped close to Adam, crowding him and covering his reach for his own M4. "They're all fucking looking at us." One of the vendors turned the radio dial up, heads turned their way, eyes narrowing. "LT," Doc hissed again. "The fuck is going on?" Blinking, Adam glanced right and left and finally listened to the bellowing Arabic belting from the radio. In between the static, he heard one of the rebel DJs shouting about infiltrators, American spies in the region sent there to destabilize the rebels and kill them all. "We have this information straight from the top, my fellow fighters. Look to your brothers and root out these American spies, these Western pigs sent from their pig president." Fuck. Adam's eyes flicked up and down the market stalls, searching for an exit as the rebels surrounding them closed ranks and started pointing their way. Curses flew as rifles chambered rounds. His gaze caught on Cook, now facing him, staring at him, and watching the rebels in the market circling their prey. Cook smirked. "Fuck!" Adam pressed his mic and radioed his men. "Evac! Our cover is blown! Get out now!" "We're coming for you, LT!" Coleman barked back immediately. "Negative." Adam whipped out his M4 as Doc did the same. They turned back to back, trying to fend off the swarming rebels. "Get the fuck out of here!" He spotted the machete dealer again, and the piles and piles of blades stacked almost 4 feet high. Beyond the machete dealer's stall, a tarp of limp vegetables lay on the ground, the vegetables withered in the heat. Beyond that, a stretch of sand before the cluster of camels munching on scrub vegetation. A desperate plan formed in his mind. "Get the camels and circle to the south. Ride hard for Al-Fashir. We're not leaving you, LT. We'll be riding south. Take out the bastards chasing us." "What's the plan, LT?" Doc's voice had lost his sarcastic teasing, his ever-present cockiness. "What do we do?" Adam spun them around, still back-to-back, and shot rounds into the sand at the encroaching rebels' feet, trying to force them back. Most leapt away, but brandished their own weapons and bellowed in Arabic, calling them American pigs and promising a painful, slow death. "Run at the machete dealer. Shoot him and use the blades to leap the stall. Grab one and clear a path to the camels, cut them all free, get one and go. Ride south, hard and fast. And you?
I'll cover you.
Adam exhaled, and his sweat-slick hands gripped his M4. There was no way he'd get out of there, but he could cover Doc. This was it. He'd be dead in moments. His damn smile flashed through Adam's mind once again, but he let it stay, hovering there behind his eyes.
If only.
Fuck that! Doc reached over Adam's head and grabbed his vest through his robes, jerking hard and spinning him around. He fired, spraying the crowd of rebels with gunfire. Men screamed, falling to the ground as bullets tore through them. Chaos erupted. Through the chaos, Cook whipped out a handgun and aimed at Adam and Doc. Doc fired wildly toward Cook and took off, dragging Adam with him toward the machete dealer's stall. 2 bullets to the machete dealer had him dropping to the sand, lifeless. They clambered up on the sliding piles of blades, unsteady on their feet, but managed to leap onto the tarp of vegetables as Cook opened fire again. 3 bullets whizzed by Adam's face, one burning through the cartilage of his ear. Blood poured down his cheek and soaked his keffiyeh. Adam sprayed a wild burst toward Cook, peppering the market. Dealers ducked, and some of the rebels dove for cover while others fired back at Adam and Doc. Stalls collapsed and ratty tarps swung from broken boards. Weapons and bodies lay in the blood-soaked sand. Destroyed vegetables lay scattered, limp lettuce, squished tomatoes, and scattered potatoes rolling every which way. He took a moment to breathe, exhaling hard as he ducked behind a narrow scrub tree and sought out Cook. Doc cut loose the camels and shouted at them, smacking their asses to get them moving. Through the shot-up market, Cook leveled his handgun at Adam and smirked again. His fingers squeezed down on the trigger. Adam exhaled, pressed his rifle to his shoulder, and fired first. Cook ducked, but Adam fired low, and one of his bullets slammed into Cook's shoulder. Cook dropped, crouching behind a damaged stall, and grabbed at his shoulder, his shirt rapidly staining red with blood. "LT?" Doc was up on his camel, and he had the reins of another in his hand. "Time to go." Adam leaped onto his cranky camel and kicked it hard in the ribs. Snorting, the camel took off, racing south as the rebels in the market tried to chase them. Some ran for the scattered camels as others ran for the trucks, piling in and taking off into the desert on their heels. The hard-packed sands continued for miles. The trucks would have an easy time chasing them. Desert grit sprayed behind the trucks' tires, and though some fishtailed wildly, they caught up to Adam and Doc. Bullets flew past their heads. The camels screamed in protest, stamping the sand, trying to go faster. Adam grit his teeth and tried to lay low on his camel. Next to him, Doc did the same and sent Adam a frantic sidelong look. This is it. Shot in the back on camels. Fucking camels. He prayed it would be quick. "We're coming in from the northeast. Got you in our sights. Ride straight. We'll take out the trash." Coleman's voice broke over the radio, followed by gunfire cracking the air behind him. Gunfire from his team. He barked out a surprised laugh, relief dizzying his head. Doc grinned. Coleman and his team ran at his and Doc's pursuers on their camels, flanking the convoy and sniping the drivers and shooters out of the open cabins. Swerving, 3 trucks crashed into each other and one flipped. The last slammed on its brakes, throwing sand, and the rebels scattered, some trying to return fire and others running to the crashed vehicles. Coleman's team swept by, finishing off the rebels before swinging up behind Adam and Doc. Hooves pounded and grit sprayed behind the team as they drove their camels as fast as they could in a sprint for the south. "Good timing, Sergeant." Coleman stayed quiet while their team rode hard in a wide line, heading for Alpha Shear. "What now, LT?" Doc still had a worried look in his eyes, and a deep frown creased his forehead. His keffiyeh flopped in the wind behind him, unwrapped from his face as they rode. He knew what he had to do. He knew who he had to call. He'd known somehow that this would be how it would eventually turn out. He couldn't escape, not at all, from the universe's cruel forces. He almost dropped the sat phone when he tugged it from his vest. "DC? Thought you said they would disavow us if we caused an international incident." Doc and Coleman shared a long look. "Not DC. Sighing, Adam punched in the number he knew by heart. "As always," he answered, and the sound of his voice went straight through Adam's chest. His lungs clenched, and he fought to breathe. "Assalamu alaikum."
Faisal, my God. Even after all this time, I still melt when I hear your voice. Faisal,
he managed to choke out.
I need your help. Again.
Tough fight ahead for Secretary of State Elizabeth Wall in vice presidential confirmation hearings. Secretary of State Elizabeth Wall headed for Capitol Hill today for the first of her confirmation hearings after being nominated for the vice president vacancy. The House Judiciary Committee opened the proceedings focusing on Secretary Wall's history of public service and her accomplishments. However, when Secretary Wall headed to the Senate, Senator Stephen Allen took much of the committee's time questioning Secretary Wall on her allegiance and support for President Spiers. Seeing as there has never been a president more threatened than President Spiers, it's reasonable to imagine that you may, in fact, inherit the presidency, having never received a single vote, Allen said. The American people have a right to know what your beliefs are. Do you support President Spiers' lifestyle? In response, Secretary Wall stated that President Spiers and his partner were both personal and professional heroes of hers, especially in light of their actions against the rogue General Madigan, but she refused to discuss President Spiers' personal life. Multiple senators ceded their time to Senator Allen's line of inquiry, which included questioning how Secretary Wall, if confirmed, would push the president to repair the U.S.'s standing in the world and reintroduce family values to the White House. Chapter 16. White House Residence.
Mr. President, Mr. First Gentleman.
The low voice of the overnight Navy steward woke Jack and Ethan at 4 a.m. Blinking at the light spilling in from the hallway, Jack's stomach clenched, and one of his hands sought Ethan's. Ethan groggily woke and rolled toward him. They'd been woken in the middle of the night once before, and it had been terrible news. What was happening now? "What's up?" Shaking his head, Jack tried to focus on the steward's words as Ethan buried his face in Jack's hip.
Mr. President, we're getting reports that a dump of top-secret intelligence cables has been posted online. Mr. Irwin and Mr. Reese are in the Situation Room now.
Fuck. Jack leaped from the bed, and Ethan's face hit the mattress. The steward politely ducked out of their bedroom, while Jack scrambled for his boxers and pulled on a pair of jeans from the back of the couch beneath their window. He tripped over their crumbled clean-up towel, what once had been a beautiful deep navy from the White House, now stained with their combined release. He nudged it under the bed as his cheeks burned.
"What's going on?"
Ethan grunted as he pushed himself up. His hair stood on end, and sleep clung to him, squishing his face and squinting his eyes. Jack took a moment to kiss his lover's forehead. "Bad news. Top-secret intel has been released online. I'm heading down to the Situation Room. Irwin and Reese are already there." Reese was Irwin's successor at the CIA, the new director, and Jack had a sneaking suspicion that the two men worked very closely together, close enough that he didn't want to actually know. Ethan groaned and face-planted back to the bed. Jack heard a muffled curse breathed into the mattress, and then Ethan was moving, sliding out and grabbing his own boxers and pants. When Jack pulled on Ethan's Secret Service sweatshirt before Ethan could grab it, Ethan tried to glare, but his tender smile spoiled it. He grabbed a plain pullover instead, and in under a minute they were heading down, running through the White House together again in the dead of night. The night-shift Secret Service agents picked them up at the stairs and escorted them to the White House ground floor before taking up silent positions in the back of the Situation Room. Irwin was already reading through the dumped intel cables on the main screen, while Reese was juggling his cell phone and making furious notes on 3 different notepads. "I'm here. Hit me." Jack stood behind his chair, Ethan at his side.
50 gigs of top-secret intel cables dated this week to 2 months ago.
Reports from the CIA and DIA mostly describing our clandestine operations in the Middle East and Africa. Irwin spoke while Reese shouted into his cell phone, something about needing to wake him the fuck up now. Does it identify assets on the ground? Are our people in danger? Yes, sir. Irwin's glower turned dark. We've found 15 names so far. We're coming for more. Have we reached out to them? Got them to safety? As many as we can. Some are buried pretty deep. One is inside Iran. Others are just as buried and pretty scattered. Some are in our diplomatic programs. Work harder. We need to get everyone into our embassies and out of those countries. Irwin and Reese nodded, Reese already dialing another number on his cell phone as Jack shared a long look with Ethan. Who do I need to start calling? Pulling at his chair, Jack sat and dragged the secure phone at the conference table close to him. What leaders do I need to reach out to? It's a long list, sir. 16 countries so far. None of them will be happy about our operations on their soil. Do I need to ask who did this? Irwin leveled his gaze at Jack. You already know. Madigan. How did he get access to this intel? He hasn't had clearance in months. But the officers at the SOCOM base in Paraguay did. Ethan slid into the seat beside Jack and pulled a tablet close, reading through the cables. They could have gotten this for him. Our own military turning against us? Joining Madigan? Jack's chest burned and his heart squeezed as he breathed the possibility. 11 of them have. Ethan's eyes were a mixture of agony and rage, a painful hatred that echoed in Jack's soul. We've got to stop this. He's sending people to their deaths. Jack grabbed the phone again. Lawrence, give me someone to call. I'm not going to abandon our people out there. Northern Russia. St. Petersburg. Western Region Military Headquarters. Do you have the news on? General Madigan frowned. The call on his cell phone had come through from an unlisted number, and he almost hadn't answered. But he had opened negotiations with a certain rogue general, and he accepted the call on the last ring. Not yet. What is happening? I suggest you get on the internet, turn on your news. Your GRU boys will be beating down your door in just a moment, too. Over the phone line, General Madigan chuckled. Madigan's eyes narrowed. His fingers pounded on the keyboard as his mustache bunched together above pursed lips. America's leaked intelligence cable splashed across the front page of the internet. A tsunami of outcry lay in the cable's wake even after only a short time. He grinned, scrolling through the first published cable. So, General, Madigan kept talking in his ear, this is the second gift I have graciously offered to you. Top-secret intelligence, names of undercover operatives, details of operations. America's intelligence community will be seriously shattered after this. Madigan leaned back in his desk chair. Yes, you have, he mused. I have to ask myself, General, why do you do this? Are you searching for a new home? Do you hope to buy your way into Russia? I am not sure the current Russian president would accept you. He is close to your president. Jack Spiers is no president of mine, Madigan said smoothly, his voice dropping to a slick growl. And I don't want to start singing the Russian hymn. That's not what I'm after. What is it you want with me? Silence for a moment. If you could remake the world exactly how you want, General, how would you make it? Madigan stilled. His eyes glanced over to his office door, closed and locked. How did Madigan know? How had he figured out that Madigan had aspirations for more, had cultivated a culture within his ranks, within his men, that yearned for the days of yesterday when Putin had stretched them around the globe, and everyone knew Russia was a force to be reckoned with. What had happened to their country after Putin? Slowly, he tapped his finger on his wood desk.
There is much that I would change.
As would I. He could almost hear Madigan's smile, the slow slide of consonants and vowels rolling around in victory. And together, we can bring about that change, you and I. It's time for a new world, is it not, General? Did he take this next step? Start down a path he'd dreamed of, had bellowed for, beaten into the heads and hearts of so many thousands of his own men? He'd said the words, but actually making a move, actually working toward a revolution, was something else entirely. His eyes wandered to the computer monitor and the American intelligence cables. Madigan, a man on the run, hunted by the United States, and yet he'd managed to penetrate their deepest secrets. With power like that, what could they not do together?
It is time for a new world, General,
he answered, his bushy mustache twitching.
You and I do see eye to eye.
White House.
Mr. President, 21 of our assets were named in the cables.
Irwin called out across the conference table as Jack slammed the phone down on the Pakistani president.
13 have made it to our embassies.
And the other 8? Ethan asked, watching Jack. Jack's rage simmered just beneath his skin. Ethan's worried eyes were heavy on him. Beneath the Situation Room's conference table, Ethan's hand landed on Jack's knee, squeezing. They'd been calling who they could, desperately pleading for help and rounding up their assets. Some refused to take their call. Others told Jack he was a criminal himself, and his people deserved the punishment that was coming.
You've been caught, Mr. President,
the president of Pakistan had crowed.
You can't break every law of the planet, of international law, and of God's will, and expect not to reap your consequences. Your sins were bound to catch up to you. This is the price you have to pay for your sexual indiscretions.
Jack had slammed down the phone. Fuck international diplomacy. The Situation Room had filled up, most of his national security staff and joint chiefs in the room. Everyone had their cell phones out and at least 2 conversations going on, text, email, and cell each. Director Reese rubbed his forehead.
We don't have any status on the missing 8.
He swallowed, his throat rising and falling as Jack stared him down. Jack had inherited the United States intelligence apparatus just like every American president, but when it went off the rails or came crashing down, he was the one holding the cards when the game ended. These lives were on him, on how he hadn't caught Madigan yet. His rage, his raw fury, roared. The image of 8 Americans dying because of Madigan's games, his plots, and his machinations. He'd always been a peaceful man, but the thought of Madigan dead brought him true pleasure. The thought of him obliterated, wiped off the planet, made his heart beat faster and gave him a thrill of satisfaction so strong he could practically taste it. Elizabeth, still Secretary of State until her confirmation hearing went through, hung up her phone.
Britain has condemned the release of the cables, but they're also being careful to distance themselves from us. They're quietly working on trying to track down where the release came from.
Jack shook his head and braced his forearms against the table. It would be useless. Madigan would have covered his tracks better than that. He'd been 2 steps ahead of them so far, exploding out of the shadows in a matter of days and sowing death and destruction across half the world. The phone before Jack buzzed.
Mr. President, a call from President Puchkov.
Sergey. Maybe his friend could give him a little smile. Jack grabbed the phone and nodded to Ethan to pick up his receiver as well. Most of the time he spoke to world leaders privately, and he didn't have the rest of his Situation Room listening in. But now he needed Ethan there by his side. He needed his presence.
Ethan was a balm to his soul, a soothing refuge in a sea of insanity.
Sergey. Jack.
Sergey sounded drained on the other end of the line, like how Jack expected he sounded to Sergey.
Bad day over there for you.
It's only just begun. Jack pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. They'd been at it for hours, combing through the cables, trying to keep a lid on the worst of the damage. The priority was getting their people to safety. Everything else could wait.
I got my people on this as soon as we heard about the release of your cables. I am sorry, but we were only able to pick up 5 of your operatives.
Jack's head whipped around, staring at Ethan as his jaw dropped. Ethan froze, wide-eyed. Sergey, you what? Sitting forward, Jack motioned for Director Reese and Irwin to pick up receivers from the table. They scrambled for the phones, muting their handhelds before answering.
Ilya Ivchenko is the head of the FSB, and my close friend. We started in the FSB together. He called his people in Iran, Pakistan, and Libya. We managed to get 5 of your operatives before the authorities picked them up.
Director Reese's mouth dropped open, and he mouthed to Irwin, "Holy fucking shit," as he rifled through his notepads. Jack spun his own notes closer. The names of all 21 operatives were written down, and he'd checked off next to the ones that were safe. "Can you tell me who you picked up?" Sergey grunted and then started reading the names and countries.
They're all safe in our embassies, and we are arranging transport to Moscow, and then to Washington, ASAP.
He chuckled once.
We are not questioning your people either, and they are being treated very well. Hot showers and food, even.
It was a lame joke, but it was a tired attempt at humor from Sergey, and, for the moment, Jack appreciated it. Exhaling, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Gratitude flooded through him. Sergey. He didn't know what to say. You saved their lives, and we're only missing 3 now. Observers in Congo and Bangladesh. Beneath the table, Ethan's hand found his, lacing together.
I am sorry we could not do more, Jack. We did not have access to those operatives. Our people on the ground are limited in both of those countries.
Director Reese scribbled furious notes, making disbelieving gestures to Irwin across the table as the rest of the Situation Room stared, slack-jawed. You've done more than anyone else. He swallowed and pressed his lips together. Thank you, Sergey. A pause.
Let us talk, Jack, one-on-one, when you are not swamped with this.
Sergey sighed, and the exhale crackled over the phone line.
I hope you find your missing men, truly. Please, call me if there is anything I can do.
Chapter 17. Moscow. The Kremlin. Sergey wandered through the halls of the Kremlin palace, his hands stuffed in his suit pants, jacket long forgotten, tie left behind at his desk. He had had Ilya working for hours trying to find the last 3 American operatives. They had even reached out to a few of the rebel groups President Putin had once kept delicate contact with in Congo, but that had been a dead end. And a short time ago the news had broken. All 3 were dead. Murdered, no doubt. In Congo, the bodies had been put on public display, a warning to all foreigners and spies. Dubious circumstances, shouted from the news reports, along with the worldwide blanket condemnation of the United States, even from her closest allies, as if the United Kingdom didn't have spies circling the globe as well. It had been a long, long day, and a tragic one. Still, the events had kept his mind off what he had to do tomorrow, and that had been a relief. Now that the day was done and night had crept through the Kremlin, Sergey's thoughts turned once more to his task at hand. He paced, restless. Eventually, his feet took him to the far wing, and he found himself wandering past the offices his doctor had taken over.
He'd learned, through the years, to only trust his personal physician. He wouldn't be assassinated by a strange doctor's hand. What was it Dr. Voronov had said the day before? He'd found a man outside the Kremlin, half dead and frozen, and had brought him in. Well, Voronov had a soft touch. He'd been a kind man when he was young, and age had only made him kinder. He was completely at odds with Sergey's world, and that was one of the reasons he kept the old man around. Voronov had sent an email about the man, and before everything had broken with the American intelligence cables, he'd meant to read it. Voronov had personally asked him to, coming to see him with a fresh cup of coffee and earnest, worried eyes. Leaning up against the wall, Sergey fished out his cell phone and pulled up the email. A lengthy military record was attached at the end, a career's worth of overachievement and high honors. His blood began to boil as he read, and by the time he finished, he nearly threw his cell down the red-carpeted hallway. Instead, he paced, his hands clenching into fists, nearly crushing his phone in his grasp. At the end of the hall, he slouched against a golden column, leaning forward and hanging his head between his shoulders. Dare he speak out? He was already going to unmake the Russian world tomorrow. Could he demand equality as well? He was up against so much. His country's remarriage to orthodoxy after the fall of the Soviet Union, a hatred of anything non-Russian, and a firm belief that gays were sent from elsewhere to poison the soul of Russia. They weren't Russian, they were invaders. Bullshit. He'd served for years with men like Ethan and Jack, and they'd always hid layer upon layer of lies and subterfuge. He'd always looked the other way, but he also sat silently, while other men did not. What did that make him? Sergey closed his eyes. He was a president marked for death anyway. If he died for speaking out about this, so be it. Sergey turned back around, heading for the doors to Voronov's office. He entered quietly and padded through the few rooms Voronov had outfitted for Sergey. X-ray, examination, even surgery, and, on the right, a private recovery room. He'd never used it, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The door was open, and Sergey realized his mistake as soon as he poked his head through the door. Sasha Andreev was awake. His head popped up from the newspaper he'd been reading by the light of the single desk lamp when he heard Sergey's shoes squeak. They stared at each other, frozen, for a long moment. Sasha moved first, throwing back the covers and trying to jump to his feet. "Mr. President," he tried to salute, but doubled over, falling sideways back to the bed. Cringing, Sasha bowed his head. "Mr. President, I apologize." Sergey moved, going to steady Sasha, but aborted, coming up short. He stood awkwardly at the foot of Sasha's bed, and his hands gripped the metal frame. "Do not apologize, and do not stand. Do not salute. You need to recover your strength. Rest." Sasha winced. "Yes, sir." He still didn't move, just stayed with his head bowed, breathing hard. "Are you feeling better?" He had no idea what to say. "I am no longer dying." "Spoken like a true Russian." Sergey grinned. It faded, replaced by stilted silence. "Do something." Sergey crossed to the lone chair next to the bed. He sat stiffly, long arms clasped between his knees. Sasha followed his movements, but still kept his head down. "Please get comfortable. Do not suffer." Sergey waited, and when Sasha didn't move, he grabbed his pillow and started fluffing it. He was awkward, but Sasha twisted around, shocked, and Sergey grinned again. "So, you are not a statue." Sasha slid carefully back on the bed, leaning against the pillow. "No. Former Senior Lieutenant Sasha Andreev, MiG pilot." He looked down at his hands. "But not anymore. Dr. Voronov told me what you said happened to you." Sasha swallowed, and a dark glower settled on his face.
There was no other reason for this attack.
Sergey fumbled for the right thing to say. He was doing it all wrong.
Nothing else that could have angered your fellow pilots?
No. Sasha looked up, and Sergey's breath shorted. Fire filled Sasha's ice-blue eyes, a pure rage, focused squarely on Sergey. Dark bruises in the swollen right half of Sasha's face twitched.
I thought they were my friends. I was a good officer. I worked hard. I had to be perfect. I wanted to be a cosmonaut one day.
He shook his head, blinking fast, and looked away.
The only reason there was for this was because I am gullible.
His chin dropped.
Peter, do not say that,
he said firmly, and reached out, grabbing hold of Sasha's shoulder.
Do not call yourself that. I read your military record. You are a great Russian, an officer in our Air Force. Be proud of who you are.
Wide eyes shone with held-back tears. Sasha's chin trembled. Sergey squeezed his shoulder again.
I hate that I am...
Sasha choked out. He shook his head.
I tried to fix it. I tried to change.
He gasped.
I did what I had to survive. I put up with this uncontrollable need. Tried to keep it contained. Only sought release rarely. I never told anyone.
His eyes burned and his breaths came fast.
Everything about this, about what I am, I hate.
He pitched forward, burying his face in his palms as he howled. Beneath Sergey's hand, Sasha's shoulders shook. He sobbed, rivers of grief, a lifetime of self-hate flowing through his fingers. What could he do in the face of so much pain? He felt so small, so inadequate, confronted with Sasha's anguish. Jack's face, his voice floated through Sergey's mind. Had his friend ever felt this way? Had Jack ever hated himself? Had he ever struggled with who he was and his own worth? What would Jack do if he were here? Sergey slid onto the bed, sitting beside Sasha, and pulled him close.
Why are you saying these things? A great Russian like you should not be hating himself. No, it is not right.
Sasha's tears rained down on Sergey's white shirt, but he stroked his hand up and down Sasha's arm. Sasha's head fell to Sergey's shoulder, tears still falling, as he breathed shallowly through his mouth and squeezed his eyes shut. Sergey rolled his head back, resting it on top of the metal headboard. He would dare tomorrow. He would speak. If it was the last thing he did. Russian president vehemently denounces leaked American intelligence cables, pledges public support for American president in the hunt for Madigan. Russian President Sergey Puchkov delivered a scathing rebuke to the masterminds behind the release of thousands of classified American intelligence cables, which revealed details of intelligence collections and the personal identities of undercover intelligence operators, leading to the deaths of 3 Americans. The release of the cables is widely thought to be the work of former General Porter Madigan, traitor turned international terrorist, who has evaded capture from the United States for almost half a year. The world cannot give in to the whims and machinations of a madman, Puchkov said in a press briefing from Moscow. This madman, Madman Madigan, thinks that he can make some kind of impact on the world with these games of his. No, he is mistaken. He means nothing. He's insignificant, and soon he will be gone. We remain committed with our partners in the United States to combating terrorism around the world, whether that is the Islamic Caliphate or this madman. China distances from United States in wake of cable's release.
Following the release of classified intelligence online, Chinese officials rushed to distance themselves from the United States. Speaking from Beijing, Chinese President Bai Jiankai announced a moratorium on discussions with the United States regarding Taiwan's status and said that they would be reviewing all further engagements with President Spiers and the U.S. While the cables released did not discuss United States intelligence operations in China, President Bai stated that he was ordering a full review of the government, searching for any potential opportunities that foreign governments may hope to exploit. China has grown increasingly wary as the United States and President Spiers continue to build a close friendship with the Russian Federation and President Sergey Puchkov. Relations between China and the Russian Federation have cooled considerably as Russia has pivoted to the West. Chapter 18. Taif, Saudi Arabia. Summer Palace of Prince Faisal. Adam stood on the rooftop balcony of Faisal's summer palace, gazing at the mountains rising in the distance. Fruit groves stretched away, unending lines of peaches and pomegranates, growing sweet and lush. A dull buzz, the hum of insects, droned as the sun started its descent, a tawny orange glow scattering gold over the valley. His mind swam, the heady sense of Taif sliding against memories he could no longer push back, no longer repress. 6 months. It had been 6 months since Ethiopia, since he had ran for the safety of Faisal's arms again, and, in a fit of relief, regret, and desperate adrenaline, had kissed Faisal breathless, and followed him into his palatial bedroom. What had he thought, that all their problems would disappear just because he'd lived through the attack in Ethiopia, that somehow the illegality of their affair would magically vanish, that all of the struggles, everything against them, all of the day-in, day-out slog they had endured for 2 years would be different? Of course it wouldn't. He had known as soon as he had woken up in Faisal's arms, with his men sleeping below in the sunroom and Reichenbach recovering after surgery. It had been a mistake to kiss him again. There was a reason he had ended it with Faisal. He'd be jailed, he'd be court-martialed, stripped of his command and thrown from the Marine Corps, investigated for years, and, if the government found out what he and Faisal did together. Once, he was awarded for superior intelligence operations in the Middle East. He had been like a seer, his commanders had said, like a soothsayer. He could predict the future with uncanny accuracy. He had secretly been working hand in hand with Faisal. At least until Faisal's uncle found out about them. Then Faisal had moved, brought back to the capital. He was ordered to stay away from predators trying to woo him into sin. Nothing could stop their love, Adam had thought. Not even the Saudi royal family. They kept on, meeting in Dammam, Dubai, and Kuwait City, in Amman and Cairo, and here, at Faisal's summer palace. Nothing could stop their love, except for Adam himself. Faisal was different then. He wore jeans and long-sleeve shirts, and he moved with his people on the ground. When he was plucked back to Riyadh, his uncle, the governor of Riyadh, put him in loose robes and the kafia, but he and Adam had loved to peel the layers away, together. Adam dropped his head, letting it hang between his shoulders. Peach and honey tickled his nose, and then the endless bloom of roses, thick like a dream. He had thought he was drunk the first time they'd come to Taif, when the rose gardens had been in full bloom and the honey was in harvest, and Faisal smiled at him over candlelight and took his hand. Enough. There'd never been a future for them. He should have ended their arrangement long ago when he'd had the chance to walk away. He couldn't ever be Faisal's anything. Why had he spent years pretending he could? He sensed Faisal before he heard him. He'd always been able to. That shiver to the air, the tang of spices, and the punch to his gut that he'd felt from the first night, the first moment he'd laid eyes on Faisal. He heard Faisal crossing the roof to his side. They were the same height, and Faisal stared at his profile as if he had never seen him before, taking in the tanned lines and his stubble and the ragged tear in his ear from Cook's gunshot.
Adam had stripped down, taking off his filthy robes, his vest, and his uniform top. He was just in his black fatigue pants and a plain tank. Faisal stroked his arm.
Habibi, we can't.
Adam intercepted Faisal's hand and plucked it from his skin. He forced himself not to thread their fingers together.
You know we can't.
Faisal closed his eyes.
I thought, after Ethiopia didn't change anything.
Looking down, Adam gripped the balcony railing hard enough to turn his knuckles white.
It was a mistake. What happened then? It was a mistake.
Silence. The taste of peaches lingered on the air, and he remembered kissing Faisal, tasting peach nectar and hearing his warm voice whisper Arabic against his shoulder.
Loving you will never be a mistake to me,
Faisal finally said.
If you believe our love is a mistake, then that is your burden to bear.
His voice, as always, was soft and gently accented thanks to his private English tutors in Riyadh and his Oxford education. It tore at Adam's heart, always. The tenderness containing a core of ferocity, a hidden fire that rivaled the sun. Adam squeezed his eyes shut. After Ethiopia, after Adam had gone to storm the White House with Reichenbach, Faisal had tried to reach out to him. He'd called, he'd texted, he'd emailed, he'd tried, he really had, to get close to Adam again. It had driven Adam to the brink, always ignoring the calls, reading the texts, and never being able to respond, leaving emails unread, deleting them. Faisal stepped back, away from Adam.
I am monitoring for anything that could be your Madigan, searching for news reports and police filings. There may be something in the Sudan. Saudi intelligence hacked their central government a long time ago.
An email was sent this past hour, a report about a jail being attacked, and all the prisoners freed.
Yeah, that would be Madigan.
Time to get back to work. Time to get away from here and from Faisal.
Can I see the report?
Of course. Adam hesitated.
I'm sorry. For calling you, asking for your help. Again. I know this can't be easy.
Fuck, it was brutal for him, and he was the one who had ended it. A sad smile tried to turn up the corners of Faisal's lips.
I've prayed endlessly for the opportunity to see you again. Allah has delivered. Alhamdulillah. Seeing you always brings joy to my heart.
And I would rather you call me for help, even now, every time you need it,
than worry about you in danger. I am here for you. Always.
He nodded to the floor, to his men below, who were lounging after Faisal had fed them a feast following their rescue.
You and your men. You care for them so deeply.
Fuck, what could he say to that? Nothing. There was nothing he could say.
Let's go,
he grumbled.
We've got to stop Madigan.
He took off, heading for the double-glass doors beneath the airy arbor of Faisal's bedroom.
Do you remember last year, last spring? Almost exactly a year ago?
Adam stopped. He looked down.
I would give everything, every rial in the kingdom, every single thing I have, to go back to that night and try to change your mind. I cannot get your entire team in.
Faisal had invited Adam and his men to his private office, where he showed Adam the email scrapped from the Sudanese government's servers and the attached pictures. The prison burned to the ground, guards shot dead, and prisoners escaped. None of the photos showed a bloody, encircled M, but the Sudanese agent taking the blurry shots hadn't known to look for one. Adam had started talking about getting his men on the ground and going through the remains when Faisal spoke.
What do you mean? My team and I have to check it out. This is an important lead.
I said I couldn't get your entire team in. I can get one of you in with me. Doc frowned and was about to open his mouth when Adam interrupted.
Why would you go over there?
The Saudi royal family takes regional Gulf security very seriously. If hundreds of Sudanese prisoners have been released, especially from that prison, then the event would warrant a private personal visit from a Saudi official. He spread his hands briefly before clasping them. Who better than the head of the Intelligence Directorate?
What did you mean by that prison? Doc blurted out before Adam could shut him down.
Faisal shared a long, silent look with Adam.
What? What's going on?
Doc glared between the two, and even Coleman started to frown.
You two are keeping secrets from us?
Incredulity drowned his words.
It was a rendition site.
Adam crossed his arms and spread his legs.
The Saudis and the U.S. government shared it. Black bag kind of shit, enhanced interrogations. The U.S. turned it over to the Sudanese after that kind of thing became politically unpopular.
Adam cracked his jaw and clenched his teeth together, hard.
Doc whistled. That how you two jokers met? Became besties?
Silence. Adam and Faisal stared at Doc, not blinking.
Jesus Christ, sorry!
Doc threw up his hands. Faisal frowned at the expletive.
Adam glared at Doc until Doc shuffled back, his hands up at his chest, a silent apology.
He turned back to Faisal.
How would we get in?
I will demand entry. My position brings some weight. And some fear. Faisal lifted his chin just a bit. Adam licked his lips. Yes, there would be fear there. Coleman frowned.
And why would you know about this breakout? It just was reported to their government. You might have read the email before they did.
Faisal smiled. I prefer to keep the mystery strong. They will know that I know, and that's that. Coleman's eyebrows rose, but he didn't argue. He turned to Adam.
You're going with him?
Of course it would be him. He was the most fluent in Arabic, and he had the better grasp on the culture. Pun not intended.
Yeah, Adam said with a sigh. You all will have to chill here while I do the dirty work.
He tried to turn it into a joke, with a lame little smile at the end. A few of his guys laughed. Faisal's palace had 3 pools, a basketball court, a gym better than the one on their base, and a media room that was practically a theater. They'd be fine. At the rear of the office, Doc's eyes lingered on Adam. He felt Doc's stare on the back of his neck, but he refused to answer the questions buried in his gaze. The flight to Port Sudan took only 2 hours, but being locked in Faisal's executive jet alone with him was torturous. Faisal made himself busy, reading through something on his tablet, and he ignored Adam, save for his endless politeness. Adam tried to focus on typing up everything that had happened for Reichenbach, from landing in Egypt to flying in Faisal's jet to Port Sudan. He hadn't heard from him in a day, but with the news blaring about America's leaked intel cables and the deaths of 3 clandestine operatives, Adam let that go. Reichenbach was most likely busy with the president, trying to keep a lid on that situation, though the timing of the release was intriguing. The same day he and his men had been fingered in Darfur, set up by Madigan to hopefully be killed and exposed to the world as American spies and assassins. It had to be connected. Faisal had brought his own vehicle and driver to Port Sudan, and Adam waited with him on the tarmac as the bulletproof Land Rover was unloaded. He plucked at his suit and tried to forget the heated, questioning stares Doc had sent his way when he and Faisal had left. Why did Faisal have a designer suit in Adam's size in his closet? He actually had 5. They'd been gifts. Once. Adam had thought Faisal would have gotten rid of all of his things by now, but when he hesitantly followed him into his closet, there his clothes were, still hanging on his side, like he'd never left. He dressed quickly and grunted when his team tried to talk to him on the way out the door. There and back, and then he could ditch the suit and the memories
and work on their next plan of attack. When the Land Rover was ready, they piled inside and set off, heading for the prison in the desolate reaches of the northern desert. They didn't call ahead, and when their vehicle pulled up, the Sudanese military securing the site scrambled, producing a general and the head of Sudanese intelligence before Adam had rebuttoned his suit jacket. Faisal stood tall and demanded access to the prison. He talked quietly, but managed to convey so much disappointment, as if the full weight of the Saudi royal family were glaring down at Sudan. Once, he'd confessed to Adam that his confidence had wavered after being sent back to Riyadh. He thought he'd been set up to fail. Seeing him in action again made Adam's heart clench, and he fought back the swelling pride and sorrow that threatened to consume him. Faisal had helped save the world 6 months ago. He'd been the very first to uncover the connection between the Caliphate and General Madigan. The world owed him everything. He was a better man than Adam was. Better than Adam ever could be. In minutes, Faisal and Adam were led around the prison's ruins by the general himself, while another soldier went to find the prison manifest. Just who had been in there when Madigan had hit it? Adam backed Faisal up with fierce glares from behind his shades and beneath his keffiyeh, acting like the intimidating bruiser he was supposed to play. Faisal played his part excellently, distracting the general enough that Adam had free rein to investigate the ruins and take pictures. He found the bloody M on one of the half-collapsed, barely standing walls, and a dead and burned prison guard slumped beneath had a slit neck. He took 2 pictures and then pushed the destroyed wall the rest of the way down, obliterating Madigan's sign. After that, they left quickly, speeding back to Port Sudan in their jet before someone from Khartoum could ask questions. Adam didn't relax until they were in the air, soaring over the Red Sea, and on the way home. On the way back to Faisal's home. Not his. Not anymore. Adam lay back on the plane's couch and tried to block everything out. He closed his eyes, feigning sleep, when he felt Faisal's eyes on him. When Faisal laid a blanket across him halfway through the flight, he nearly lost it all. Instead, he clutched the fleece as if he could hold on to Faisal, and counted the minutes until they landed. Chapter 19. Moscow. The Kremlin. It's time. In Sergey's presidential office, cameras were set up and television lights washed out all the shadows, illuminating his office for his presidential address. He'd called the news outlets only a half hour before. It would be a surprise to his country and to the world. Past Russian presidents had changed the entire world from his office. Now, it was Sergey's time to make history. Breathing deep, Sergey nodded to Ilya and strode into his office. The film crews stood respectfully, clapping, and waited for him to sit at his desk before they went back to their final details. And then, the television producer was counting down, signaling 3, 2, 1. The lights behind the cameras dimmed, and the teleprompter beneath the lens winked on. For a moment, Sergey stayed silent. His broadcast was going to every single Russian all around the country, on the television, over the radio, and streaming live online. There was no going back. He folded his hands on top of his desk and stared into the camera. My friends, tonight is a very special night. Together, we are about to step into the future with a renewed strength. He hesitated and licked his lips. We have much we need to improve as a country. Somewhere in his office, a film crew member hissed. Sergey kept on. We have to bring our country back from where we have gotten lost. Silence as he breathed. No one in his office moved. No Russian president had ever said their country wasn't the absolute best in the world. 18 months ago, I became your president, and I made a promise that day that I would strengthen Russia's prosperity and her character. On that day, I and my senior leaders began a systematic investigation of the corruption that has infested our motherland.
We tracked all bribes offered to the Kremlin and to my office. We followed all the money and all political favors through charity organizations, false bank accounts, and fraudulent corporations, until we found the roots of this corrupt evil. Our state prosecutor has collected evidence all this time, and is tonight executing warrants against those who have crippled our country. Come tomorrow morning, a new Russia will awaken, stronger.
All around the nation, doors were being kicked in, and FSB agents were dragging out members of the Duma, the federal legislature, senior businessmen, oligarchs who had overreached military officials too cozy with the Brodfa, and members of his own government. Thousands of arrests. A national purge. Somewhere in his office, one of the film crew gasped, and the television producer who had counted him down had her hands over her mouth. Every ruble that has been paid in corruption money and bribery to the Kremlin has been funneled into a special account for the state prosecutor's review. As of today, that total stands at just over 800 million. But this barely touches the 25% of our GDP that is lost to corruption annually. It is time to put a stop to this acceptance of corruption as a way of life. Beginning immediately, all forms of bribery and corruption will be met with the full force of Russian justice. This is not the Russian way. This is not what a strong Russia is made out of. We will fight this evil, just as we have fought every invading force that threatens to destroy Russia, with determination and commitment. We will bring about a free and prosperous Russia. Prosperity does not come from corruption, and it does not come from nothing. We will all perform hard work to create our future, together. Sergey hesitated again. He could end it there. That was enough of a bombshell. His nation would be in shock, the markets rocked, and his economy would stutter while it tried to find its feet again. No. He must do more. And, my friends, we must unite as one people, one great nation. All Russians, everywhere, are part of this country. Our GLBT Russian brothers and sisters must be respected. They are equal Russian citizens. All laws of this nation protect all of our peoples. Today, I am calling for the creation of the Moscow GLBT Advocacy Center, which will monitor and bring to justice all crimes perpetrated on our GLBT citizens. I will not stand by and watch while senseless violence is perpetrated on my Russian people. One of the film crew was crying. Streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks, glinting in the reflections of the floodlights. Another looked ready to puke. Sergey took a deep breath. Our future is made together. Your future creates Russia's future. We are responsible for making our motherland great. Thank you, my friends. The camera winked off. Silence filled his office. Sergey stood, buttoned his jacket, and walked out. White House. Ethan turned to Jack, his eyes wide, mouth hanging open. Jack watched the dumbfounded news anchors react to Sergey's presidential address. Well, they won't be talking about us for a while. Should you call him? Tomorrow. I'm sure he's busy right now. Jack stretched, letting his head fall back on the couch in his study. They'd escaped upstairs after chasing their staff out, insisting that they try to get some rest. The news from the day before had been awful, but they had to reset and move on, and they couldn't do that while exhausted. I can't believe he's been doing this his entire presidency. I can see why he likes you. Ethan nudged Jack with his knee. Why you guys are friends.
Jack rolled his head toward Ethan. I guess we are both political rebels, huh? Idealists was what I thought. Ethan leaned back, and his face ended up next to Jack's, their lips almost touching. And good men. Jack's smile grew slowly as he gazed into Ethan's eyes. All the calamity in the world, all the dark and shadowy parts of governing, and all the moments when he felt like he was never enough, could be smoothed over by Ethan's unwavering confidence in him. Who was this man Ethan knew, this rock star, this good man? He seemed like someone Jack would want to know. Jack's smile faded. Hasn't been a good few days, he whispered. Madigan's resurgence, their lost operatives, almost losing Cooper and his team. Some days are tougher than others, but you never give up. You always want to make the world better. It's like you know me or something, Jack repeated Ethan's words. A bit. Ethan winked and leaned forward, pressing his lips to Jack's. Jack's hand rose, sliding up Ethan's neck and through his hair. Tugging, he pulled Ethan onto his lap until Ethan was straddling him, and Jack was sliding Ethan's shirt up and over his head. His lips found Ethan's skin, the fur of Ethan's chest hair tickling him, as he pressed lazy kisses across his muscles. Ethan shuddered when his tongue circled a nipple, and Jack's arms wrapped around Ethan's waist, dragging him closer as he kissed down Ethan's stomach. He sucked a hickey onto each hip as he undid Ethan's belt and unzipped his khakis. Slowly, he pushed down Ethan's pants and boxers as Ethan kneeled over Jack's lap. Jack locked gazes with Ethan, looking up into his endless brown eyes as he licked his cock slowly from root to tip. Ethan cursed, and Jack lapped at the head, hollowing his cheeks as he sucked. His fingers traced circles on Ethan's hips and then dragged over his ass, gentle strokes that made Ethan shiver and shake. Goosebumps erupted over Ethan's thighs. Jack grinned at him, Ethan's cock resting on Jack's tongue. Gently, Jack's fingers dipped between Ethan's ass cheeks. He looked up again, questioning. Ethan nodded, short jerks of his head. He always asked, always. Making love to Ethan was a gift, one he was hyper-aware of, and Jack would rather cut off his own hand than make Ethan uncomfortable or push him in any way. Ethan had been self-conscious at first about how he prepared himself for Jack, and Jack had let him have his space. Now, more often than not, Jack helped him in the shower. Sometimes he reached for Ethan, and Ethan wasn't ready. Sometimes, like now, he was. Jack's blood seemed to sear, his veins burning, his lust throttled through him. He wanted Ethan so badly, all the time, wanted to be in his arms, wanted to hold his body close, wanted to wrap their sweat-slick bodies up and forget the world, and just make love over and over again. His lust for Ethan had grown exponentially in conjunction with his love, and now it seemed like making love to Ethan was another way he could say the words, could tell Ethan he loved him, that he loved him so much he would gladly unmake his whole world, his entire career, for the two of them to have a future together. Ethan stumbled back and shimmied out of his pants. He tripped over his shoes as he towed them off. Jack pulled his shirt over his head and slipped out of his own suit pants, dumping them on the floor. Ethan clambered back into his lap and captured his lips, kissing him senseless while running his hands up and down over Jack's hard cock. He spat in his palm, then ran his slick hand over Jack again. Shivering, Jack grabbed Ethan's ass and squeezed, trying to drag him closer. Ethan held back. Do we have any condoms in here? God damn it. Exhaling, Jack slumped against the couch. I didn't bring any. They kept their supplies by their bed, lube, condoms, and towels. Let's get back to our bedroom, then. Wait. Ethan froze. He stared down at Jack. Jack's hands clenched on his hips. He opened his mouth, hesitated,
Damn it, why was this so hard to say? He tried again, inhaling before he spoke.
"Can we get tested?"
Jack breathed out, speaking fast.
Ethan's jaw dropped.
He stared down at Jack, shock and horror warring across his features, and said nothing.
"I'm sorry."
He tried to smile, but failed, and his hands flew from Ethan's hips.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Is this about the article?"
Ethan's voice was fragile, barely a whisper.
"Is this about what you read?"
"No!" Jack's hands closed over Ethan's biceps, tense and hard beneath his fingers. "No! God, no! He pressed his lips together, held Ethan's worried gaze. "I want to make love to you with nothing between us. I want to ditch the condoms, both of us getting tested. Isn't that the next step?" If Ethan had looked surprised before, that was nothing next to the stunned speechlessness that stole over his face. He paled, and his jaw dropped even farther. God, he was an idiot. Dread slid down his spine. Great going, Jack. You really managed to dig for that nerve. You should never have said anything. Home run there. "I'm sorry. Ethan, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was something that bothered you. We can keep the condoms. It's fine." Ethan shook his head, still dazed.
"I didn't think you wanted that."
"Why wouldn't I want to be as close to you as possible?" Ethan pressed his lips together and shook his head, but said nothing. Jack's hands slid down Ethan's shoulders, down his back. Was this more of Ethan's insecurity? His fear that Jack wasn't all in this relationship? "I want everything with you. Everything. You are it for me." He leaned forward and kissed Ethan's stomach, holding his gaze. "You're the one I want to be with, in every way. I want to commit to you. This is one way to do that, right?" Ethan's jaw clenched so hard Jack could see the bulging muscles pulsing from his neck. He stared down at Jack, and Jack watched him blink fast.
"Okay,"
Ethan whispered.
"Okay, we'll get tested."
Jack's cheeks hurt. He smiled so hard, so fiercely. "You want that, too?" Jack stroked his hands down Ethan's back. "You sure?"
"I've never had that kind of relationship. Never wanted it before."
Ethan laced their fingers together.
"But you are it for me, too. So yes, let's do this together."
Jack pressed a kiss to Ethan's knuckles. "I'll reach out to the doctor." There was a Navy physician on hand for the President at all times, and everything was held in the strictest confidence. He rolled Ethan's hand, found his palm, and pressed a kiss to the center. "Now, let's get to the bedroom. I still want to make love to you tonight." Ethan slipped off Jack's lap and helped him stand. Naked, save for their socks, and with cocks half hard, Ethan led Jack across the hall and back to their bedroom, giggling as they tried to jog. When they hit the bedroom, Ethan slithered onto the bed with a smile. He waited for Jack, stroking himself back to full hardness as Jack grabbed the lube and a condom and then joined him, sliding over his body and wrapping him up in his arms. Their lips met, and then their cocks, and Jack shivered against Ethan's kiss.
Oh, yes.
Ethan was it for him. Moscow. The Kremlin. After hours with Ilya, monitoring the arrests of thousands of Russians charged with corruption, racketeering, money laundering, and even murder, Sergey called it a night. The Kremlin palace was hushed and exhausted. His staff had stayed late, watching him with wide eyes. Harsh whispers carried in the still corridors. his people wondering at the sudden change that was catapulting through Russia. He thought about turning in, about trying to sleep, but knew he'd get nowhere. There would be no sleep tonight, and none tomorrow either. Instead, Sergey headed for the far wing and Sasha's recovery room. His recovery was going well, according to Dr. Voronov, and he had rested more comfortably during the day. Of course, he wasn't resting when Sergey got there. He was wide awake, again, and watching the television on the wall, the volume turned down low. His bright eyes fixed to Sergey when Sergey slouched against the door jamb with a sigh. Sergey felt like a slob. He'd left his jacket behind and had rolled up his shirt sleeves. His tie was long gone. Muttering Russian from the television made its way to his ears. His speech. News commentators dissecting his words. Live feeds of FSB arrests around the nation. Sasha seemed to search for something to say, pressing his lips together and then taking a breath before hesitating and looking down. Instead of speaking, Sergey moved to Sasha's bedside chair and collapsed. He crossed his arms and his ankles and gave Sasha a small, tired smile. Slowly, Sasha smiled back. Russian economy in freefall. Anti-corruption sweep blamed. The Russian economy endured another day of freefall as their stock market plunged yet again following Russian President Sergey Puchkov's dramatic announcement of an 18-month sting operation aimed at rooting out corruption within the Russian Federation. Immediately following his announcement, thousands were arrested across the country, including many in the government, military, and private sectors. Bitter opposition to President Puchkov's sweeping change has come from many politicians, oligarchs, and high-ranking military personnel, all of whom reportedly benefited from extensive bribery practices. Many of the Russian businessmen arrested had their assets seized, including ownership of dozens of Russia's corporations. Now state-owned, workers have for days wondered whether their jobs would remain. Other companies simply folded overnight, and Russians heading into work found themselves unemployed. Banks have closed, and civil unrest has descended on Moscow and St. Petersburg as violent riots broke out when some stores were forced to ration their sales of food and fuel. 14 people were injured in St. Petersburg and 50 in Moscow in 3 separate riots. The Russian government cannot sustain the amount of business it has acquired, nor afford to pay the salaries of so many workers. Russian President Puchkov has not yet outlined his plan for righting the sinking Russian economy, which is quickly pulling down the global economy. Chapter 20. White House. We have to do something for your people, Sergey. Jack sat with Ethan, Erwin, and Elizabeth in the Oval Office, speaking on a conference call with Sergey and his closest advisors.
So many businesses closed their doors in protest, Mr. President. They are the problem. They are driving this country into the ground.
Sergey cursed in Russian, a long, growling string of words that Jack didn't try to translate.
Corrupt oligarchs that want nothing but money. They act like czars. I could force their reopening, demand their return to work.
Industry had ground to a halt. Aluminum and auto manufacturing, drilling, refining, and mining, services from engineering to technology. So much of the economy had frozen. We might have a solution, Sergey. It's unusual. Jack dipped his head. But I think you and I thrive on unusual situations. Sergey barked out a laugh.
Let us hear it, Mr. President.
The Russian Federation has taken over these businesses, much like after the Soviet Union collapsed. Your government cannot support all these industries. By our models, you're going to run out of capital in about 2 months. Inflation is already on the rise.
Sooner.
Sergey didn't sound pleased. We need to inject life into your economy. Get business going again. Jack took a deep breath. I have a list of American investors and companies that would be interested in partnering with you to get your economy back on its feet. Sergey was quiet.
Meaning?
5-year leases on 45% of these corporations to American investors. The Russian Federation would keep a 55% controlling share, and profits would be split down the same lines. In that time, our investors would work on restructuring with your people. We'd reduce trade tariffs with you and request our NATO allies do the same." Over the phone line, hushed Russian flew in the background, Sergey's advisors talking back and forth.
"Many Americans would be unhappy with this, would they not, Mr. President?"
"It keeps your industries open, Sergey. Gets your people back to work, injects immediate capital into your markets, stabilizes the global economy. Everyone is hurting right now. This is a way to strengthen everyone."
"And make your American investors wealthy."
"You would keep a majority share. Most of the wealth would remain in Russia. But these companies do need to be compensated for their investment. They'll be putting out significant capital in advance of any revenue." More Russian flying on the other end of the line. Sergey snapped at someone, and then coughed.
"My apologies, Mr. President. I like the idea, but 55% is too low of a controlling share. We want to keep more."
Irwin nodded across the desk at Jack, as did Elizabeth. They had expected this. "How does a 65-35 split sound?" Jack went straight to the lowest acceptable percentage from his list of investors. He didn't want to waste Sergey's time, and his friend had a point.
"Much more agreeable."
Fast Russian barked back and forth beneath Sergey from his advisors.
"I like it. We will discuss it here. I will let you know."
"Sounds good, Sergey." Straightening, Jack rolled his neck and prepared to end the call.
"Welby, do you have a moment to speak in private, Jack?"
Jack froze. "Sure, Sergey. Let me clear the room." He nodded to Irwin and Elizabeth, dismissing them. On the other end of the line, he heard Sergey doing the same, the sounds of doors closing as he bid his farewells. Ethan stayed, but he sent a questioning look Jack's way. Jack nodded. "It's just me and Ethan, Sergey. What's up?"
"Hello, Ethan. Glad you are here as well."
"Mr. President." Ethan sat back, still not used to chatting casually with other world leaders and one whom he had considered a threat the year before. Sergey sighed.
"I like your proposal, Jack. I think it is very good. My advisors are split, but I know it will happen, so thank you."
"Sure thing. We just want the economy moving again."
"Your people will not like this."
"I'll deal with my people. They'll be even less happy if the economy tanks further." Sergey murmured his agreement and then went quiet. "What else can I do, Sergey?" Sergey had saved American lives when the cables were released, stood by his side on the world stage, and risked everything on a massive gamble to clean up his country. And he had taken a stand for equality, supporting Jack when others had vanished, made changes in Russia for his people. Helping him was the least he could do.
"You have already done much, Jack. This offer, it is very generous. I thought—"
Sergey began and hesitated.
"I would be doing this alone. Your predecessor was not a man I wanted anything to do with. After you were elected, I did not know if you were a man to be trusted."
He cleared his throat.
"I tested you in Prague, pushed you, but you pushed back. You held your line, and you have been always an honorable man, Jack."
"You called me a Russian faggot once, Sergey." Sergey cleared his throat again, discomfort and regret leaching over the phone line.
"That wasn't about you, or Ethan. I thought before that we could end up here, where we are now, political partners working together, equals. When you came out about your relationship—"
He sighed.
"I thought your country would not be able to handle it. I thought you were on your way out, that I would be on my own, when I had hoped for more with you.
Jury is still out on America handling it.
I was wrong. I was angry, and I was wrong, Sergey rumbled. And I am glad I was wrong. Our partnership is important to me.
His words touched Jack, and he shared a warm look with Ethan. To me as well, Sergey. More than I can say. Jack frowned. You sound exhausted. I know what this job is like. Are you taking care of yourself?
Dodging assassins is exhausting work.
Jack sat up, his spine straightening as Ethan's eyes went wide. Sergey, they're trying to kill you?
Do not act so surprised, Jack. I knew this would come. 3 attempts in the past week. Going after the money and trying to clean up decades of corruption. Is asking for trouble.
Sergey chuckled.
We have a saying here. You are only as strong as your krisha, your roof, your protection, political, personal, financial, or military. What someone can do is defined by your krisha. I just obliterated krishas throughout Russia. What should I expect after, Well, I am the president. I am supposed to have the best krisha of all.
He sighed, rueful, over the line.
I have good security service agents and my FSB training. Once an FSB agent, always an FSB agent. But I am finding out I do not have much else.
Well, you have us. Sergey snorted. I'm serious. What else could he do? What could he give to his friend that could possibly help? Look, how about a little breather? Come to the White House. I can promise an assassin-free environment. We'll hammer out the details of this business lease and announce it to the world together. Sergey laughed.
People already say we are too close, Jack. That would only make them more eager for scandal.
A pause.
But I will think about it.
Please do. I haven't had a state dinner yet. I'd love to host you, Sergey. Ethan stared wide-eyed at Jack.
I will think about it. I will call you when my advisors are done arguing about your proposal. Until then, Jack, dos vidania.
Sergey cut the line. Jack shared a long look with Ethan before sitting back in his chair. He crossed his arms behind his head and his ankles beneath the resolute desk. I don't envy him right now.
I don't envy his security.
Jack snorted. Ethan looked away. One of his feet bounced up and down over and over, and he gnawed on the corner of his lip. Frowning, Jack tried to catch Ethan's gaze again. His lover had been distracted all day, ever since they had left the White House medical suite after getting tested early that morning. He was fidgeting. Jack could count on one hand the times Ethan had fidgeted. When does your team land? Maybe it was Cooper's return.
This evening. They landed Andrews just after 1900.
Anything? Jack's voice was full of hope. Ethan shook his head.
Not a peep from Madigan. Not since he disappeared into Somalia a week ago.
Jack's head thunked back against his chair as he scrubbed his hands over his face. Madigan had raided the prison in Sudan and then moved south. Ethiopian scouts tracked a large caravan crossing through their highlands, heading straight for the destroyed, failed state of Somalia. Since then, no one had heard anything. No prison breaks, no intelligence dumped to the internet, nothing at all. Cooper had stayed in the region, hunkered down at Prince Faisal's palace for a week, trying to find something, any sign at all of Madigan, Cook, the 11 SOCOM soldiers who had joined him, or the thousands of hardened criminals he'd busted out of prison. Nothing. Not even Prince Faisal had been able to find anything. Somalia was, even to the Saudis, a lost cause, and a nearly impenetrable, lawless frontier. So Cooper and his team were headed home. On to the next world crisis? Jack grinned at Ethan, trying to get a smile out of his lover. I'll let you get back to work. I've got to make some calls. Ethan headed for the door. I'll see you tonight. Ethan nodded, avoided Jack's gaze, and headed out of the Oval Office. Chapter 21. Somewhere in Somalia.
The bastard is running Russia into the ground.
Moroshkin slammed his fist on his desk, the sound echoing over the phone line.
President Puchkov is a puppet of the Americans. He is no Russian man.
Madigan stayed silent, letting Moroshkin bellow.
We have lost billions,
Moroshkin growled.
Our economy ruined, but worse, far worse than that,
he seethed,
is the way this man, no, this traitor has turned against his own motherland. Puchkov, he is no Russian man. He is nothing but an American flunky. He is too close to President Spiers. They must have something going on together.
Madigan said nothing. Moroshkin's fury was still building, the general still working up to something.
He has been turned. He must have been. He has been turned by the Americans, by their CIA. He has been planted inside Russia to tear us apart from within. This project of his love of homosexuals.
Moroshkin sneered.
Does he truly believe that Russians will ever accept these foreign corruptions? No true Russian could ever be a homosexual. It is a corruption of the West, sent to destroy us.
Moroshkin's harsh breaths flooded the phone line.
Perhaps I will get lucky,
he said slowly.
Some assassin, some Brotva hitman will take him out for me. I can take the country after.
Some Russians call him a hero. Finally, Madigan spoke, poking the proverbial bear. They say he's a visionary, guiding Russia out of the Dark Ages into an era of modern equality. He's bringing Russia into the First World, a true post-Putin leader.
Bah!
Moroshkin cursed in Russian, pounding his desk with his fist over and over.
He is no hero. He is a disgrace. He is ruining Russia. He must be destroyed.
What will you do about it? A little push and Moroshkin would go far. Inertia would take over, Puchkov's actions and Moroshkin's hatred coming together in perfect synchronicity. Moroshkin breathed deeply, grumbling in Russian again.
I have moved my most trusted advisors into key commands, he growled. We are in control of a majority of the Russian military forces. President Puchkov has some friends, but they will not be a hindrance.
We can use them, actually. Madigan played it smoothly, laying it all out for Moroshkin, and Moroshkin was walking down his path, walking into his web. We can use his allies and his friends against him.
How?
The best way to utterly break a man, General, is to take him to his absolute limits, and then wrench him beyond them, brutally. Rip away everything a man holds dear, one by one. Strip him of his security, his safety, his sanity. Madigan smiled. And then he's yours to destroy.
In Russia, we are more direct.
Madigan chuckled. Yes, but I promise you, we do things my way, and you'll be in charge of that country in no time, and then moving on to bigger and better conquests.
Once, Russia was respected. We were the greatest military on the planet.
Madigan stayed silent.
We will be again,
Moroshkin promised, fire and fury in his voice.
I, he said, shaking, will see to that. Only with my help. And what is it that you want after this, General? When I am in charge of Russia, what is it you desire? The same as you. Conquest, victory, looking your enemy in the eye as the life goes out of them and they know without a doubt you have beaten them. You want to destroy America? Your home? For the first time, Miroshkin sounded uneasy, unsure. It's not destruction, General. It's a resurrection. And not just America, but the world. A new dawn and a new beginning. With us at the helm, he said brightly at the end. Are you in? Miroshkin kept quiet, humming under his breath. Tell me what it is we have to do, he finally rumbled. Sow the seeds of terror, my friend. Grow dread in the hearts of your enemies, until they choke on the rise of their own bile, until they cannot stand to live with themselves, and the whole world is turned against them. Miroshkin said nothing. Watch the news, General. You will see my work. I'll be in touch for our next step. Soon. Chapter 22. Washington, D.C. Heavy rubber wheels on Cooper's return flight bounced and skidded down the runway. The plane roared over the tarmac, engines whining, flaps and elevators at full extension. It slowed to a crawl and made the turn, driving back toward a hangar on the far side of the airfield. Ethan waited outside his SUV, leaning back against the hood with his arms crossed. Daniels stood by the open driver's door, glaring at Ethan. Daniels was done with Ethan's bullshit for the day, and he had said so as soon as they had left the White House. Ethan was a mess of frenzied nerves and restless anxiety, and he'd skipped out of the White House to meet Cooper before seeing the Navy doctor for his test results. Jack had texted on the drive saying that the doctor who had done their testing wanted to speak to both of them, and he'd wait for Ethan's return. As the plane finally pulled to a stop, chocks were thrown down and the ramp lowered. Ethan pushed himself up and waited for his team. It was important to him to meet Cooper and his Marines, to personally welcome them back and look into the eyes of the men who were risking it all, chasing Madigan around the world to stop his machinations. He'd come close to losing them already. A weary group of Marines clambered down the ramp, some still shaking sleep from their eyes. Cooper was in the lead, and a fierce scowl hardened his face. He tried to smile when he saw Ethan, and came forward with his hand outstretched. Ethan shook it. Welcome back. I've made arrangements for you and your men to bunk down at the base tonight. There's a plane waiting to take your men back to MacDill in the morning. Thank you, Director... Mr. First Gentleman. Thank you for meeting us. I know you're busy. Cooper fumbled, trying to be polite, but his eyes were pinched, and exhaustion clung to him. Exhaustion and something else, something deeper, something that ached in his eyes. Never too busy for you and your men. Get some rest. You all deserve it. He pointed to the waiting transport at the doors of the hangar. That's your ride. It will take you to the BOQ and back to this hangar in the morning. Thank you, sir. He hefted his pack onto his shoulders and signaled to his men. Ethan smiled and held out his hand for every member of the team, clasping tight and welcoming them home with a personal thanks for their hard work. The team headed across the lot, some shoving each other until their sergeant barked at them to stow it. In minutes, they were on the transport and driving to base lodging. Ethan watched them fade away. He stared up at the night sky. Ethan, you met them when they landed. They're gone now. It's time to go. You know, back home, where you're supposed to be. Daniels tapped the roof of the SUV with his fingers. Come on. God damn it, he did not want to face this. He'd been careful all his life. Well, except for once. twice when the condom had broken, and he hadn't known until he'd pulled out after he and his one-night stand had finished. And the extremely sketchy blowjobs he had occasionally gotten overseas, back when he was in the Army. He was younger then, dumber, and... Damn it. Daniels got him back to the White House in record time. Any other day, he would have congratulated his friend for an Indy 500 qualifying round, but now he felt more like a toddler being led to a timeout chair. The steps to the residence seemed too small. The lights were too bright. Dread knotted his stomach, his hands slicked with sweat. Jack was waiting in the hall, smiling at him and wearing his Secret Service sweatshirt. Ethan's heart pulled toward Jack. He pushed down the lump in his throat. "Hey, glad you got back quickly." Jack pressed a kiss to Ethan's cheek.
"You talked to the doc yet?"
Jack nodded. "Everything's good. He says I'm healthy." Another smile. "He's waiting for you in the kitchen." The doctor, a Navy captain, had set up his laptop on their kitchen table and was typing fast and furious when Ethan trudged in. "Mr. First Gentleman?" He stood, smiling, and held out his hand. Starched khakis from his naval uniform crinkled as he moved, and his ribbons glittered in the kitchen's light.
"Just get it over with. What's the verdict, Doc?"
He tried not to smear sweat all over the doctor's hand as he gripped it.
"Well, there was something I wanted to discuss with you."
Fuck. Ethan's ears swam an underwater dissonance as soon as the doctor began speaking.
"Your blood tests showed extremely elevated levels of cortisol, way outside the normal range."
But, with the doctor's last words, reality snapped back into place.
"Cortisol?"
"Yes, I reached out to your physician and they faxed me your records. I don't see any indications of a possible adrenal complication."
Captain,"
he fumbled.
"what are the results of the other check?"
"Oh, you're perfectly healthy. Everything checked out there." The captain smiled, but went right back to his first speech as Ethan desperately held himself back from heaving all over the kitchen floor. He was healthy. So was Jack. The last lover he'd ever have. He'd never thought, ever, that he'd commit to someone like this, promising that they would be each other's only. As for his own heart, he already knew and had committed wholly to Jack since the moment they kissed on Air Force One. Jack was it for him. Slowly, a smile formed on his face until he was beaming, and the doctor was staring at him like he was about to have a seizure.
"Mr. First Gentleman, did you hear my question?"
"Come again?" "Significantly elevated cortisol levels in the blood like yours are usually a sign of severe stress, much more than what's usual for someone. Have you been under what you would consider above average or undue stress recently?" His eyebrows shot up as his laughter exploded, a loud, gut-clenching guffaw right in the doctor's face. After he had apologized and assured the bemused Navy doctor he'd work on getting his stress and his cortisol levels under control, Ethan walked out of the kitchen and found Jack waiting for him, trying not to look like he was waiting and failing miserably. Jack's eyes asked the question. To answer, Ethan drew him close and cupped Jack's cheeks. Jack's arms wrapped around Ethan's waist as Ethan nuzzled his forehead, and they traded soft kisses, while the rest of the world faded away. Chapter 23. Somalia. Daris was a forgotten town and a forgotten country, a wash of decrepit square concrete buildings, long faded paint and splintering asphalt. Sand blew over the roadway, and wild goats munched on desperate desert grass that shot up through the broken stretch of desolate highway. Here and there a ragged acacia tree stood, gnarled and bone-dry, desiccated in Somalia's decades-long drought. It was utterly forgettable. Colonel Song glared through his sunglasses. His plane had landed 5 miles away in the desert, where he'd been picked up by a Humvee and driven into Daris. His driver, A silent, stoic man with short hair and a handkerchief around his neck never said a word. But he watched Song like a hawk when he climbed out of the Humvee and looked left and right at a giant landscape of nothingness. Another Humvee appeared down the road, slowly pulling to a stop. The driver stayed inside, but the back doors opened, and General Madigan exited. He had on snug black combat fatigues and a black cap, and his eyes were covered with mirrored sunglasses. His face was shaven, and his boots shined. He was a man very comfortably on the run from the most powerful nation on the planet, unfazed at being public enemy number 1 of the United States. General Song squared his shoulders and clasped his hands before him.
General, you asked for me to meet you, and I said I wanted to see your potential.
He gestured to the desolation surrounding them on the cracked Somalian highway.
This is hardly potential.
I can't bring you to my main operation. I don't trust you. Madigan grinned as Song's eyebrows rose. I've got thousands of men in these hills, all training for my army.
Thousands of men is nothing compared to the might of your enemies.
Thousands of men with conviction and purpose have brought down enemies 10 times their size. It's about the drive, Colonel. What men are willing to fight for, to die for. And my men are willing to go to the ends of the earth for me, for this, for their freedom to be, and the promise of a new world.
And yet you rot in this wasted country.
This is a wasted country your country has dumped millions into. Why is that? Madigan put his hands on his hips but kept grinning. Song stayed silent. I'll tell you why. Because there's a beautiful oil field right there, right off the Horn. But these Somali fucks have been too busy killing each other to go drill it. And the pirates make any commercial investment problematic. So you're betting on both ends. Either the country stabilizes and you're the good guy, or the country falls apart completely and you swoop in for the fresh kill. He cocked his head. Sound about right?
I'm not here to discuss China's foreign policy. You wanted me, and yet you waste my time.
You want to know about my potential, and I'm here with an offer for you. One I won't make again. Madigan pulled his sunglasses off, and he stared into Song's eyes. Change is on the horizon. When I am done, the world as you know it will have fallen into a wasteland worse than this shithole of a lost country. There will be a new order in charge. You have an opportunity. You can join the side of the winners, or you can be destroyed, along with everyone else. Song's eyes narrowed.
What is it you are planning to do?
Madigan smiled, a madman's smile, and slid his shades back on. He stepped back and kicked the cracked asphalt beneath their feet. Did you know that this road used to connect Soviet military installations in Somalia back in the 70s? He looked into the distance, into the emptiness, and whistled. Not a damn thing left. Not a damn single thing. 3 steps took him to Song, and he pressed close, speaking in a hushed hiss to Song's face. Because I destroyed it. I destroyed it all. I have built this world exactly my way for decades, and I will continue to make this world and unmake this world in the way I will it. He stepped back. I'm standing on the ruins of the Soviets, and mark my words, I will stand on the ruins of her successor.
You would destroy the Russian Federation.
I will destroy everything that President Spiers holds dear. Everything. Starting with his dear, precious Russia, his lover, his sanity, and finally, when he's left with nothing, I will end his miserable life. Silence. Now,
You and your countrymen can inherit this shithole and all of its oil when I'm done. I'll even throw in Iran for you. You can have Iran, and all of Iran's oil, too."
The winds of Somalia gusted over the road, kicking up a swirl of scorched sand from the hard-packed grit beside them. Brittle branches from the gnarled acacia tree swayed, rubbing together like an old lady's bones, groaning and hollow. Desert wind brushed over Song's polished shoes, whispering like ancient ghosts. He stepped forward.
"To destroy a thing, one must lead that thing to its extremes. You know what you must do."
Slowly he held out his hand for Madigan to shake. Madigan grinned, slid his hand into Song's, and pumped once.
"We have an understanding, you and me."
"The darkest night always leads to a glorious new dawn."
Song buttoned his suit jacket. Their conversation was over.
"You may build your infrastructure here. We will not interfere. And we will be in touch."
Chapter 24. White House. In the morning, Sergey called back, saying that he would be delighted to visit Jack and Ethan, and he looked forward to a full state dinner, and that he liked veal orlov and medovka. He'd be there in 10 days, provided he wasn't shot, poisoned, or stabbed first. Jack started to fret when the call ended. Ethan, Irwin, and Elizabeth surrounded the Resolute desk, Irwin and Elizabeth furiously typing out messages on their cell phones to their staff. "I have no idea what to do now." Jack's gaze bounced from Irwin to Elizabeth. "This is my first state dinner. How do I even get this started?" Ethan smiled. "Actually, this is my job." He thought of Barbara and Jennifer. "This is all my job." Barbara gripped her pearls in one hand and the polished wooden arm of Ethan's blue couch in the other when he called his staff together and told them Sergey would be arriving in 10 days for Jack's first state dinner. "Mr. First Gentleman, state dinners take months to prepare. So many things have to be done in sequence. The calligraphy office needs to be informed, guest lists need to be drafted, the china must be selected, and the linens, entertainment for the evening. I have never heard of a state dinner happening in less than 4 months." Her shocked eyes flitted to Jennifer. "I need to order flowers. I need to figure out what kind of decor we even want, Mr. First Gentleman, for the Russians." Jennifer bit her lip. "I need time to figure out the right atmosphere for the evening." "Is this even wise?" Brent had a deep frown on his forehead. "Russia is a serious hot button right now." But President Puchkov has taken a major step forward in working toward equality, and yes, that's something to celebrate. His chief of staff gestured as she spoke. His staff looked terrified. President Puchkov's stance on LGBT Russians should be applauded, yes, but in addition to that, he needs to get out of Russia for a bit. He's facing assassination attempts daily, and Jack wants to help however he can. Hissed inhales sounded around his office. "That doesn't leave this room." Nods from everyone. "We're also making a major announcement at the end of the visit, a partnership between our two countries. Brandt, you can leak that right before the dinner." Intrigue brightened Brandt's gaze. "I know this is going to be difficult, but we've got to do it. Barbara, how can we make this manageable?" "Make it small. A usual state dinner will host 300 to 500. Keep this one around 100? She heaved a sigh. "We'll have to be very picky with the invitations, only the most critical to the President and to President Puchkov. There will be a lot of hurt feelings after this." "What else is new?" Ethan tried to smile and lighten the mood. Barbara didn't look amused. "Mr. First Gentleman, these state dinners are this office's Super Bowl. This is what we're here for, and you're asking for a Super Bowl in 10 days. She picked up her notepad. "We will need to figure out what we can do now. And get the chief usher in here today." She fingered her pearls, rolling the strand between her thumb and forefinger. "Are you and the president thinking black tie or white tie?" "Black tie," his chief of staff interrupted. "For this soon, you have to go black tie. No one can get white tie in 10 days. Ethan snapped his fingers and pointed her way. "Yes, black tie." Jennifer chimed in. "I have to do an inventory of the flowers on hand and what we can reasonably expect to order for the event. What kind of decor and theme are we thinking?" Ethan looked to Barbara. He was rapidly getting in over his head. "Something simple, something that symbolizes the unity between our two countries." Barbara's eyebrows rose, and she looked to Ethan for guidance. He nodded back. Sounded good so far. Her eyes closed. Jennifer winced. Barbara pressed on, though. "How about a simple cream and gold table linen? We still have the Yves de Lhomme silks on loan," Jennifer interjected. "Perfect. And a centerpiece of short red roses, surrounded by white and then blue flowers. I can box everything and keep it low, in ultra-modern look and feel. Maybe surround the centerpiece with white candles. I can throw some iron pieces in, try to get that hearty Russian feel." Jennifer shrugged. Everyone nodded, making wordless noises of agreement as Barbara smiled. "Hyacinths would be too tall, but what about if I looked for cornflower or crocuses?" Jennifer turned to Ethan. "They should be available right now." She trailed off. Ethan stared back at her. "Crocuses would look lovely." Barbara reached across the couch and patted Jennifer on the knee. "Oh, shoot." She sent Ethan a pained look. "Your state china won't be ready in time. Does the president have any thoughts on what service he'd like to use?" It was Ethan's turn to look pained and out of his depth. "What about a retrospective?" Brandt leaned over the back of the couch in between Barbara and Jennifer. "We can pull china from past presidents and set them up at different tables, pull some information about each setting and president at the tables." "Oh, I like that." Barbara patted Brandt's arm and beamed. "So, black tie, the Yves de Lhomme silk linens, red, blue, and white floral centerpieces, white candles, and a guest list around 100. She made quick notes on her notepad. "I need to contact the chief usher, the chief of protocol, the chief calligrapher, and the White House chef. We have to set the menu. Oh, and pick the entertainment." Barbara chuckled, a helpless laugh. "If we pull this off, Mr. First Gentleman, I want this on my headstone." Ethan grinned. "If there is anyone who can do this, it's you guys." The next 10 days passed in a blur of flowers, linens, and blind panic. Word got out that the White House was planning a state dinner for President Puchkov. Pete and Brandt spent most of their time beating back the press and trying to fend off the worst of the malicious media, hungry for a cheap attack on Jack. The invitation list was a closely guarded secret until members of Congress started leaking their invitations days before the event. They kept the list small. Congressional leaders, justices, governors, and statesmen who had come out in support of Jack and Ethan, Sergey's Russian embassy in Washington, D.C., and his ambassador to the UN, America's ambassador, Jack's cabinet, including Elizabeth, who was seated at Jack, Ethan, and Sergey's table. When Barbara and the chief of protocol fretted about filling out the guest list but worried over inviting the right people, Ethan joined them in the hallway, listening to them argue back and forth about the merits of inviting contentious and oppositional figures as a potential olive branch, or whether that was legitimizing their hate. Ethan smiled at the display lining the walls. Barbara had taken his suggestion to showcase the supportive cards he and Jack had received to heart, and had arrayed hundreds of them along the wall, tacked up at angles so they could be flicked open and their messages of love and support read. "Barbara?" he interrupted when she huffed out her annoyance at the chief of protocol. "What about inviting some of these people?" She beamed. He was in a conference call with Cooper, analyzing satellite imagery over Somalia and discussing Madigan's seemingly complete disappearance, when Barbara and Jennifer barged in with a decor emergency. Cooper heard, but wisely said nothing when Barbara and Jennifer asked him for his final decision on the napkins. Medium Persian blue was closer to the Russian Federation's flag color, but clashed with the crocuses, while Liberty blue was a safer choice and went well with the cream table linen and gold accent chairs. Would President Puchkov be all right with that? No one wanted a repeat of the disastrous insult paid to the French president all those years ago when the colors hadn't matched. Ethan gave his approval and then thanked them, very seriously, for their foresight. He and Jack skipped hosting an official tasting event and instead spent an afternoon in the White House kitchens with Ethan's staff, sampling round after round of options prepared for the dinner. Russian cuisine was featured for the main course, but the hors d'oeuvres were all American, with gourmet sliders, crab cakes, guacamole bites, Caesar salad spears, deviled eggs, and even buffalo wings. Laughter flowed, along with the wine for Barbara and her team, and Jack loved every minute of getting to know Ethan's staff. He thanked Jennifer for her flowers, which sent her over the moon, and had Barbara clucking and clutching her pearls again. Ethan rubbed his hand down Jack's back, the beers he and Jack were sharing making him just bold enough to sneak a squeeze of Jack's ass. Jennifer and Barbara practically moved into the East Wing days before the event. They checked into the Intercontinental Hotel across the street, collapsing for a few hours of rest before they headed back to set up the state dining room and oversee preparations to the north entrance and the cross hall, where the receiving line would take place. Ethan gave the hotel his credit card and told them to give the women anything they wanted. He set up a champagne breakfast for the two the morning after the state dinner. Ceremonial Marine Corps honor guards practiced their movements in the morning and the evening when Jack and Ethan would depart and enter the residence. They watched their precise maneuvers together, sitting on the grand staircase and sharing a beer. He oohed and awed appropriately with Brant when Jennifer and Barbara showed off pictures of their gowns, and drank beers with Scott and Daniels, who bitched up a storm about the massive security headache that came with all state dinners. He sat in meetings with Irwin, reviewing, ultimately useless, interrogations of the few recaptured prisoners they had managed to grab from Madigan's jailbreaks. He and Cooper pored over drone footage shot over Somalia, but the detail was poor and grainy, since they had to overfly at such a high altitude, thanks to the anti-aircraft weaponry Somalian rebels had acquired. And at night, he and Jack fell into each other's arms, sometimes too tired to do anything more than nuzzle a bit before snoring. Other nights, he took Jack to the brink, fingers deep within Jack while he sucked Jack's cock, or he dove into Jack's ass, rimming him until Jack's trembling body arched and he shouted, gripping their headboard as his knuckles went white and his arms shook. Ethan licked Jack's release off his chest as Jack groaned, his dick valiantly trying to rise again. If that feels that good, the rest of you will probably kill me. Jack ran his hands through Ethan's hair as Ethan lay next to him, bodies pressed tight. There's no rush, he said softly. Whenever you want, or never, if that's what you decide. It's not for everyone, and we're doing just fine. It's not never. Jack shook his head. I want to. I want to feel you inside me. I'm working up to it. Take all the time you need. I'm happy, no matter what. He kissed Jack, nice and slow, until Jack's eyes drooped, and he rolled his head against Ethan's on the pillow. Mr. President, President Puchkov will be leaving the Russian embassy shortly. He'll arrive at the White House in 1 hour. Irwin, almost despite himself, smiled. They had managed to pull it off, wing a state dinner in 10 days. Jack, decked out in his best tux and a crisp black bow tie, led a toast in the Oval Office. His staff and Ethan's gathered around. He had passed out the champagne flutes personally when everyone entered. To the best staff the White House has ever seen. Everyone applauded. Jack singled out Pete and Brant for their unflinching stand with the press, and Ethan singled out Barbara and Jennifer for their superhero-esque execution of preparations. Jack toasted the chief usher and the executive chef, and they all posed for an official picture, and a much less official selfie with Jennifer's selfie stick. Jack demanded a silly faces picture, and the office devolved into giggles while they finished their champagne. 30 minutes until Sergey's arrival. Jack clapped his hands together. "Let's get this dinner started." A state dinner didn't begin with the evening dinner. The official beginning was the motorcade of the visiting head of state arriving at the north entrance and the formal ceremony greeting his arrival. The Marine band played and the press snapped photos as Jack and Sergey warmly embraced, grasping hands and then pulling each other in for a back-slapping hug. Ethan was formally introduced to Sergey after that as the first gentleman and Jack's partner. He'd never actually met the man, just eyeball-fucked him in Prague when he had thought Sergey was a threat to Jack, and then listened to his voice on the phone for months after. He stiffly held out his hand with a tight smile. Sergey pulled him in for a hug, too. A Marine Corps color guard greeted Sergey outside the White House, holding both the American and Russian flags, while the president's own Marine band played a zippy Russian classic. Sergey grinned and mimed conducting the band while Jack laughed. The almost frigid spring weather was unseasonably gloomy. The dreary gray light made the north lawn seem sodden, almost desolate. Patches of snow had melted away, and winter-dormant limp grass poked through in patches. Bare tree branches scratched over the grounds, almost skeletally frail. It was not the stunning backdrop to a state dinner that would glisten from the magazine spread. Jack led Sergey and his small entourage up to the residence and to the yellow room overlooking the Truman balcony. Hors d'oeuvres and champagne flowed, and a select group of Jack's invitees mingled with the Russian delegation. Slipping out of the yellow room into the hallway of the residence, Jack huddled with Sergey in private, Ethan at his side. "We had your luggage brought up through the basement. You're sleeping in the Lincoln bedroom." Jack winked. World leaders never stayed in the residence anymore. Not for over 100 years. They stayed down the street at Blair House. Scott had had a mild heart attack when Jack told him his intentions to have Sergey stay with them in the residence. He had turned to Ethan, slack-jawed, as if Ethan could talk sense into his lover. Ethan had shrugged and grinned. Sergey, who on a good day was lean and pale, seemed to have aged since Ethan had seen him in Prague the year before. His skin was almost sallow, his cheeks hollowed out, and dark bags seemed permanently etched beneath his eyes. But he smiled at Jack's words, and his whole face lit up. "Excellent, Jack. Thank you. This will be fun, no? We will drink vodka all night long. I have 3 bottles in my suitcase." Jack's eyes went wide. Sergey laughed. I joke. But I have a question for you. Might I ask you to arrange a second bedroom? I have my senior aide with me, and I would like for him to stay close." Sergey gestured to a young 30-something man with blonde hair and ice-blue eyes who had followed him from the yellow room and stayed at a polite distance, but who was obviously watching them. He stood tall with a military bearing, and his dark suit fit him like a second skin. "Please, meet Sasha Andreev, my new senior aide." Sasha seemed incredibly uncomfortable shaking Jack and Ethan's hands, almost painfully shy in the face of the President of the United States. He stepped back, shadowing Sergey's shoulder as soon as his introduction was complete. Ethan shared a look with Scott, hovering over Jack's shoulder, and Daniels, over his own. Sasha moved like a bodyguard, like a man dedicated to Sergey, and not like an officious aide. Scott's pulse leaped at his throat. Ethan could practically see his stomach curdle. Another potential, though admittedly unlikely, threat to observe. He smothered his grin with a sip of his wine. Some days, he was glad he wasn't in the Secret Service any longer. "Of course we can set up a second room. The Queen's room is right across the hall. Does that work for you both?" Sergey snapped a joke to Sasha in fast, low Russian, and Sasha finally decided to chuckle. He ducked his head and nodded. "Da. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President." Sergey squeezed his shoulder once and smiled at the younger man. Ethan shared a long look with Jack and took another sip of his wine. Jack got the signal that everything was ready downstairs. He officially, and with his characteristic fanfare, asked Sergey to join him for dinner. The guests upstairs headed down a separate way, while Jack, Ethan, and Sergey waited at the top of the grand staircase. Jack took Ethan's hand and laced their fingers together, squeezing once before he looped his arm through Ethan's. They both heard Sergey's deep "oh" as his phone snapped a picture behind them. When "Hail to the Chief" played, Ethan kissed Jack on the lips before they took their first steps together down the stairs, arm in arm. Sergey followed behind, single. He'd left both his ex-wives back in Russia, he said. Thunderous applause nearly droned out the music. At the base, all three stopped and listened, while both the American and Russian national anthems played. Jack and Ethan placed their hands over their hearts for the national anthem, and when Jack took a deep, steadying breath in the middle of the song, Ethan rested his hand on the small of Jack's back. The last time the national anthem had been played live for Jack was at Ethan's funeral in Arlington. Sergey looked proud and yet sad when the Russian anthem played. The receiving line, as always, took forever, and Scott, Daniels, and their details were like cats on steroids, obsessively watching and checking everyone who approached Jack, Ethan, and Sergey.
Relax,
Ethan breathed into Scott's ear.
You've got your constipated face on.
Scott sent him a murderous scowl and coughed into his fist, trying to smother his laughter.
"Fuck you,"
he whispered back. Every guest got a photo with the trio, and at the end, Sergey stepped between Jack and Ethan and wrapped his arms around their shoulders and beamed into the camera. Jack laughed, Ethan's jaw dropped, and the photographer instantly said he had the front-page picture for the morning news. The actual dinner was elegant and understated. Sergey got a kick out of reading about each of the different sets of china at the tables, and Ethan sent Barbara and Brant a double thumbs up. Sergey made small talk with Elizabeth, wit and verbal repartee bouncing back and forth between them like they were flirting, everything from pop culture to international politics being pilloried. Ethan and Jack shared bites from each other's plates and traded sips of wine. Sasha sat silently across from Sergey and watched his president like a hawk. Halfway through the dinner, Ethan nudged Jack to his feet. They circled the room, personally greeting and thanking 30 of the guests they had invited from their cards of support and congratulations. They posed for pictures and for selfies and came back to find Sergey recording their antics with a smile. Barbara had hired a small swing and blues band, and after dinner, everyone moved to the East Wing for dancing and more wine and champagne. Jack's hands lingered on Ethan. His smile was a little broader, his eyes a little brighter. Warmth raced under Ethan's skin, a gentle blurring of the world at the edges. He and Jack led the first dance, swaying together and laughing as the cameras flashed. "You did amazing," Jack said, beaming as Ethan pulled him close after a spin. "This is perfect." He shrugged. "All part of my job." He couldn't hold in his grin as Jack threw his head back and laughed out loud. "Not too bad, though, huh?" He spun Jack again, pulling him close for a kiss after. Surrounding them, the guests were smiling, clapping, and radiant joy hung in the air. For the first time, being out and public with Jack felt good. Really good, like he wasn't screwing everything up for Jack and the world really was on their side. Jack pressed his palm to Ethan's cheek. "Not bad at all, love." They took a break after. Ethan snagged 2 flutes of champagne for them both. Jack made eyes at him as he sipped his, smoldering looks that went straight to Ethan's cock. They had a few hours left in the evening, but no one would miss them if they sneaked out for a quickie, would they? Scott would no doubt shit a gold-plated brick, emblazoned with the presidential seal. It would be worth it. He was just about to grab Jack's hand and whisk him away when Sergey appeared, slapping both of their backs and pulling them into another big hug. "My friends!" Ethan bobbled his champagne, but Jack was much smoother. He grabbed Sergey back with a smile. "Are you having fun?"
This is too much fun, Sergey said, pointing at Jack. Too much fun for Americans like you. Only Russians can have this much fun. Jack rolled his eyes as Ethan spotted Sasha hanging behind Sergey. He smiled at the younger Russian. Sasha looked like he was ready to bolt, cataloging exits and escape paths through the crowd. Mr. President. Sergey made a show of straightening and adjusting his bow tie. He held out one hand. May I have this dance? He winked at Jack. Jack's jaw dropped. Do you have any idea what the press will do with that? It will be fantastic. Sergey beckoned Jack again. Around them, people had started to notice. We can take turns leading, he said, trying to encourage Jack. Jack looked at Ethan. Ethan looked back at him. Go for it, he said. Give them something to really talk about. Sergey beamed at Ethan as Jack took his hand. I don't trust you, Sergey, Jack chuckled. What? Me? Sergey feigned shocked outrage, leading Jack to the dance floor. We are allies, partners. What is not to trust? He stopped dead center on the dance floor and took Jack politely into his arms, one hand on Jack's hip and the other gently holding his hand aloft. Everyone stopped. Everyone stared. Sergey stepped off first, leading Jack on a fun, easy swing dance while the band played. Cameras flashed and cell phones streamed the dance live to the internet. Ethan slid over to Sasha, standing stock still with his arms locked behind his back, his eyes tracking Sergey's every movement. Even though he was Russian, and they were a stoic, hard people, Ethan had never actually seen someone look quite so dour. He glanced back at Sergey and Jack. Sergey had stopped and changed position, letting Jack take the lead. Jack's hand was on Sergey's hip, and he steered Sergey back across the dance floor, laughing at something he had said. I know what it's like, he said under his breath. Sasha slowly turned, staring Ethan down. Ethan nodded to Jack and Sergey. I can tell by how you look at him. It's how I used to look at Jack. Before. Sasha whipped away, scowling. Ethan tried again. I don't remember you from the delegation last year. Sergey said you were new. How did you join his team? Silence. Ethan flagged down a waiter and grabbed another 2 flutes of champagne as Jack and Sergey continued to dance. Sergey spun Jack and bulbs flashed. Sasha's jaw clenched. Ethan passed him a glass. Sasha played with the stem, rolling the crystal between his fingers before draining half the flute in a large swallow. I was fighter pilot, he grunted. President Puchkov. Sasha's eyes narrowed. He saved my life. There was more to that story, like all Russian stories. Ethan waited. This, Sasha said, waving one hand around the room, is very different from what I used to do. I am uncertain what to do for him. He glanced sidelong at Ethan. How to make him proud. I think you're well on your way, Ethan said carefully. Fighter pilot, now a senior aide, one he wants to keep close. Sasha's scowl deepened. The song ended. Ethan spotted Sergey and Jack searching them out in the crowd. Sergey spotted Sasha first, and Ethan watched his face brighten and a smile break out over his narrow, hawk-like features. He already sees you. That's something. He didn't want to give Sasha false hope, though. How many weeks had he agonized over Jack, trying to decipher smiles and secret looks and their growing friendship? I know how it feels. It sucks, it really does. I'm really didn't think this would ever happen to me." And then Sergey and Jack were back, both beaming, and Sergey nodded once to Sasha before turning to Jack, replaying the dance they'd just shared and laughing at the shocked and befuddled gazes from the crowd. Ethan watched Sasha's eyes linger on Sergey, his fingers restlessly playing with his half-full champagne flute, for the rest of the night. The guests left close to midnight, and Jack, Ethan, Sergey, and Sasha made their goodbyes to their staff and guests and trudged up the stairs to the residence.
"Vodka."
Sergey approached from the Lincoln bedroom with an unmarked bottle sealed with wax and a smile on his face. He had undone his bow tie, and the loose ends dangled down the front of his shirt. Jack collapsed on one of the couches in the east sitting hall outside Sergey's bedroom. "Bring it on," he said, tugging at his own bow tie. Sasha joined them, sitting silently at the end of the couch, while Sergey poured 4 hefty shots of vodka into crystal tumblers.
"To friends,"
Sergey said simply, raising his glass in a toast. Jack and Sergey talked and laughed while Ethan wrapped his arm around Jack's waist and leaned back on the couch. As Jack and Sergey wandered into discussing the business lease and investment deal again, soft snores floated up from Ethan. His head rolled until his cheek was resting on Jack's shoulder, eyes closed, sound asleep. Sergey grinned, halfway through comparing the Russian and American auto industries. "Like a little baby." "Yours is out, too." Jack nodded to Sasha, asleep and slumped against the end of the couch, still buttoned up in his dark suit.
"Good."
Sergey leaned back with a sigh and gazed at Sasha.
"He needs the rest. He is still recovering. I was not sure about bringing him along, but leaving him behind was no option either. I am protective of him."
Sergey chuckled.
"And he insisted on not leaving my side, with the threats and all."
"I can see that. He's protective of you as well. Watched you nonstop during dinner." Jack smiled at Sergey's scoffing dismissal. "Who is he?"
"For that, we need more vodka."
Sergey poured another round for him and Jack, larger than the first. Slowly, he managed to tell Jack Sasha's story, about his beating at the base, and his desperate gambit coming to Moscow, broken, bleeding, and feverish, about Dr. Voronov collecting him half dead and bringing him back to health, about meeting him in the middle of the night and listening to him sob. Jack stayed silent.
"I do not know what to do for him. His unit listed him as a runaway and presumed dead before he even arrived in Moscow. Even sending the FSB to the base got nowhere. They are not budging from their make-believe story, and Sasha does not want to pursue charges."
The betrayal cut him deeply. Jack swirled his vodka and glared out the sitting hall's window. He remembered the taste of betrayal, the color, the sound. Betrayal had come in the form of his closest aide, Jeff Gottschalk, a man he'd called a friend, a man he'd known for years, a man his wife had been friends with. It's hard to recover from that. He shook his head, turning back to Sergey. "How'd he end up as your aide?" Sergey looked a little helpless as he answered.
"I want to help him. He is a good officer, a good Russian. If I had done more, sooner perhaps."
He trailed off.
"He has been very good so far, learning a lot. I know he's stiff here, but—"
Sergey smiled.
"I think he will be okay."
Jack held his glass out for another toast. Crystal chimed, and a warm, gentle rightness settled over Jack's mind, the touch of liquor and the edge of inebriation. "Thank you for what you did in Russia, what you said about your people." Wordlessly, Sergey held his glass out again, a final toast.
"I told you to watch the newspapers.
did I not?" He grinned and knocked back the last of his vodka. "Jack, you have my support, and you have my friendship. Always." Mixed reactions on both sides of Atlantic to President Spiers' Russian investment plan. President Spiers and President Puchkov's joint announcement of a U.S.-led investment plan to help the struggling Russian economy was met with mixed reactions from both nations. Some were quick to praise the two world leaders for working together and finding a solution that promises immediate results for both the Russian worker and the global economy. Others slammed President Spiers, saying that his friendship with the Russian president had gone too far. "President Spiers has really shown his true colors here," Senator Stephen Allen said in an interview with TNN. "He's in bed with the Russians, and I say that figuratively, but, maybe literally too. Who knows with this president? President Puchkov is certainly his political boyfriend. It's the biggest case of a Manchurian candidate I have ever seen. He's pouring American interests into Russia in exchange for nothing." Russian media was more favorable, with most Russians eager for stability in their economy. However, a large contingent of anti-Puchkov demonstrators continued to gain support from all areas of the Russian public. General Madigan, commander of the Russian armed forces, loudly objected to the investment plan, stating that Russian problems could not be solved by American interference, but only through Russian innovation and determination. His comments garnered immense support among the Russian military and the hardline political establishments. And, at the state dinner for President Puchkov hosted by the White House, President Spiers and President Puchkov made history by being the first same-sex world leaders to dance together. Chapter 25. White House.
"Mr. President, you need to come with us."
He and Sergey were several hours into the strategy meeting with the investing business leaders and their CEOs when Irwin smoothly interrupted, crossing into the room and speaking privately in Jack's ear. Looking up, Jack spotted Ethan at the door looking grim. He rose, making his excuses with a smile. Sergey didn't buy it and cut off from his humorous retelling of a bear hunt in Siberia mid-word as he stared at Jack. Ethan pulled him aside as he stepped out of the Roosevelt room. "What's going on?"
"Rogue Islamic extremists have fired on 2 tankers in the Persian Gulf. They boarded one and took the crew hostage, the others on fire. The attackers evaded capture and dumped mines into the waters of the Strait of Hormuz."
Jack closed his eyes as he propped his hands on his hips. In the list of terrible things that could happen to a president, anything affecting the Strait of Hormuz, the choke point for the Gulf in between Iran and Oman, was up near the top. 40% of the world's oil transited the strait each day.
Everyone is gathered in the Situation Room. Elizabeth is getting inundated with frantic calls from the Gulf countries. These terrorists are holding every nation there hostage.
Son of a bitch. He glanced back inside the Roosevelt room and met Sergey's fierce stare. The meeting had ground to a halt with his departure, and Sergey wasn't doing a damn thing to keep it going. "Damn it. I'm bringing Sergey down, too. The Russians are operating in the Gulf with us. He'll have something to say about this."
Ethan's eyebrows rose. "People downstairs are going to shit."
Jack chuffed out a tiny laugh. "Yeah, I'm good at getting that reaction out of people." He waved to Sergey, drawing him out of the Roosevelt room. As Sergey stood, Jack poked his head back in and apologized for having to cut the meeting short. Already one of Jack's aides was sweeping in, smoothly asking the CEOs if they'd like a private tour before a cocktail in one of the reception rooms, a soothing balm to being ditched by 2 presidents. Sergey didn't ask questions. He followed behind Jack and Ethan through the West Wing and down to the lower levels. Ethan waved off the Secret Service agents who stared at them with wide eyes and made moves to their microphones. Scott stood outside the Situation Room, and he looked Sergey up and down before stepping aside and holding the door open. All conversation within the Situation Room stuttered to a stop when Jack entered with Sergey on his heels. He moved to the head of the table and stood behind his chair, gripping the headrest. Ethan took up his customary position on his right, sitting in the seat normally used by the vice president. Sergey stood on his left, and he whistled as he surveyed the room, taking in the array of flat screens showing real-time satellite footage, live feeds from naval vessels in the Persian Gulf, news streams from all corners of the globe, and tracking updates of forces deployed around the world. General Bradford, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, made the kill signal to the watch officers in the back, and the screen showing worldwide forces went dark. Jack fixed General Bradford with a pointed glare. "Everyone, please welcome President Puchkov to the Situation Room. I've invited him down here since his forces are operating in tandem with ours in the Gulf. So, let's hear it. Hit me." Eyeballs bounced around the room, the silence stretching on for a long, uncomfortable moment. Irwin finally broke the deadlock, clearing his throat first. "This statement was read aloud by the captain of the captured freighter a few minutes ago. The Russian Federation and the United States have committed countless sins and must be punished. America's disgusting president is a disgrace in the eyes of Allah. The unholy union between the Russian Federation and the United States of America must be stopped, and both nations must be destroyed. Their nations run on the blood of our lands, our precious oil. We will no longer allow any of our resources to service the great Satan and her unholy partner, the Russian Federation. Any attempt to stop us will be met with deadly retribution." Sergey dramatically rolled his eyes to the ceiling, as Jack took over, steepling his fingers and leaning his forearms on the back of his chair. "Is this the Caliphate? Reprisal for our forces in the region?" Bradford shook his head. "If they're doing this in the Caliphate's name, they haven't said so yet. We broke their naval capabilities months ago, and the Caliphate doesn't have any good access to the Gulf at the moment." "So who are these guys?" Jack frowned. "Still working on that, Mr. President. Our best guess at this time is rogue agents. Or someone who wants us to believe this is the work of the Caliphate." Ethan's eyes caught Jack's. "Tell me about the captured freighter." 19 crew members are running under a Malaysian flag. The captain is an American, a retired merchant marine. We've heard the captain's voice but don't have proof of life or any other crew members." "Their cargo?" Ethan leaned forward, frowning. 100,000 tons of crude oil freshly pumped from the Iranians." Bradford scowled. "Our ships in the water report 3 large speedboats loaded with explosives dumped mines across the strait and disappeared." He glanced briefly to Sergey, but then tapped out a few commands on his tablet and called up the surveillance images taken from the deck of a naval carrier. "Any idea how many mines were dumped?" "Spotters estimate at least 100. All commercial ship traffic has halted. It's a cluster out there. One of the oil tankers is on fire. Bahrain has sent out their Coast Guard to assist. At least 12 superhaulers were due to transit the strait today, and they're stranded on either side. The freighters outside the strait are sitting ducks. Inside, we've got 16,000 sailors and Marines held hostage." "We're getting panicked calls from every Gulf nation." Elizabeth sounded harried and harassed, and her normally perfect hair was pulled back in a loose clip. Dark strands hung around her face. "What carrier strike group is currently over there?" Jack pulled out his chair and sat down, gesturing for Sergey to grab one of the spare chairs on the wall and drag it to his side. He scooted over, making room for Sergey at the head of the table. "Sergey, you have 3 destroyers in the Gulf, yes?" Wide-eyed looks shot around the room as Sergey nodded. "We have the Dwight D. Eisenhower docked in Bahrain, Mr. President," Admiral MacDonald, Chief of Naval Operations and one of the Joint Chiefs, said. "But they're in port for repairs. The carrier was battered pretty hard by a monsoon on her transit through the Arabian Sea. Blue water over the flight deck. Last estimates for repairs put them at best at 72 hours, which means they're a sitting duck right now." "Damn it," Jack sighed. "What about the rest of the strike group?" "We sent 2 cruisers and 3 destroyers from the Eisenhower.
All 5 are stationed near Kuwait, too far away for immediate action. "Sir," one of the attachés to the Chief of Naval Operations leaned in, passing his tablet directly to Admiral MacDonald. Admiral MacDonald's expression turned fierce. "Mr. President, spotters have picked up one of the speedboats. It's come out from behind the hijacked tanker and is currently aiming dead on for the Eisenhower. It has weapons trained on the carrier and can close the distance to her in 4 minutes. With the explosives on board, that speedboat could blow a hole in the side of our carrier, and if they detonate into the tanker, the whole thing will go up and devastate the Gulf." Jack looked to Ethan for a moment, and then back to MacDonald. "What are our options?" "We destroy them, now, before they make their move." "Can we be certain we can take them out without blowing the tanker, Admiral? Can we act without doing their job for them?" "Sir, it's a risk we might have to take. In moments we could be pulling dead Americans from the water." "If I may," Sergey interrupted, leaning forward and tapping at the polished wood on the conference table. "Is there a phone that I can use? I'd like to call my Commodore in the Persian Gulf, just off Bahrain." Silence. In the scramble that followed, one of the watch officers managed to get in radio contact with the fleet admiral on the Russian lead destroyer. Sergey spoke in Russian, and General Bradford snapped for a translator in the room as Irwin and Reese collectively looked like they were chewing nails. "He's ordering his destroyer to go between the Eisenhower and the hijacked tanker and the speedboat," the translator, another watch officer, frowned. "He's ordering them to hold their position and shield the Eisenhower, no matter what." The Situation Room again stared at Sergey as the line cut out, but this time with something a little less hostile. Between a conference call with the Kremlin, radio patches with the Russian destroyers, and video calls with the carrier strike group commander, they hammered out a quick plan. With the time and shielding the Russians provided, they were able to put Russian and American fast attack boats into the water, teams of Marines and Russian Spetsnaz forces on board. They headed for the speedboat, snipers opening fire when the jihadis refused to yield. At the same time, divers slipped underwater to the hijacked tanker, boarding silently and creeping through the ship. They rescued the crew, but slew the hijackers when they charged like raging berserkers. "They don't appear to be Middle Eastern," one of the Marines radioed back to the Eisenhower. "Maybe North African, possibly Sudanese." Ethan and Jack shared a long look. The American destroyer farthest south, the Forrest Sherman, waited for the Russian destroyer Bezboyaznany to come down from Kuwait. Together, they headed for the mines. Creeping out from where they'd hid in Iranian waters were the other 2 terrorist speedboats that had helped with the hijacking and the attack, each laden high with explosives, enough to rip a hole in both ships and sink them in minutes. "They know we have to clear these mines." Jack frowned at his staff. "They know we're going to stop them." "They are wanting us to engage," Sergey growled. "They want to play at war, but they will run when the real shooting starts." Jack reached for Ethan's hand under the conference table as the 2 ships, American and Russian, closed in on the mines. The speedboats started toward both. There was a live feed of the American and Russian destroyers' bridges piped to the Situation Room. The orders given to each ship had been clear: get rid of the mines. Capture or kill the terrorists who placed them. Alarms sounded on both vessels. Russian cursing flew over the comms channel. The Forrest Sherman commander's cool voice rose through the cacophony. "Ops? Status? 2 ships coming right for us, Captain." Sergey's Russian captain was decidedly less politic with his reaction. He swore in Russian, and the automatic translator typed out on the bottom, "Go fuck yourselves." The Forrest Sherman transmitted over the radio, addressing the Islamic fighters. "Enemy vessels, disengage from your course immediately or we will open fire." Jack breathed in deep, and Ethan gripped his hand beneath the table. They both leaned forward, their hands beneath the tabletop. Instead of watching the monitors, Ethan watched Jack. The Forrest Sherman's commander spoke again. "Ops, maintain course and heading. Bow on to target." Jack's eyes pinched, but Sergey leaned into his side and whispered, "Bow on presents the smallest possible target.
On screen, the Russian ship stayed abreast of the Forrest Sherman, also bow on to the speedboats. Fighters on the speedboats, squaring off with the two Navy destroyers, hefted heavy RPGs on their shoulders. The Forrest Sherman commander barked out her orders, lightning fast. "Light them up! Give me radar on that ship and prepare to fire!" Jack turned his hand and laced his fingers through Ethan's. His eyes flicked away from the screens, and he held Ethan's gaze. The air seemed to suck from the room, a great vacuum of anticipation and held breaths. "Both vessels have fired, Captain. 3 RPGs coming in hot. Damage control teams to port side." More cursing in Russian and shouted orders from the Bezboyaznany. Forrest Sherman's commander broke over everything. "Fire with guns! Destroy them!" The Americans fired first, a long series of rattling bullets that chewed through the speedboats. The Russians joined in, and in moments both boats were smoking hulks sinking beneath the surface. "Cease fire!" The Forrest Sherman's order was repeated in Russian on the Bezboyaznany. "Resume course to clear mines." Jack stared at Ethan as the Situation Room broke into clapping and muted cheers. He kept their hands laced beneath the table, as his eyes slowly closed. Soft Russian floated down the hall in the residence, Sergey's rolling voice mixed with Sasha's deep timbre. Jack and Ethan had left the two close to midnight, sitting on the couches in the east sitting hall between their bedrooms. Did we stop something or start something today? Jack was half in and half out of his suit, hesitating as he unbuttoned his shirt. Was that the Caliphate, rogue terrorists, or Madigan? Naked and lying on top of the bedsheets, Ethan shook his head. I don't know. Jack slumped on the edge of the bed. I wanted, he finally began, to make the world a safer place, to make America and the world better, work toward unity. He exhaled as he tipped his head back. I think I've failed on just about every one of my goals. I'm sorry. I know No, it's not you. It's me. Sighing, Jack ripped his shirt off and balled it up, chucking it to the floor like a basketball. All of this madness would have happened whether or not we got together. He crawled into the bed, still in his suit pants, and straddled Ethan's lap. Ethan rested his hands on Jack's thighs. When Ethan looked up, the naked pain, the uncertainty in his gaze, speared Jack through the heart. He leaned forward, his palms on Ethan's chest. Ethan's heart thudded against his touch. Madigan would still have been after me. He still would have tried to take the government, destroy the Middle East. Would he have succeeded if we hadn't been together? Would you have fought back from the grave as ferociously as you did if we hadn't taken a chance on each other? Jack watched Ethan's eyes darken, and his open expression turned to a frown. I know you may not think much of my professionalism, considering what happened between us, but I have always been 100% dedicated to my job. It wouldn't matter to me if we were together or not. I would have defended your life to the end of mine because you are the president, not just because you are my lover. Shit. No, that's not what I meant. Groaning, Jack tipped forward. I think the world of you, Ethan. I think you're a true professional. Ethan snorted. I do. I've never doubted you, not once. Not with anything. He tried to find Ethan's gaze, but Ethan's eyes slid away. Hey, I mean it. I've always admired you, Ethan. Your dedication, your intelligence, everything about you. I still do. Ethan's gaze flicked back to Jack. He swallowed. Sometimes, he began, his voice rough. I think I should have taken the moral high ground. Decided to walk away from you and what you were offering. Jack frowned. On Air Force One, you asked me if we could give this a try.
I should have been a bigger man. Should have said no, or not yet, not until you were out of office. I was worried that this would happen, that it would all come out and everything would fall apart. The world needs you, and I've just complicated everything.
God, I'm glad you didn't do that. Jack's fingers curled through Ethan's chest hair as if he could grip onto Ethan and never let him go. You ground me. Seeing you every day and waking up in your arms is what gives me the strength to keep doing this. You are my rock, Ethan. A tiny smile quirked up the corner of his lips. I'd probably have run for the hills if it weren't for you by my side. Ethan smiled, and one of his hands rose, cupping Jack's cheek. Sometimes, like today, I still want to run away. Jack's voice was soft. What if those fanatics had managed to sink one of our ships? Thousands of sailors and Marines killed. It's difficult for me to put our people in harm's way.
I know.
Ethan's other hand rose, and his thumbs stroked over Jack's cheekbones.
I know it's hard. Your wife...
He stopped and pressed his lips together. I think of Leslie, yes, but not just her. I think of you, too. Jack peered down at Ethan, trying to pour all of the love he felt into how he gazed at Ethan. Could he ever find the right words, the right actions to explain to Ethan how deeply he loved him, how much Ethan made him feel alive? I think of you in Ethiopia. Jack breathed. He grasped Ethan's wrists, holding Ethan's hands to his face. Memories flew through his mind like a film reel spinning out of control, colors and sounds and emotions bleeding out every which way. Ethan, a rifle to his forehead as he lay broken and bloody in the dirt road. Jack's screams, seemingly soundless against the helicopter rotors, and the shouts of the British soldiers. The cold, almost silent wardroom, and the crackling video showing Ethan, blood-covered and swaying on his knees, a machete to his throat. The white noise and the electric smear when the rockets had blown away Ethan's team on the drone's video feed. Jeff, at his side. Jeff, holding him as he sobbed, wailing Ethan's name to the bulkhead as he lost it all for the second time in his life. Jeff, forcing him to his knees and fitting a nuclear weapon to his chest.
I'm here. I'm here, Jack.
Ethan's thumbs stroked over Jack's cheeks as his hands cupped his face. Slowly, Ethan pulled Jack down until Jack was lying across Ethan's chest, his ear pressed tightly to the warm skin over his heartbeat.
I'm here with you,
Ethan whispered. Don't leave, Jack breathed. Please don't ever leave. I need you, Ethan, so much.
Never.
Ethan stroked Jack's back for hours. Jack stayed curled up on top of Ethan, half-dressed, as he listened to the steady strum of his heart beating, until he finally fell asleep. On the last day of Sergey's visit to the United States, a video was released online, and a body was dumped in Moscow's Red Square, beheaded. On the video, a man kneeled against a white wall as tear tracks stained his cheeks. He was naked, and a rainbow flag had been carved on his chest, paint crudely thrown over the cut outlines. Behind him, a man dressed in black from head to toe shouted in Arabic at the camera. Only his eyes were visible. In his hand, he held a knife. The man's name was Evgeny Konakov. The man in black boasted of how he had set up to meet with Evgeny through the most popular gay hookup app in the world, how he had tricked him into walking into his own capture and torture. He shouted at length of the evils of homosexuality and how Russia would pay for her crimes.
"Everything you hold dear will be taken from you, President Puchkov," the masked man said, "including your precious homosexuals, including your American puppet president."
Most news agencies censored what happened next, but the agonized screams could still be heard all the way around the world, including deep in the Situation Room, where Jack, Ethan, and Sergey watched in silent horror. Jack grasped Ethan's hand above the table and squeezed tight as Ethan closed his eyes and dropped his head, letting it hang between his shoulders. Their knuckles went white where they grasped each other. Sergey sank into what had become his chair, both hands over his mouth, and muttered a prayer in Russian. He had Ilya secure the body in the Kremlin within the hour and then personally attend to the autopsy, while the CIA, NSA, and FBI analyzed the video recording. Jack and Sergey issued a joint statement, condemning the brutal murder. When Jack's voice choked off in the middle of his statement, Sergey grasped his shoulder until Jack was able to speak again.
"We will never retreat. We will never cower. We will never run. We will never turn back in the face of terror."
Swallowing, Jack stared up into the briefing room's lights, letting halos of color dazzle his vision.
"The combined forces of the United States and her ally, Russia, are coming for you. This is a promise."
He and Sergey arrived back in the Situation Room after their statement and found Ethan waiting in the hallway. He glowered at the floor, his jaw clenched with his hands shoved in his suit pockets. Jack reached for his elbow. "What is it?" Ethan couldn't look up.
"Madigan," he growled. "This is all Madigan's doing. All of it."
"Show me," Jack whispered. Inside, the National Security Advisor, Meredith Peterson, and Director Todd Campbell walked Jack through the evidence. The man in black spoke Arabic with a Sudanese dialect and a North African accent. The camera was a knockoff brand made in Turkey and widely available at street vendors in the Middle East, and especially on routes taken by human smugglers moving from Africa and the Middle East overland to Europe and to Russia. Forensics from Evgeny's phone showed that the murderer used broken English to communicate with Evgeny in a pattern most closely linked with individuals who learned English as an adult and came from an Afro-Arabian background. Evgeny, who also spoke broken English, probably hadn't noticed anything was amiss. From the Persian Gulf to Moscow, Madigan's prisoners were on the move.
"I must return to Russia immediately."
Sergey bid his farewells to Jack in the Oval Office as his aides buzzed behind him, speaking in best Russian into their cell phones. Sasha stayed glued to Sergey's side, watching everything and everyone with narrowed eyes. Scott glared back at Sasha, as if having a Russian bodyguard in the White House and so close to Jack was a personal affront to his existence. "Is there anything we can do?" Jack shook Sergey's hand. "Anything at all."
"Find this madman, Madigan," Sergey growled, "and make him suffer."
Done. They hadn't managed to capture him so far, but they would. They would. Ethan seemed to be taking the revelation that Madigan had been behind the murder as a personal censure. He hadn't come up to the Oval Office with them. He'd stayed behind in the Situation Room, not able to look Jack in the eye since he had met them in the hallway. Ethan's absence from his side was a physical ache. "We'll get the bastard.
And would you consider coming to the memorial? I will be giving Mr. Konnikov a state funeral. He is a victim of a terrorist attack, and we honor our fallen heroes in Russia. It would mean much if you would attend."
For a moment, everything seemed to freeze in the Oval Office. Cell phones stopped buzzing, the chattering of Russian by the glass doors ceased, and even the air Jack breathed seemed to shiver to a halt. It was just him and Sergey, and his request. And then, time resumed. Scott whipped his head around, staring at Jack. Sasha turned wide, overbright eyes to Sergey. Erwin and Elizabeth, holding court by the couches and typing on their phones, froze. Where was Ethan when he needed him? I would be honored to pay my respects, Sergey. I'll be there. Scott let out a faint wheeze behind Jack like a popping balloon.
Благодарю, Mr. President. Thank you. I will see you again soon.
You can't go to Russia with the president. Ethan stared at Scott and Daniels, his friends facing him down on the other side of his desk in the East Wing. Daniels had asked for a minute of his time, and when Scott walked in, his stomach had curled, souring. What? You can't go with the president. Scott stepped forward, his arms crossed. His expression was hard, a stern glare fixed on Ethan. There's too much risk right now. Everything is getting crazier by the minute. We have over 100 real-world threats right here that we have to run down, have to protect you both from, and that was before this attack. And now the president wants to go to the funeral in Russia? The Secret Service's job is to keep the president safe. I know what the damn job is, Ethan, and I know you think you could do this better. But God damn it, do you know how difficult you've made everything? Scott blew, shouting at Ethan before turning and running his hands through his hair. I've been running my people into the ground. We're operating 200% over capacity. I've got agents sleeping in horsepower, and they haven't been home in days. We're pulling 14 to 16-hour shifts. It's fucking non-stop. He glared at Ethan again. And the fucked up thing is, even with all of that, I still don't feel that you both are fully protected. Not with every fucking crazy thing that is out there right now. Silence. Daniel stared at the carpet, his hands clasped behind his back.
You're asking me,
Ethan began slowly, to not be at Jack's side while he is at the state funeral for a murdered gay man. I'm not asking. I'm telling. Scott held Ethan's cold stare. I'm sorry, but we have to put our foot down on this. We're nearing the breaking point, and if something were to happen to you or to the president... Scott's jaw snapped shut. He shook his head.
Ethan, please,
he said through clenched teeth.
You know what it's like on this side.
He did know. Years of battling with presidents and first families, of doing everything he could to ensure their safety and security even when the first family was determined to be as unsafe as possible. The headaches, the heartburn that came with dealing with recalcitrant, stubborn politicians who thought of the Secret Service as little more than window dressings or accessories, not being listened to, and having to scramble on the back end to cover the security exposures. He closed his eyes and bowed his head.
I don't like this,
he breathed.
I don't like this at all.
Do you trust me? Ethan's head snapped up. Scott was more than just his best friend. He was his brother, someone he had become a man beside. Scott knew everything there was to know about him. Had even known about Jack and him from almost the first moment it began. He'd carried his broken body to safety. It helped him retake the White House and save Jack, save the world. And for God's sake, he ran lube for him and Jack. Trust wasn't a big enough word for how deeply he believed in Scott.
You know I do. With everything.
Even with him? With Jack?
Jack.
Scott stuttered over Jack's name. Ethan hesitated. He frowned. Took a deep breath as he searched his soul.
Yes, I do.
Then trust me on this. Trust me to do my job and to protect the president. Trust that I know what I'm doing. Slowly, Ethan nodded.
I'll let him know.
Jack took the news better than Ethan had. If our friends are asking for this, then we should give it to them. They need our help. Jack crossed his arms with a heavy sigh. Is there something else we can do to help? Somehow relieve the burden? Never leave the White House ever. Not host any outside personnel. No more state dinners. I'll be crawling the walls if we can't ever leave. When the president travels is always the worst. Ethan sank into one of the chairs in the residence's kitchen. He and Jack were cooking, a dinner of rice and pan-seared strips of steak, a spinach salad tossed in vinaigrette, and a bottle of red wine waiting on the table. In order to really secure this funeral trip, the advance team should have been on the ground a week before Evgeny Konakov died. Is the security that you guys strive for really possible? It has to be. Ethan's hand came down on the table, a heavy slap. It has to be always. It's your life. Jack looked down. He had chucked his suit and his shoes after leaving the West Wing, and he wore jeans and Ethan's sweatshirt and walked around barefoot. It's not just my life, it's your life too now. And if keeping you safe means you stay here, then that's what we do. Ethan still wanted to puke at the thought of Jack going without him, of not being at his side. Will you be all right? Will you? He shook his head. No. To be honest, no, I'll be out of my mind until you're back. His foot jiggled an endless bounce against the table leg. One hand dragged over his face. I've been thinking about Ethiopia all day. He groaned. How we planned for that. This is different. Flying into a foreign nation with limited prep time in an area where known terrorist attacks occur? Yeah, totally, completely unique. Ethan watched Jack's eyes slide closed. The only difference is, this time, there's been an actual threat against your life. Madigan is still out there. He won't ever get near me. Ethan scrubbed his hands over his face again, trying to block out the memories of Ethiopia, of their careful and meticulous security plan falling apart in tatters around them. Him, Scott, and Daniels all just struggling to survive and get Jack to safety as bullets flew. Where was Madigan? How could he insert himself so easily back into the world? How far had he spread? How deep did he go? He was an ever-present nightmare, a golem hiding in the shadows of the world. Hey, Jack whispered softly, much closer than he had been before. Ethan opened his eyes. Jack was right in front of him, looking down with a soft smile. He stroked his fingers through Ethan's hair. Scott's great at his job. I trust him. He was trained by you, and he's almost as good an agent as you. Jack winked. Ethan snorted. I'm really not the poster boy for a perfect Secret Service agent. You're my poster boy for a hero. And you're the man I love. Jack dropped a kiss to the top of Ethan's head. And everything will be fine. I'll be back before you know it. He stepped back as the timer went off for the rice. I'll get the steak. Can you pour the wine? He filled their glasses as Jack warmed up the pan. He stood behind him, wrapping one arm around Jack's waist and resting his chin on his shoulder as Jack started searing the steak. Still going to miss you. Jack kissed his cheek. I'd miss me too. He grinned when Ethan snorted, and then he sobered. You really are my hero. And you always will be. What could he say to that? Ethan buried his face in the curve of Jack's neck and breathed in his soft, woodsy scent. The hint of pine that came from his aftershave, the tang of his shampoo, the scent of his skin. And you're mine. Always. Fury over state funeral. General Madigan and hardline Russian political party boycott proceedings. General Madigan delivered another scathing invective against President Puchkov and his plans to honor terrorist victim Evgeny Konakov with a state funeral in Moscow. President Puchkov insists on pushing his Western agenda on the motherland. This is unacceptable, and Russians will not stand for this kind of continuing behavior. General Madigan and other military commanders scheduled a series of military drills in the Murmansk and Siberian regions at the time of the funeral, seriously limiting the number of military units President Puchkov could call upon to bolster security for the funeral. Hardline political elements within Russia applauded Madigan's position and seemed to rally behind the general as an opposition leader to President Puchkov. Elizabeth Wall confirmed as vice president. The House and Senate confirmed Elizabeth Wall as President Spiers' vice presidential appointee, despite bitter confirmation hearings that centered around how Wall would react should she become president. Wall refused to engage in the discussions, repeatedly stating that she stood with President Spiers, and that discussions such as those only invited the worst kind of possibility. Chapter 26. Moscow. The streets of Moscow were filled with riot police, over half wearing sour expressions, as Jack's motorcade sped him through the capital and toward the Kremlin. "The funeral begins at the House of Unions in 2 hours, Mr. President." Scott twisted around in the front seat of the armored SUV. "We're wheels up and back to the U.S. in 8 hours. We'll be staging in the Grand Palace at the Kremlin before and after the funeral, at President Puchkov's request." Traffic had been halted on all surface streets, and the infamous garden ring circling Moscow, a veritable traffic jam at all hours of the day and night, was empty. Scott's driver floored the accelerator, and their motorcade zoomed down the highway. "We're mixing up the different modes of transportation, Mr. President. Motorcade to the Kremlin, chopper back to the airport." A huge section of Moscow's airport had been closed, all air traffic diverted for Jack's use. Air Force One was parked and surrounded by a combined force of Secret Service and military guards. "We'll be on you at all times, Mr. President. The Russian FSB has deployed agents in the crowd, and the Russian Presidential Secret Services are securing Overwatch. Snipers are in place in all exposed areas of the funeral procession. Their security looks similar to what we do for inaugurations." Jack smiled at Scott. "I trust you, Agent Collard, and so does Ethan. We have every confidence in you." He jiggled his cell phone. "And Ethan says to tell you hello." "Hi, Ethan." Scott waved back at Jack. "Back seat, Agent," he quipped before turning back around and speaking into his radio. Over Jack's cell phone, Ethan chuckled in Jack's ear. "How's it look so far?" "Fast." Trees sped by next to the highway. "The people? We always try to get a read on the crowd, see what kind of atmosphere we're dealing with." "They're Russian, Ethan. Not a lot of smiles here on a good day, and things are pretty tense right now." "You have a point." Jack changed the subject, picking lint from his pants. "What time is it there? Must be early."
"Sun hasn't risen yet."
Ethan yawned.
"Well, I don't care. I'm talking to you."
Jack smiled. "When does Lieutenant Cooper arrive?"
"His flight lands in about an hour. Daniels and I are getting ready to head to Andrews."
"You'll find something. I know you guys will." Jack smiled, even though Ethan couldn't see him. Ethan and Lieutenant Cooper were getting together for a review of the intelligence on Madigan, trying to plan their next move. Neither Jack nor Ethan was willing to send Cooper and his men into Somalia blind, not with Madigan's reach or his capabilities unknown. They wouldn't send them on a one-way mission, despite Cooper's repeated requests to saddle his men up and let loose. "Mr. President, we'll be arriving at the Kremlin in 3 minutes. "Gotta go, love. Talk to you soon."
"Good luck."
Jack cut the line as his limo approached the massive red walls of the Kremlin. Guards manning the gates saluted as Jack's motorcade drove through. Ivan the Great's massive bell tower, sparkling with brilliant ivory and gold-gilt onion domes, reflected the sunlight. Beyond the bell tower, the tips of St. Basil's Cathedral edged over the Kremlin walls, the array of dazzlingly colorful minarets like a rainbow bonfire straining for the sky. Jack watched the glittering spires until his gaze was drawn to his left, to the massive Grand Kremlin Palace. Columns marched in line with ornately sculpted windows, a seemingly never-ending facade of strength and power wrapped in white marble and gold. The motorcade pulled to a stop in front of the entrance, and a team of Russian military and FSB stood posted at intervals, watching the motorcade warily. As much as Jack and Sergey were becoming friends, the security services still had a ways to go toward trusting each other. Jack heard Scott mutter under his breath before climbing out of the car and opening Jack's door. He smiled at the assembled guards and thanked Scott as he buttoned his suit coat. Squinting, he tried to find Sergey, but his lanky friend wasn't on the steps. Instead, Sasha walked forward, holding his hand out. "Mr. President, we are honored that you are here with us." "The honor is mine. Please, let me escort you inside." Scott shadowed Jack's every footstep as he fell into step with Sasha and entered the Grand Palace. Few American presidents had ever been inside, and he resisted the urge to spin around and take in the ornate marble covering the walls, the golden sculptures, the mosaics covering the ceiling, the chandeliers twinkling above. Amber light permeated the palace, and a plush red carpet directed everyone down the main hall. Sasha took him up a wide, curving staircase to another equally ornate hall, twice as tall as the ground floor. What had seemed like 3 stories was actually 2, and a double layer of windows let spears of sunshine through heavy velvet drapes. Prisms exploded from the thousands of crystals hanging in the chandeliers. An arched ceiling inlaid with marble reliefs stared down at Jack and Scott as they walked, their footfalls cushioned almost to silence. More statues and more gold-gilt reliefs stared at Jack as he followed Sasha to the double-paneled door. "President Puchkov would be honored if you would wait a moment for him in his residence. He has been delayed." To enter the home of the Russian president? Another first. Jack smiled and dipped his head. Of course. Sergei's home, the official Russian president's residence within the Grand Palace of the Kremlin, was just as ornate as the rest of the building. Sasha led him through the foyer to the sitting room, and Jack found himself seated on a velvet and silk sofa next to a marble table boasting a golden bust of an unknown Russian. "Alexander Pokrishkin," Sasha said, "3-time hero of Soviet Union. He may be responsible for winning World War II. He is father of modern Soviet Air Force." Jack whistled. "I didn't know Sergey was a military history buff." "He had it brought here recently. It was just sitting in dark warehouse." A slow smile spread out over Jack's face as he watched Sasha. "That was very kind of him," he said, dipping his head to the young Russian. Sasha looked away. "The others? They're here, right?" Jack wasn't the only world leader attending the funeral. Britain's Prime Minister and Germany's Chancellor had arrived, as had the ambassador to Russia from Saudi Arabia. Prince Abdul, governor of the Riyadh region in Saudi Arabia, had issued a statement from the kingdom condemning the murder and the desecration of Islam by the murderer. He was the first, but not the last Islamic country to speak out against the terrorist. "They are here. They are in Georgievsky Hall, with refreshments." So he was in the VIP lounge. Jack shared a quick look with Scott. Scott looked like the world's tensest wind-up doll, just 2 turns away from blowing out his springs. He was woefully out of place in the midst of Sergei's sitting room, a black suit and a sea of red curtains, diamond chandeliers, and gold-framed oil paintings. The door opened, and Sergei's booming voice bounced over the marble walls. "Jack, I am sorry I was held up. There are 1,001 complications, and only one of me." He stopped at the sitting-room door and clapped his hands together, smiling at Sasha and Jack talking to one another. "Let us share a drink before we go down, Mr. President." Sasha moved, standing shoulder to shoulder with Scott. Scott glared sidelong and shuffled away a half-step. Sergey brought over 2 tumblers of vodka and sat beside Jack. "I spoke with the family.
They are certain that they want you to do this."
Jack swirled the vodka in his glass, staring at the eddies. Sergey.
He was a blogger, and he wrote articles about how much he admired you, how he wished Russia had such a visionary president. Sergey shrugged. He would be honored. His memory will be honored.
His eyes slid closed. Could he do this?
He wasn't quite sure. Even after everything, every single thing that had happened to him from the moment he had kissed Ethan back, he still wasn't totally certain about his sexuality. What did he call himself? He'd shied away from labels other than Ethan's lover and partner. He'd been happy to live in that nether region, the vagueness sheltered by his refusal to speak of his personal life and his dictatorial rule to Pete regarding the media. Now, with the funeral and with Sergey's ask, the world was thrusting him into a role he wasn't certain he deserved. He wasn't a figurehead or a symbol. He didn't deserve that. He was just a man. But this wasn't about him. Slowly, Jack nodded. "All right. I'll do it. I'll be a pallbearer." Standing next to Sergey at the front of Evgeny Konnikov's coffin, carrying him from his repose in the Hall of the Unions to a gun carriage and then walking with Sergey in the funeral parade to the Red Square, it was Scott's and Ethan's nightmare. But he would do it. For Evgeny Konnikov. And for everyone. The Hall of the Unions had been decked out for Evgeny's state funeral. Huge Russian flags draped the far end of the hall along with heavy black curtains. Black gauze had been wrapped around the glittering chandeliers above, casting a somber glow throughout the dim room. Mourners had come to pay their respects for 5 days, and a flood of flowers lay on top of and around his flag-draped casket. Candles littered the floor amidst the blooms, soft flames flickering with the hushed footfalls of visitors. Cards were scattered around the perimeter, tucked into flowers and lying beneath candles. An explosion of rainbow had enveloped the dour scene, an overpowering statement in the midst of darkness. Rainbow flags stuck out of bouquets, and rainbow posters and wreaths and necklaces and bracelets bracketed the entire tableau. Pride and Never Forget shouted from placards alongside Never Silent. A framed picture of Evgeny Konnikov sat on a stand beside it all, resting on an unfurled rainbow flag. Jack's heart lodged in his throat, seizing up as his stomach tightened. A chill swam down his spine as he laid the bouquet Jennifer had arranged and given to him beneath the portrait and on the corner of the rainbow flag. His hands clenched, and when he went back to Sergey's side, he reached out to his right, seeking Ethan. His hand hung in the empty air. He took a steadying breath, slowly, and tried to keep it together. Sergey wrapped his arms around his shoulders. He rested his head on Sergey's shoulder and let the tears roll down his cheeks. Cameras flashed, but Jack didn't care. This was on him. This was entirely on him. Rage rose, stealing his breath away. Madigan would pay for this. He would pay for all of this. Jack would see to that personally. He felt walls crumbling within him, limits he had had once before tumbling down. Madigan would pay if it was the last thing Jack did. Sergey delivered his address, promising retribution against Evgeny Konnikov's murderer. He told of meeting his family and how he'd come to admire the young man for living his life proudly with no regrets and no excuses. How he exemplified everything that made a Russian man great. He had hesitated for a moment, stuttering as he stared at the crowd. Jack's eyes followed his stare until he found Sasha, seated at the end of their row, pale-faced and looking like he was about to puke. The family declined to speak publicly, and after Sergey's statement it was time to escort the coffin to the gun carriage, waiting outside the Hall of the Unions.
Sergey rested his hand on Jack's back as they walked to the dais and to the coffin. His mind went to a strange place as he carried the coffin, a numb, silent place. The crowd faded away, the thousands who had gathered to watch, and he felt the weight of Evgeny Konakov on his shoulder, like a weight upon his soul, a conviction of his failure to catch Madigan, a conviction of his presidency, a conviction of who he was as a man. Who was he to put himself outside the margins? Who was he to hold himself apart and different? He loved a man just as Evgeny Konakov had. Whatever he chose to label that within himself, for himself, the world had already chosen to label him, and the criticism of the world would still come, no matter what he said to mollify the fears that tried to keep him up at night. Why did he fear, though? What fear could change his love for Ethan? Why did he keep himself at arm's length? He was no different from Evgeny Konakov, and he didn't want to be anymore. It was time to stand up, be seen, and be known. The decision settled into his soul, hammered down by the coffin weighing upon him. The gun carriage appeared before them. He followed Sergey's soft instructions as they slid the coffin onto the platform. Ahead, horses brayed, and the sergeant-at-arms called for a moment of silence. The color guard in front of the horses dipped the Russian flag and stepped off, leading the procession to the Red Square. Jack walked behind the gun carriage, flanked by Sergey on his right, and the family on his left. He took Mrs. Konakov's hand. Sasha and Scott shadowed their steps, and more Secret Service agents and Presidential Security Service agents walked on the outskirts of the procession. Behind them were a scattered few Russian politicians who supported Sergey, but no other world leaders, just him and Sergey. And then the marchers. Hundreds joined in carrying pride flags and pictures of Evgeny Konakov. Men and women had draped themselves in full-length rainbow flags and painted their faces. Along the parade route, Russians stood on the sidewalk, watching with solemn faces. Some waved pride flags. Not enough, though. Others watched, scowling, or turned away when they passed. The sun was falling high in the sky, the brilliance of the sunlight warming through the Russian cold, and St. Basil's Cathedral burned like an aurora as they entered the Red Square. Jack raised his face and closed his eyes. Thunderous booms quaked the air. The pavement beneath Jack's feet rumbled. Silence as Jack opened his eyes for a moment, and then he saw the column of smoke rising. People running, shrieking tore through the square. Loud pops broke the perfect afternoon, bangs that Jack had heard before, and still heard in his nightmares. Beyond the parade, another boom echoed, somewhere deep in Moscow. Sergey whirled, meeting Jack's gaze. Shock lined his wide eyes, and his pale face was slack, his jaw hanging open. "Mr. President!" Scott crashed into him from behind, throwing his body over Jack's as he ducked them both down, finding cover behind the gun carriage. Sasha leaped on Sergey, dragging him beside Jack as the Presidential Security Service and Secret Service agents arrayed themselves, weapons drawn. Screams echoed from the marchers, scattering away as Jack and Sergey's presidential SUVs pulled in along the parade route, screeching to a halt behind the carriage. In seconds, Jack was hauled into the SUV, still bent over with Scott draped over his back, bodily shielding him as best he could from every direction. Across the parade route, Sergey was thrown into his own SUV, covered by Sasha. Both vehicles roared away, heading together for the red walls of the Kremlin, opposite the Red Square. "What the hell is going on?" Jack tried to sit up, but Scott and another agent pushed him down, lying him flat on the seat as they flanked him, weapons still drawn inside the SUV. "A bomb is going off at the Red Square, Mr. President. Looks like a suicide bomber. We're getting reports of more going off around Moscow. We're taking you back to the Kremlin and then evacuating to Air Force One." They zoomed through the Kremlin gates behind Sergey, getting air as they roared over the cobblestones. Sergey's car wound past the Kremlin Palace and took them deeper within to the Senate building in the heart of the Kremlin, completely secluded from everyone else. Scott and his men set up a perimeter before letting Jack out of the SUV. Ahead, Sergey had pushed his way free, but Sasha still stuck to his side with a gun in his hand.
"Jack!"
Sergey jogged back to him, his suit disheveled, hair awry.
"Jack, are you all right?"
"I'm okay." His hands shook. Sergey grabbed his forearms, steadying him. "What's happening?" Sergey cursed in gutter Russian, growling.
"The murderer, Madigan's man. He had a dynamite vest under his jacket."
He cursed again, and Jack caught General Marushkin's name in the long string of Russian. "How many are hurt?" Sergey's hands ran through his hair. He laced his fingers behind his head as he started to pace.
"I don't know. First reports say dozens. The square was full."
Sasha had a cell phone to his ear, and a scowl stretched over his face.
"Mr. President, there have been 5 more suicide bombers in Moscow. Casualties are high."
Jack slumped backward, leaning against the side of his SUV. Scott gripped his shoulder. Jack could feel Scott's hand trembling through his touch.
"What about Evgeny Konnikov's family?"
Sergey ran his hand over his mouth.
"Ilya is personally escorting the family now. They got out of there."
Jack nodded. In his pocket, his cell phone rang. He pulled it out.
"Ethan."
"I'm all right, Ethan, I'm all right."
"I saw the news."
Tension thrummed through Ethan's voice. Jack could picture him pacing back and forth, his lips pursed and one hand fisted over his mouth. "Bombs are going off all over Moscow. The first was by the murderer, Madigan's man. He had a suicide vest on." Ethan cursed, and a dull thump echoed over the line. "I'm all right. Scott got me out." He swallowed, and the coffin on the back of the gun carriage flashed before his eyes. "Ethan—" His voice broke, and he closed his eyes.
"I want you back here now. Safe?"
Scott was on the radio beside him, calling in their chopper to the Kremlin. Sergey was surrounded, Sasha on his right and another advisor on his left. Frowning, Sergey nodded as he listened to their fast Russian. One of Sergey's hands gripped Sasha's arm as if he needed the steadying presence. "I'm on my way. Scott's getting us out right now." Above, his chopper roared, the rotors whooshing over the Kremlin as it came down. Jack turned away, cupping his hand over the speaker. "Ethan, I need you." He needed Ethan badly. He needed to be with Ethan, feel his body, his presence, feel the clench of muscles in Ethan's arms as they wrapped around him, see the light ignite in Ethan's eyes, a brilliance that came just before his smile, a smile that was Jack's alone. Running his hands down Ethan's back and run his fingers through Ethan's chest hair, watch him sleep, and feel him reach for Jack's body, feel his own heart clench, the force of his love for Ethan so overwhelming, so blind-siding, that it scared him at times. He needed to bury himself in their love, let go of the world for a moment, and just be a man who had fallen in love with another man, in love with Ethan.
"I'm here, Jack. Always. Come home to me."
White House. Ethan ended the call and braced himself against the window in his office, leaning heavily on his forearm over his head. Eyes closed, he tried to block out the breaking news, the reporter's voice saying Jack and Sergey had been whisked off from the funeral, the bombs going off, numbers of casualties, anchors arguing back and forth about Sergey's decision to hold the funeral and make himself and Jack targets, and the Russian military's absence, their maneuvers outside of Moscow.
"Do you want to take a break, sir?"
Cooper sat at one of Ethan's couches, frozen in place with the folder open on his lap. 3 laptops were spread over the table and folders littered the floor. Maps were taped up over the fireplace, and satellite imagery lay in a grid on the floor, an aerial view of Somalia and the greater Middle East.
"No."
Ethan pushed back and cleared his throat.
"No, I want this asshole dead and gone. Let's keep going."
Cooper nodded and went back to comparing the list of Sudanese prisoners within the folder to one of the intel dumps the NSA had acquired, a scrape of the databanks of people moving across Europe and through the regions between Somalia and Russia. The murderer, now suicide bomber, had gotten to Russia somehow. He hadn't flown. The sea route had become difficult, what with the international flotilla monitoring the Mediterranean. That left overland, and for as many checkpoints as there were also holes in borders. Tracking one man across so many wild frontiers was exhausting. Speaking of exhaustion, Ethan's gaze tracked over Cooper, taking in the deep-set eyes and the hollow cheeks, the scruff of beard, just too long to be called a 5 o'clock shadow. Cooper seemed to have traded sleeping for non-stop work. Ethan received emails and confidential reports from him at all hours, intel analysis from the Gulf, potential action plans for entering Somalia, and his own analysis on top of the CIA's analysis of happenings in the Middle East. He passed on information sent from Prince Faisal, again with his own interpretation on top of the prince's. Every time, Cooper and the prince agreed. He hadn't sent Cooper's team out in weeks. Since they'd returned, Madigan seemed to lay low, and his disappearance was like an itch beneath Ethan's skin that he couldn't satisfy, just out of reach but still there.
Whoa, hold up.
Cooper frowned at the laptop in front of him and tossed the folder of Sudanese prisoners aside.
This can't be right.
Furious typing as he pounded on the keys.
What's up?
Ethan waited, watching Cooper's frown turn to a glower.
This name on the Israeli border checkpoints list. I know this name.
Frowning, Ethan stepped over the pile of folders and sat beside Cooper.
How? He was my high school hero. The hometown quarterback. Everyone wanted to be him. I was a kid, but I thought he was the shit. He joined the Army, I joined the Marines. We kept in touch for a while after. Sergeant Noah Williams.
What's so unusual about that? There a reason he shouldn't be crossing the border in Israel? It was a legal crossing at a checkpoint, and his passport had cleared.
Yeah, there's a fucking reason,
Cooper snapped. He typed again, pulling up the security camera footage, showing his former friend's face clearly. And then his passport with the smiling photo of Noah. Last, he pulled up a news report from Google.
He's fucking dead. He died in the Iraq War in Fallujah.
The news report listed the names of the dead soldiers from the Battle of Fallujah, over a decade ago, from Noah and Adam's hometown, along with their pictures. A younger Noah stared back at Ethan and Cooper from the news article. The older Noah Williams in the passport had the beginnings of laugh lines around his eyes and had filled out a bit.
Track his passport. Where has he been?
Cooper scowled and slammed his fingers on the keyboard. A moment, as the State Department servers searched through their records, and then a list of his border crossings popped up on screen. Israel, Turkey, Ukraine, Russia. Ethan pulled another laptop close and called up Noah's Army service record from the DoD servers, silently thanking Irwin for clearing total access for them. In moments, Noah's record popped up on the screen, the DD-214 displaying all of his assignments and his dates of service, all the way up to his supposed date of death.
Fuck.
A sliver of dread had formed when Cooper spoke, but it seemed too phenomenal, so fantastical that it couldn't be true. Still, he had to check, and he pointed to Noah's last assignment and commanding officer, his stomach turning itself inside out as his heart hammered against his ribs. Cooper leaned in, reading the screen.
Last duty assignment, Special Operations, commanded by Major Madigan.
Ethan was on the phone with Irwin when Jack made it back to the White House late that evening. Televisions droned softly in the background, an endless loop of the bombs in Moscow playing behind talking heads denouncing Sergey, Jack, and the Russian military. Blame was being tossed in every direction. Ethan and Cooper had combed through the data dumps and had brought in Irwin's dedicated analysis team at the CIA. In addition to Noah Williams, 3 other long-dead former members of Madigan's units had appeared at border checkpoints on transit routes to Russia. He rubbed his hand over his eyes, sighing.
How long has he been secreting loyal soldiers away? Where have they been for almost 2 decades?
Jack came up for a kiss, and Ethan hugged him close and kissed his forehead as Irwin answered.
I can't even begin to speculate.
Jack broke away, exhaustion clinging to him. He headed for their bedroom, carrying his small duffel over his shoulder, his only luggage for the trip. Ethan watched him walk away. During the day, the FSB had autopsied the blown-apart remains of the murderer. When suicide bombers blew, their heads were usually found intact, separated from the body. Ilya's FSB had found it, and they were finally able to identify the murderer, an escapee from the Sudan prison break, sentenced there for his repeated attacks against the Americans and Russians in Iraq, working with the Caliphate. His name was Asim Walif.
So are we thinking that these ghosts Madigan has kept around smuggled Walif into Russia, traded cars and personnel to cross different borders? They have clean passports, they can move around. As long as they're not in the States, the fact that they're legally dead won't be an issue.
Very probable. We can put out a bulletin for these guys, flag their passports, but there are 1,000 different rat lines in Eastern Europe, 1,000 different ways to sneak across the borders. Fuck. Exhaling, Ethan closed his eyes and groaned.
So now we have Madigan's personal ghost army running terrorists across Europe and into Russia. What now?
Ethan! Jack's shout broke through the residence. Shock and horror and terror laced through Ethan's name. He dropped his cell and bolted for their bedroom. He threw himself inside, his back bouncing out the door as he cleared the corners on instinct, his hands desperate for his old weapon and useless in front of him, clinching air. Jack stood at the foot of the bed, frozen in front of his duffel, his face white, jaw hanging open, eyes wide as saucers. In his hands, photos trembled. One tumbled loose and skittered across the floor. Ethan snatched it up, racing to Jack's side. He grabbed Jack, wrapping his arm around his waist and checking him over before he took the photos from Jack's shaking hands.
What are these?
Jack shook his head, mute. In the photos, Jack sat on an ornate couch beside a gold bust, smiling at Sasha. Scott was facing the camera, but his eyes were locked on Jack. In the next, Sergey walked in, his hands clasped together. Scott was still in the frame, this time looking around the room. Then Jack and Sergey walking through the Kremlin palace together, at the Hall of the Unions, Jack's head resting on Sergey's shoulder. Jack carrying Evgeny Konakov's casket and walking behind the coffin. The photos were taken close. Too close. And, at the top of each image, a red M had been drawn, closed in a circle. Chapter 27. White House Residence. Ethan threw down the photos taken in Moscow on the residence's kitchen table. They scattered, spreading out across the dark marble countertop, brazenly displayed for Scott and Daniels. Scott's jaw clenched as he stared at the images. Daniels cursed. Jack hung back in the kitchen corner, watching as Ethan squared off with his two friends. Daniels hadn't been on the trip, but Scott had, and those photos would have to feel like Scott had been skinned alive with the perverse closeness the photographer had gotten. Jack was exhausted from the travel and from the emotional sledgehammer of the day, but Ethan had called Scott and Daniels and growled for both of them to come up to the residence immediately.
How the fuck did this happen?
Ethan growled, his voice trembling. Jack watched him, taking in his white knuckles clenching the marble countertop and the strain across his shoulders. It felt like Madigan was saturating everything, had infiltrated all corners of the planet, was in the air Jack breathed, in the shadows moving behind him. Hell, he had been in the White House. His phantom still haunted Jack, more than he wanted to admit. Scott flipped through each of the photos.
Some of these could have been taken by anyone in the crowd. Others,
his eyes flicked up, meeting Ethan's dark and dangerous gaze. Others were taken when it was just the 3 or 4 of us.
It wasn't just the fucking 4 of you!
Ethan exploded, bellowing at Scott as his face turned purple. Whirling, Ethan's hands rose to his head, fingers lacing behind him as he paced in the space between the refrigerator and the island.
Someone was fucking there,
he hissed.
With you. With Jack.
Ethan, there was no one fucking there. I know how to do my job.
Do you?
Fury raged in Scott's eyes. We can't all be perfect Iceman Reichenbach, can we? If you had been there, the only difference would be you sitting next to Jack in these photos.
I'd never let him be put in danger.
Ethan hollered.
Never! Once was fucking enough.
Hey! Daniels jumped forward, putting his hands on Scott's chest as Scott seemed ready to leap over the island and throttle Ethan.
Hey! This is not helping!
Ethan cursed again and spun toward the refrigerator. He braced himself against the steel doors, hands over his head. Scott glared at his back. Jack exhaled slowly and crossed his arms.
We have 2 problems,
Daniels said when no one spoke.
Who took these pictures? And how did they get in the president's duffel?
He looked up, his eyes finding Jack across the kitchen. Ethan spun.
Yeah, who the fuck got close enough to Jack to slide these into his bag?
He was back to bellowing at Scott, his face still purple.
100 different people could have been close enough, and you know that, Ethan. All of the agents, the crew of Air Force One, the soldiers guarding the plane while we were in Moscow.
Do you think this is someone on the inside? Jack stepped forward and reached for Ethan. His lover was barely containing his rage. Ethan turned to Jack, his dark eyes filled with anguish and rage.
More traitors?
Daniels frowned.
You think people are still joining Madigan even after everything he's done? Or people who have been with him all along? We still don't know his reach.
Ethan leaned into Jack's touch.
We don't know who we can really trust.
Scott shook his head. What do we do? Jack held on to Ethan's waist, his thumb hooked through the belt loop of his khakis. Ethan's warmth leached into Jack, grounding him back to reality. Ethan was here. He wasn't lost, and he wasn't about to disintegrate into one of Jack's nightmares full of blood and sand, white noise, and Jeff's sneer. What's our reaction? Scott and Ethan shared a long look. As fast as they had been bellowing at each other, they were back on the same page. Whoever took these wants us to be rattled, wants us off our game. So it's a mindfuck. Ethan glared.
We still need to close ranks, make sure everyone who is close in on the detail is someone we can trust, and I mean really fucking trust.
Ethan gripped Jack's shoulder, holding him tight.
We can't take any chances.
Every agent has been checked and vetted. I'm not sure it's one of ours. How could they have gotten into President Puchkov's private residence in the Kremlin without moving with me and the president? Scott sighed. We might have to look to the Russians for this one. Jack shook his head. It could still be one of ours. It's dangerous to pretend this couldn't be done by one of our people. How well he knew. Betrayal colored his every thought, his every worry after Jeff. Everything so far has been far worse than we could have imagined. Why not this too? No one met Jack's gaze. Scott looked down as Daniels closed his eyes, and Ethan's hand dropped to Jack's hip.
Russians took the photos and one of our own slipped it into his duffel?
Daniels squinted at Ethan.
Possible. We probably won't be able to find the Russian now, but we need to turn everything over on Air Force One. Who on our team helped? Who is working for Madigan?
Ethan's voice shook with rage. I didn't have a big delegation. Mostly Secret Service, press pool, the media guys, Pete and some of his guys, a few others. We have to check every one of them, every single one. It will take a while, and until then, we close ranks, move only the most trusted agents to the president. Scott stared Ethan down.
And we have to have stronger containment at the White House.
We're going to be caged in for a while, Ethan said softly to Jack.
And...
Scott closed his eyes. He reached for his weapon at his hip. He withdrew it, and clasping the barrel, turned and offered the grip to Ethan.
Be fucking smart,
he growled. Ethan held Scott's hard stare as he grasped Scott's weapon. Scott held on another moment, and then let go, exhaling at the same time. Ethan set the weapon down on the kitchen island. Scott cursed.
I can't believe I just did that.
Thank you. I fucking hate being helpless.
Yeah, you're a real asshole when you get this way, too.
Scott glared at his friend. Could you get us some range time at Raleigh? Private? No one else there. I want to teach Jack how to shoot. Pistols, rifles, everything. I want him prepared. Just in case. Raleigh was the James J. Raleigh Training Center, where Secret Service recruits finalized their training before becoming special agents. Jack knew of it, but had never been out there. Scott and Daniels shared long-suffering looks.
Yeah, I can get you private range time, he said. Any other impossible requests I can grant?
Go home, Jack interrupted. Get some rest. You did great today. He waved his hand over the pictures on the counter. This is psychological warfare. It's supposed to shake our confidence in each other. Let's not let it. He nodded to Scott and then to Ethan. You'll find who did this. I know you will.
Yes, Mr. President.
Scott offered his hand to Ethan, who took it, pumping once.
We'll get started right away.
Scott walked out, side by side with Daniels. Ethan turned the moment they were gone, wrapping his arms around Jack and burying his face in Jack's neck. I should have been there. Hey, Jack stroked his hands over Ethan's trembling shoulders. Hey, you're shaking. I feel like I'm about to jump off a cliff. Jack pulled Ethan's face up, holding his cheeks in his hands, and stared into his eyes. That haunted, dark look was back, as was the gut punch from before. Failure haunted Ethan's gaze. It felt like a mirror of Jack's own failure, the wrenching, anguished failure that had yawned wide beneath him at Evgeny Konnikov's funeral. The failure of his duty as a president to keep people safe, and the failure of himself as a man to own up to his reality, to stop sitting on the sidelines. I need you right now, Jack whispered. After today, I need you, Ethan. I need my rock. Arms wrapped around him, holding tight, and Jack rested his head on Ethan's shoulder as Ethan's hands stroked up and down his back. You always have me. Ethan breathed into the hair over his ear. Always. They slept in the next morning, Ethan holding on to Jack throughout the night and then into the morning, clinging to his waist and burying his face in Jack's back. When the sun rose, Jack rolled over and wedged into Ethan's arms, nuzzling his face against Ethan's neck. When Ethan woke, he opened his eyes to Jack already awake, watching him sleep as he lay beside him on the bed. He smiled and reached for Jack's hip, pulling his warm body flush against him. Morning. He dropped a kiss to Jack's nose. How long have you been awake? About an hour. Could have woken me. Jack shook his head. I wanted to watch you sleep. Ethan smiled, but buried his face in his pillow as a crimson stain spread out along his cheekbones. He peeked one eye out of the pillow, the corners still crinkled. I love you, Jack breathed. I love you, Ethan. I've only said that to 2 people in my life. Shyness gone, Ethan rolled over, his eyes wider than they had been. He lay on his back, watching Jack. I love being in love with you. I love this, waking up together.
seeing the sunlight on your face, running my fingers through your hair. He did, touching your body. His legs slithered over Ethan's, sliding between them. When you smile, my heart skips a beat. Ethan smiled and took a shaky breath. I love what we have built. I only have to say I need you, and you have me. You have me, no questions asked. I trust you more than I trust myself sometimes. I can look at you in the Situation Room and know what you're thinking and take your hand when I need to. He took Ethan's hand and pressed a kiss to his palm. Or when I want to, another kiss, which I always do. Ethan's lips parted, falling open in the face of Jack's declaration. I don't want to hide this anymore, Jack whispered. I don't want to hide how much I love you. We're not hiding. Ethan frowned, but he kept his voice soft, keeping the dreamy, still mood that Jack had woven around them. I'm living here with you. That's public. Not public enough. We still hide from the media, refuse to talk about our lives and our love. We don't really seem proud about this, do we? About us, together, and who we are? The images from Evgeny Konukov's funeral, the rainbow flags, and the marchers had stayed with him. I'm damn proud, Jack. Damn proud to be with you. He shifted, stroking one hand up Jack's leg. And I'm proud of who I am. I've never hidden it, and I've done my share of marching and pride parades. I think I was hiding until yesterday. My first pride march was a funeral. I hate that. Jack closed his eyes and looked down. Ethan slowly stroked Jack's thigh. Eventually, the tightness in his chest loosened, his throat opened again, and Jack was able to speak. I want, he began, clearing his throat when he croaked, to show the world how much I love you. I don't want to hide. I don't want to let other people define us anymore. I want everyone to see that I am proud to be with you, proud of who I am, that I'm not ashamed, not hiding. The hand stroking his thigh rose, sliding over his hip and up his ribs, until Ethan cupped his cheek and leaned in for a slow, tender kiss. Jack murmured into his lips, his eyes falling closed. Somewhere, deep in the center of his heart, a part of himself unfurled. And hanging within, Ethan's smile, the sound of his laugh, and the color of his eyes lingered, the feel of his soul when they kissed, oh, so slowly. Ethan broke away first, peppering Jack's face with tiny kisses scattered over his cheeks, his nose, and one to the center of his forehead. I'm with you all the way. Chapter 28. Paris. Adam moved slowly with Sergeants Coleman and Wright, creeping down the creaking, rat-infested hallway of Noah Williams's run-down flat in the 18th arrondissement of Paris. They had their handguns out, and so far they had stayed out of sight of the others living in the squalid tenement building. Blaring French daytime television seeped into the hall alongside screams from children left alone and ignored. Coleman froze outside one warped door, listening. He shook his head a moment later. Slowly he moved into position and pushed it open, the barrel of his handgun going in first. The hinges squeaked, an ear-splitting racket, and he froze. Next to Adam, Wright froze as well, glancing up and down the tenement slums hall. Nothing. Coleman led Wright inside, out of the dingy, desperate hallway that stank of hot urine and day-old feces. Newspapers cluttered the ground, sticking to their boots. After Moscow, Reichenbach had sent the bulk of Adam's men to Somalia to hunt Madigan down, and Adam and a two-man insertion team to Europe, chasing the ghosts that had smuggled Madigan's bombers into Russia. They had tracked Noah Williams across half of Europe, from closed-circuit TV cameras, border crossings, and satellite imagery, until they spotted him entering and exiting the same run-down flat in Paris for 3 days in a row. They'd moved in immediately. Inside Noah's flat, a single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, droning but barely lighting up the flat. A moldy mattress lay in the corner, and a jacket bundled at the head doubled as a pillow. Next to the mattress, a rifle lay on the stained carpet, ready to be grabbed at a moment. One dingy window let in fractured light, and through the grime the distant Sacré-Cœur Cathedral rose on its hill. Wright and Coleman moved in silently, back to back, peering into the dark corners.
"Clear?"
Coleman called. "Clear," Wright answered a moment after. Adam followed, checking the hallway one last time before he slipped inside. Lowering their weapons, they walked backward to the center of the tiny room, frowning.
"What the fuck?"
Coleman whispered. Adam shook his head. On the walls, maps of Russia had been tacked up haphazardly with colored pens pushed into cities and towns scattered across the country. Surveillance pictures of President Puchkov and of his cabinet covered the map's edges. There was a young Russian man, blond-haired and blue-eyed, at the president's side. These were pictures taken without their knowledge, and from too close a range. Routes were highlighted over the map, lines of red and black crossing borders into Eastern Europe, and south through Georgia, Armenia, and Turkey. A third map of the Arabian Gulf hung as well, with pictures of 3 speedboats. More pictures of a Russian destroyer, sitting dockside at an unknown port, and a tanker, listing slightly with the beach in the background. There were maps of the Arctic and pictures of oil derricks in the heavy ice. Covering another wall, newspaper cutouts of President Spiers and Ethan Reichenbach, photos of the two clipped from magazines and printed off the internet. The whole tableau seemed crazy, like a collection had turned into an obsession that didn't know when to quit.
"Get pictures of this shit."
Adam jerked his chin to Coleman, and his sergeant pulled out his phone and snapped pictures of the walls and Noah's mad display.
"What the hell are we looking at? Rat lines across Europe? Smuggling routes into Russia?"
A board creaked in a far corner, shrouded in darkness. Wright whirled, his weapon raised. A silver barrel rose in the darkness, a handgun rising. Fingers squeezed the trigger, the aim dead on Coleman's back. "Guys!" Wright shouted. "Look out!" Adam and Coleman ducked and whirled, but the shot slammed into Coleman's phone, shattering the device out of his hand. Wright opened fire, shots into the darkness. A light flicked, and then a whoosh of flame rose, igniting on a soaked rag hanging from a glass bottle. "Molotov!" Adam roared. He grabbed Coleman and ran for the hallway, right on their heels. They dove to the ground as the Molotov flew. Glass shattered and flames roared as the bottle crashed into the map and photo-strewn wall.
"We've got to get the intel."
Adam scrambled back toward the door, trying to crawl inside. Gunshots chewed through the floorboards in front of his hands.
"Shit."
Flames licked up the walls, spreading over the ceiling. Pictures curled and fell, and the map crashed to the ground, scattering to burning pieces. The mattress ignited, flames bursting to life, heavy smoke clung to the air.
"LT, we have to go."
Coleman coughed and kept low. Fire licked the ceiling above their heads and snaked out of the open apartment. Wright had his eyes on the flames. His gaze darted to the end of the hallway and the stairs they'd climbed. "We've got to go now."
"We have to get him,"
Adam growled. He threw himself down, lying on his back in the open door, and fired toward the dark corner of the apartment.
"We have to get something, damn it."
A man cursed, and then Noah Williams rushed out of the darkness, heading for the grime-covered window. He covered his head with his arms and barreled through the glass, tumbling from 3 stories high. Adam hesitated when Noah ran. His shots missed. The bullets slammed into burning walls.
"LT, we have to go."
Coleman shoved Adam toward Wright, already heading down the flame-engulfed hallway as he scrambled to his feet. Behind them, a section of the ceiling collapsed. Screams started, shouts in French above their heads. Adam cursed and followed, thundering down the cramped stairs and exploding out onto the back alley behind the building. Above, black smoke billowed out of Noah's destroyed flat. Flames curled through the building, bursting out of open windows above and below Noah's flat. Sirens sounded in the distance.
"Where the fuck is he?"
Adam spun, searching the alley. There was no one down there. No body. No tracks.
"Where did he go?" "Don't know, but we have to move."
Coleman shoved his pistol into his belt and pulled his jacket down, covering the grip.
"The fire department will be here any minute. We have to go, now."
Wright was already at the corner of the building, keeping watch. He jerked his head back to them, signaling the way was clear. For now. Adam glared at the smoking flat, but followed Coleman as he sprinted to Wright. Together, they slipped out of the alley, just before the Parisian authorities screamed in. Chapter 29. White House. Pete was overjoyed when Jack came to his office asking for a word in private and revealing that he and Ethan wanted to be more open about themselves and their lives. He clapped his hands together and shouted at the ceiling, calling "Hallelujah!" He also had someone, he said, that Jack needed to talk to, someone who could help rehabilitate Jack's sagging approval numbers, revitalize his presidency in the eyes of the nation. Jack had been suspicious at first and dismissed the suggestion, but Pete pressed the issue, and Jack agreed to one meeting. Later that week, Jack and Ethan headed to a private, off-the-record meeting in the Roosevelt Room with Pete's guy. Pete and Brandt joined in. Gus Miramontes was late, but he came bursting into the room in a flurry of sound and movement, unwrapping his scarf and looping it around his arms, carrying his trench coat and cursing up a storm.
"It's the fucking weather, I swear. I can't stand this shit. I can't fucking stand spring. The goddamn pollen—"
Pete gestured to the head of the table, and to Jack, trying to smother his smile.
"Fuck, Mr. President."
Gus dropped his jacket, scarf, and briefcase on the chair closest to him and paraded to the end of the table, his hand outstretched.
"Pleasure to meet you, Mr. President. Sorry. I hate the damn weather right now. Do you like spring?"
Jack stood and shook Gus's hand. When he stood, he saw how short Gus truly was. He only came to Jack's shoulder. "I'm not a fan of D.C. spring," Jack said, grinning.
"Good man."
Gus winked and then pulled out a chair across from Ethan, next to Jack. Brandt and Ethan shared wide-eyed looks.
"Shit. Pete, slide me my briefcase, will ya?"
From the end of the table, Pete shoved Gus's briefcase down the polished wood, the leather squeaking as it spun until Gus caught it two-handed and dragged it close. Ethan's foot nudged Jack's beneath the table. Their eyes met.
"So, Mr. President,"
Gus began, pulling out a notepad and a stack of clipped newspapers all about Jack and his presidency.
"Your poll numbers are rotting at 36%. Your party isn't taking your calls anymore. You're getting lambasted by that senator for your business deal in Russia. You have a gigantic sucking image problem.
To put it simply.
Which is fucking astounding because over 50% of Americans support same-sex relationships. And both of you are relatively young, in decent shape. Some would call you good-looking."
Jack pressed his lips together, desperately trying not to laugh. At his side, Ethan blinked. Once, twice, 3 times.
"The media in this country is almost solidly liberal-leaning and should automatically love everything you are. It's built-in support. So how on God's green earth did you fuck this up?"
Silence.
"I'll tell you why."
Gus slid the stack of newspapers across the table, patting them with his palm.
"Because you haven't done jack shit for yourselves in the press."
"Thank you," Brandt sing-songed beneath his breath. Ethan shot him a mock glare. Pete tried to smother his own grin. Gus gestured wildly, almost bouncing in his chair.
"You've let jackasses like Senator Allen run the media for you, putting out their own spin on your lives.
Everyone but you has an opinion on you. It's time to join the game, ladies and gentlemen. Well, gentlemen and gentlemen." He shrugged at his own slip. "What do you suggest?" "First, you got to get in front of the media more. You got to be more personable. The White House looks like a secret society right now, and everyone wonders what kind of crazy sex games are going on in there. I mean, your staff is crazy loyal, freaking insanely loyal. But that's also a mystery because you're not human to anyone in the public. You're this mysterious other thing, weird Ken dolls, and no one likes weird." Gus didn't hold his punches. Brandt cleared his throat. "People should see you for how dedicated you are. You just have to be you, both of you. Anyone who really knows you both loves you guys." Pete shrugged, pursed his lips, and played with his pen. For a moment there was silence as Jack squeezed Ethan's hand. Gus rolled his eyes. "Look, has Pete told you what I do?" Gus pointed at himself as he leaned over the table, and his thick reading glasses slid down his nose. His hair, more gone on top than actually present, was combed over, the strands left trying valiantly to cover his shiny scalp. Not in a great deal of specificity. "I'm a fixer. I fix things. Mostly campaigns. I can turn a struggling campaign around and win an election. For anybody. I'm gold." His fingers tapped the table, punctuating his words. "And I am what you need to win." "We're not in an election." "No, but you do need to win back the American people in order to govern. To get anything done. You've lost them. Somehow." Gus leaned back, his hands in the air as he boggled the ceiling. "And I can help you do that." Jack looked to Ethan, his eyebrows raised. Ethan gave him a tiny smile and rubbed his ankle with his foot. "How? What do you propose?" "God, everything. A complete overhaul from top to bottom. Rework your press, your media approach, do interviews, get people to actually like you for a change. Woo the media, which should be eating out of your hands anyway. Pete told me you want to show your stripes a bit more. Be who you are with the first gentleman." Jack was nodding along, agreeing in principle to Gus's points. "And yes, definitely that." "Good, good. No more of this hiding crap, and," Gus added, "you've got to ditch the Republican Party." Jack's jaw dropped. "What?" Beside him, Ethan stiffened. The lightness of the room suddenly vanished. "What are you sticking around for?" Gus frowned at Jack. "Your party is in open revolt. They don't take your calls on the Hill, and they're actively duking it out to see who your successor is. Never in American politics have people so actively worked against the leader of their own party, the sitting president. Why the fuck do you stay?" He fumbled for something to say. "I've been a conservative my whole life. There are parts of the platform I don't agree with, yes, but—" Gus grinned. It wasn't pretty. "Those parts you don't agree with on that Republican platform? Those are the parts that hate your guts, because of who you are, and because of who you love." He punctuated his words by pointing at Jack and then at Ethan. Jack shifted in his chair. It was one thing to know it, in an abstract, polling numbers kind of way. He saw it in the headlines, of course, and heard the sound bites, but it was easier to push those seconds of hate aside. It was a whole other kind of gut clench to hear it said to his face. "And no one likes the entirety of their party anyway." Gus went back to his notebook, oblivious to Jack's unease. Beneath the table, Ethan rested his hand on Jack's thigh, a warm, grounding presence. Jack shook his head. "I may not have been the staunchest conservative by any stretch. I've made a name for myself as a moderate, and yes, I don't have much loyalty to my party after everything that's happened. But I can't just switch parties overnight." He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "To be honest, there is no party that matches who I am and what I believe." "Join the club. More Americans identify as independent than either Republican or Democrat, and over 65% of the nation hates the way the current political system looks. Gus snapped, still buried in his notes. A moment later he paused. He looked back at Jack, a curious sort of wonder in his gaze. "If ever there was a person," he said slowly, "it would be you." "It would be me what?" "To start your own political party. Branch off. Make the mythical third inclusive party in American politics. Capture all those other disgruntled, unrepresented people in the world." Gus's hands rolled in the air, trying to capture the people he spoke of like capturing fireflies in a backyard. His eyes narrowed as he assessed Jack, his beady eyes seeming to lance right through him. "The only time in American history a new political party has succeeded was when it began from the top. The Federalists splitting and reforming under John Adams, Democrats under Andrew Jackson." Sputtering, Jack laughed, a helpless sort of snort. "You've got to be joking. There's no way anyone would go for that, not with me." "Just you watch." Gus winked.
"What's up?"
Scott and Daniels waited a few steps down on the residence stairs, hands in their suit pockets as they frowned at Ethan. Ethan closed his eyes. He was crouched on the stairs, dressed down in jeans and a canvas jacket with a ball cap pulled low over his head. His hands were fisted in front of his mouth. One foot bounced up and down.
"Jack in his meetings?"
Scott nodded. "Cabinet meeting for the next 2 hours. Then he's in with the national security team." He frowned. "What's going on?"
"I'd like your help."
Ethan coughed, clearing his throat.
"I'd like you to take me somewhere." "Dude, what's up? Where do you want to go?"
Daniels crossed his arms. Ethan pulled out his cell phone and passed it over. Scott took one look at the website he had opened and whipped his head up so fast his neck cracked. His jaw dropped, and he stared at Ethan until Daniels grabbed the phone out of his hand with a soft curse. "Holy shit," Daniels said slowly. Hey, he smacked Scott on the arm. "You need to answer your phone, man." "The hell, Levi?" Scott glared, shaking him off. "What are you talking about? Why?" Daniels punched the air, his shoulders rocking back and forth as he beamed. "Because I fucking called it." An hour later, they were parked outside one of D.C.'s older jewelry shops, a family-owned store that had been in business for generations. The idea had been bouncing around in Ethan's head, a desire that had grown from his soul and wouldn't quit. When he woke in the morning and held Jack close, he dreamed of it. When they drank coffee together and walked down from the residence, when Jack glanced his way during meetings, a smile in his eyes, when he sent silly text messages and took crazy selfies with Ethan, when he laughed, when he brushed his teeth and stared at Ethan in the mirror, still with those smiling eyes, or wiped sweat from his face after a workout, or just did any of the 1,000 things that were all Jack. He wanted, desperately, he wanted with an intensity that scared him, a thrumming, living desire that burned in his chest. He wanted forever, with Jack. Sitting outside the jewelry store, he felt like he was going to fly right out of his skin. He wanted forever, but actually taking that step was almost too terrifying to imagine. "Well?" Scott and Daniels turned together, staring at him with boisterous grins from the front seat. "We going in?"
"I think I'm going to be sick."
Daniels waved away Ethan's rising panic and hopped out of the car. "Get your butt out here." They bracketed him with maniacal grins from the SUV to the store. Daniels went in first, scoping the place out as nonchalantly as he could, and Scott waited outside. Scott couldn't stop smiling at him. "Really? You're really going to do this?"
"Not if you keep it up."
Ethan glowered beneath his ball cap, arms crossed tight over his chest. Daniels motioned them both in, and they wandered around the store like a pack of wide-eyed children. Scott pointed out the basics, stumbling as he tried to remember what he'd learned when he bought his engagement ring for his wife all those years ago. Daniels told him to shut up and quit being wrong every other sentence. When the only other shopper left, the owner, a short, older man, locked the front door and closed the blinds. Scott and Daniels moved in front of Ethan and reached for their weapons. "I can recognize someone wishing for privacy." The old man's smile was soft. "How can I help you today?" They looked at every ring, going over different metals and designs. Nothing felt right, felt perfect, until the old man brought out the custom designs and the options Ethan could put together. Everything clicked into place when he picked out the right mix of metal and diamonds. His designs spun on screen, winking at him, and even Scott and Daniels kept their smart comments quiet as he smiled, breathless. "That's it." "And what is the president's ring size?" Scott and Daniels turned sharp glares to the old man, who kept smiling serenely at Ethan. Jesus. He swallowed hard. The reminder of what he was doing, of who he was thinking of asking, hit him like a bucket of ice. What the hell was he thinking? A year ago, he'd been a committed bachelor, and now he was thinking about asking the President of the United States to... No. He was asking Jack. The old man's patient smile helped him through the moment, and he grunted that Jack's old wedding band, which he kept in an envelope in the bottom of his valet, fit on Ethan's pinky. A few quick measurements, and the jeweler said the rings would be ready in 2 weeks. Ethan left the shop with a terrified smile, Scott's arm around his shoulders, and Daniels whistling away. Chapter 30. Taif, Saudi Arabia. Summer Palace of Prince Faisal. Adam met the rest of his team at what had become their home away from home, Faisal's palace. They could have set up desert tents and kept a low profile, operating under the radar without anyone's knowledge, eating MREs and shitting in a hole, brushing their teeth with bottled water and not showering for 2 weeks at a time. Faisal offered his palace, and Adam's hollow, aching heart was a poor reason to subject his men to shitty field conditions. Plus, Faisal and he shared intelligence again, and even Reichenbach agreed it was easier for them to just remain on location with Faisal while they figured out their next move against Madigan. His men hadn't found much in Somalia. They waited too long, had been too careful. By the time the bombs went off in Moscow, Madigan must have already been miles ahead of them. When Adam's team scoured the Somalian wilderness, all they found were dead rebels, destroyed villages, and the smoking remains of Madigan's camped army. Scavengers had been picking through the burned earth, searching the rubble. One starving Somalia man, caught scavenging, had tried to run, but Adam's team had caught him. He had pissed himself when they tried to interrogate him, working through the digital translator Doc had on his tablet. All they had managed to get was that Madigan had vanished. The old man, skeletally frail, had pointed to the sea. Doc had given him his canteen and all of his rations and sent him on his way. Adam sent Coleman and Wright to shower, shit, and relax when they got back, and he spent too many hours trying to recite for Faisal the crazed menagerie of pictures and maps and landmarks and people that had been tacked up on Noah's walls. His palms itched as Faisal asked question after question, trying to put the puzzle together. Faisal had always been the smarter one, had always been able to put things together better than Adam. He was white-knuckling it more often than not, then, and especially now. He escaped as soon as he could. Beating Doc at basketball always took his mind off Faisal, at least for the game. He kicked Doc as he passed through Faisal's sunroom, knocking his feet off the ottoman and waking him from a nap. Doc cursed and chased him to the courtyard, where Adam stripped off his T-shirt and dribbled the ball between his legs. Doc charged as Adam made a layup, twisting out of Doc's reach. "All right," Doc said, cracking his knuckles. "All right. If you want an ass-kicking, I'll be more than happy to give you one." The Arabian sun slowly sank, dusk turning to night, and the courtyard's lights winked on. More of the team joined in until it was an all-out war, every man playing all out. Adam's gaze caught on Faisal, standing on the edge of the court and watching with hooded eyes. He froze, and the ball slammed into his chest. He fell to his ass with a grunt, rolling to his back as his team laughed. Faisal appeared over him. "You all right?"
"Only hurt my pride."
He scrunched up his nose and threw his arm over his eyes. Faisal said nothing for a moment. "I have something I'd like you to look at." He held out his hand. Adam let Faisal pull him to his feet with a groan.
"Yes, Your Highness."
Snickers behind his back made him turn. Some of his men were looking away or staring up at the sky as they whistled. Others, like Doc, grinned and stared at him. Adam scowled back at his men as a flood of terror circled down his spine. God, no, no one could know. Not ever. He jogged after Faisal, already back inside the palace. One of the guys started to holler after him, but Coleman's deep timbre shouting at the Marine to "shut the fuck up" washed out whatever was about to be said. Like a coward, Adam was grateful. He followed Faisal up to his office. Well, now, their office again. Faisal had rearranged everything and added in a desk and a dedicated computer just for Adam, just like old times. It was those kinds of moments that made his deadened heart clench all that much more until it hurt to breathe every moment he was around Faisal. "You did a great job remembering the intel." Faisal gestured to the monitors and the images he, Coleman, and Wright had tried to resurrect. Maps, ships, and pictures of President Spiers, Reichenbach, and the Russian government. "Is this a fair approximation?" Adam pointed to one of the pictures, an oil tanker.
"Yeah, that looks like the ship we saw."
"I wondered if you would recognize it. It's a coastal tanker. 2 years ago, a Yemeni-flagged tanker was hijacked by Somalian pirates in the Gulf of Aden. The Yemenis refused to pay the ransom. The tanker was old and due to be scuttled. Everyone assumed the pirates torched the vessel like they always do when ransoms aren't paid. It has never been seen again."
"You think Noah had a picture of the Yemeni's missing tanker?"
"Madigan disappeared from Somalia into the sea, yes. He's not floating on the ocean on dinghies and dhows."
"And a ghost ship would be perfect for him."
Adam groaned.
"A mobile base of operations he can take anywhere."
He headed for his computer, calling up a dump file of satellite images Reichenbach had sent their way to the large flat screen on the wall. The images were everything taken over Somalia and her waters, and the greater Arabian Peninsula and Gulf. Standing side by side, they watched the satellite images scroll by. Adam's gaze kept drifting, though, sliding sideways to Faisal. Faisal had ditched the long, loose robes and the keffiyeh, and he was back to the designer jeans and slim, long-sleeve shirts, the ones that framed his shoulders perfectly and had first made Adam reach for him years ago. His fingernails dug into his palms, the sting of half-moon bruises stilling him. He forced his eyes back to the satellite images. Empty patches in the feed, grayed-out zones, filled more than half the screen. Adam groaned.
"How are we supposed to track a ship if we can't see the entire ocean?"
"It is a large planet, and even your United States doesn't scan every corner. Your general knows all of those holes inside your country's intelligence. He's planned around your weaknesses every time."
"He can scoot right off the edges of the map,"
Adam grumbled. He made a loose fist and knocked on the flat screen over a gray patch of empty imagery. He leaned forward, resting his forehead on his fist.
"He's vanished again."
Faisal reached for Adam, but lowered his hand, aborting the movement. He stepped closer instead, crossing his arms over his chest. "You're fighting against a man who knows all of the moves you will make. He knows weaknesses you don't even know you have. It's like fighting your shadow."
"Like losing to your shadow. I hate this. Always being 10 steps behind, all the unknowns. We need a win."
"You will prevail." Faisal's soft voice tickled down Adam's neck, and all the hairs on his neck quivered.
"Don't you mean we We will prevail. We are working together, right?
He eyeballed Faisal as he chewed on his inner lip. Faisal's smile burned brighter than the Arabian sun and scorched his parched, aching soul. We are, as long as you let us. Faisal shifted, peering at Adam, and reached out, one hand tucking a stray hair behind Adam's ear. He and his men had grown out their hair for their operations, some even growing beards, trying to look rugged and blend in. Adam turned into Faisal's touch. For just a moment, he pressed his cheek to Faisal's fingers, breathing over his wrist. Cardamom and peach filled his nose, and honey and orange dizzied his brain. Did you get my text while you were in Paris? Adam nodded. He'd saved it on their sat phone, even though that was so many different kinds of dangerous, too many to count, in fact, but he reread it 6 times a day until his heart bled. As always, I will endlessly pray until I hear your voice again, and I know you are safe. May Allah watch over you, Azizi. Azizi. My darling. He'd rubbed his thumb over the sat phone screen as if the word weren't really there, as if he was just making it up in his desperate mind. Faisal's gaze seared his soul. Samaya. Naked yearning poured from him. His lips trembled, seeming to beg for a kiss. Adam shuddered. He couldn't take this, couldn't take Faisal's endearments, couldn't take being called Faisal's bright sky or his darling. He closed his eyes. He was fighting against himself, wanting to reach out, wanting to pull Faisal close, and struggling not to.
We're going back to D.C. tomorrow,
he blurted.
We leave at dawn.
Slowly, Faisal breathed out, somehow managing to capture the sound of a heart breaking in his soft sigh. He took a step back, moving away from Adam. Travel well, he finally said. As always, my home is open to you and your men when you return for your next mission. His eyes pinched. Inshallah. You will catch your shadow, Lieutenant. You will prevail. Faisal strode out of the office, walking away, and it was all Adam could do to choke down his own voice, his heart's desperate pleading. Instead of chasing Faisal, running to him and throwing himself to the ground at Faisal's feet, he turned back to the slowly cycling satellite feed. Empty holes stared back at him, mocking, like the empty spaces of his own heart. Adam leaned forward, resting his forehead on the screen. President Spiers sits down for first one-on-one interview, discusses sexuality, and announces new political party. President Spiers sat down for a one-on-one interview with TNN's own Nancy Connors, during which he spoke candidly about his sexuality for the first time, stating unequivocally that he is bisexual, and proudly so. I've been lucky enough to find love twice in my life, he said. First with a woman, my wife, Captain Leslie Spiers, and then I discovered love again with a man, my best friend, Ethan Reichenbach. Finding love with Ethan was a process, a discovery of who I was, and who I was capable of loving. I couldn't be prouder or happier to be who I am and to be with the man I love. The president also announced he was leaving the GOP and forming his own political party, the American Unity Party, a website describing their independent and inclusive platform with a video message from the president went live just before the interview aired. Over 30 million hits to the new party's website in the first 12 hours caused it to crash, and just under 3 million Americans have already opted into the party's platform online, asking to be counted as uniters. State voter registration offices have been flooded with calls since the announcement. The president's actions come after his new engagement strategy with the press unfolded, a change in tone and tenor welcomed by many. President Spiers has taken over the Friday briefings at the White House, turning the afternoon brief into a light-hearted conversation. Nothing seems to be off the table, the president answering questions ranging from his controversial support of a Democratic piece of legislation to his weekend date plans with his partner. Senator Stephen Allen, leading Republican challenger to the president, continues to hound Spiers and recently called him a traitor to his own party and toxic to the American people. President Spiers' poll numbers have jumped 10 points since the announcement.
Chapter 31. Washington, D.C.
Jack and Ethan met with Cooper and his men out of sight from the press of Andrews Air Force Base after they landed. Cooper filled them both in on the Paris mission and their suspicions that Madigan was now in possession of the Yemeni freighter lost 2 years before and had gone off the edges of the map. And 2 years ago he was still in the White House, even before I was. He would have been privy to the intelligence about that freighter. He would have known about it all along.
Jack shook his head.
You think he planned this, Mr. President? All of it? Everything?
I think, Jack said slowly, that Madigan has about a dozen plans, and we need to stop all of them. He only needs one to succeed, and if you already have.
Cooper nodded. A scowl stretched across his face.
I've asked Prince Faisal to search for any sign of the missing tanker. Madigan would have repainted and reflagged it by now, I'm sure, but someone has to have seen something. Sailors everywhere have one thing in common. They all talk, and they all love to share stories. We'll find it.
This man worked in the shadows for decades. He created modern black ops for this nation. No one, save for your friend Prince Faisal and his associate, has figured out Madigan's plans. He's a snake, and we have to be careful. Madigan is dedicated to his mission, and he's shockingly psychotic.
Cooper stared out over the runway.
We have to acknowledge that we're fighting a man who has bested us for years. We've got his trail, and we just have to keep going. Smiling, Jack held out his hand for Cooper. Well done, Lieutenant. Cooper shook his hand, and then Jack shook the hands of the rest of his team, thanking them for their hard work. A C-38 readied for takeoff on the runway, and Ethan told the team he had arranged for a night flight back to Tampa so they could sleep at home. Smiles and muted cheers rose as the guys jogged to the plane. Jack and Ethan watched it take off, disappearing into the night sky. They headed back to the White House, silent in the SUV, watching the city lights play over the blacktop. Daniels kept peeking at them in the rearview mirror, a soft frown on his face. Jack took Ethan's hand as they climbed up to the residence. He kissed Ethan in their bedroom, slowly.
You all right?
Ethan's hand stroked up Jack's sides and down his back. A lot on my mind. Jack smiled. I'm good now. Ethan's hands slid up Jack's sides again, this time burying in his hair before he tugged Jack down for a long kiss. Jack hummed as he pulled back, smiling before he opened his eyes. I'm going to hop in the shower. Wash the day off me.
I'll be here.
Ethan smiled and watched Jack go, holding his hand until their fingers slipped apart. He turned on his laptop and sat at their desk, frowning as he clicked through analyses and raw intelligence briefs. The shower started in the background, humming away. He lost track of time, buried in the reports, and didn't hear the shower turn off or Jack pad back into the bedroom. Ethan? Starting, he turned in his chair. Jack kneeled on the bed, slowly stroking himself. His burning eyes locked onto Ethan's. I want you to make love to me, Ethan. Time stopped. He couldn't breathe. All the air had vanished, sucked out of the world with Jack's words. His skin burst into flames, lines of fire tracing over his body and curling in his belly. He tried to swallow and couldn't. His heart was suddenly too big, taking up too much of his chest, ready to explode out of him with the slightest touch or movement.
"Jack,"
he breathed.
"Are you sure?"
Jack smiled. "I'm sure," he whispered. "I want you to make love to me. I'm ready." Everything else was forgotten. The intelligence, the reports, the briefs. He rose, walking toward Jack like a man swept up in a current, racing toward the inevitable plunge into the unknown. At his sides, his hands trembled. A lifetime's worth of practice suddenly vanishing, as he forgot how to caress a lover. No, not just a lover. The love of his life. The man who meant everything to him. He hesitated at the edge of the bed. How would they even begin? He had imagined the moment too many times, dreamed of this day, but now his plans, his seduction, fled. Jack was on his knees, watching him with hooded eyes, his body bathed in soft light and carved from the deepest of Ethan's temptations. Jack reached out first, tugging on Ethan's pants. A flick of Jack's wrist, and he had Ethan's suit pants undone and falling to the floor. Ethan's cock rose, already achingly hard, just from the moment, the anticipation of being with Jack. He shivered as Jack leaned in, his fingertips tickling over his thighs. Jack's hand closed around his shaft. He leaned close. "Ethan," he breathed before sucking Ethan down, his lips flush against his skin, nose buried in his short fur. He sucked slowly, his tongue laving at the base of Ethan's cock before he pulled off and pressed his lips to Ethan's heavy balls. Ethan pulled back, shivering. "Too much. If you want me inside you, that's too much right now." Jack scooted back, a coy gleam in his eyes. Ethan pounced, tumbling Jack back to the bed, and stretched out over his body. Jack hummed, his arms and legs folding around Ethan, enveloping him in a perfect embrace. Ethan caressed Jack's face as they kissed, lips merging, tongues sliding against one another. Ethan breathed in Jack's skin at his shoulder, at the curve of his neck, behind his ear. Tasted his lips again and again. His hands traced patterns over Jack's ribs, following tracks he knew by heart. He painted passion with his touch, breathed love with his lingering kisses, leaving Jack breathless and moaning. Slowly, Ethan started down his body, trailing kisses over his collarbone, down his chest. He followed Jack's light trail down past his quivering stomach, over his hip bones, down, all the way to his legs, where he sucked a kiss bruise at the fold of Jack's thigh until Jack squirmed and sighed and ran his fingers through Ethan's hair. Jack's cock quivered, rock hard and swollen, but he only pressed a faint kiss to the tip and moved on, dropping down past Jack's balls until he had Jack's thighs spread wide and his puckered asshole tilted up. Jack moaned, and his hands slid through Ethan's hair again, fingers scraping up the back of his neck. He stayed down, opening Jack with his tongue, diving as deep as he could go as Jack moaned and arched his back. He nibbled and sucked on Jack's edges, hummed as he dove deep and laid against him until Jack was wet with his spit. Jack trembled beneath him, his legs shaking, loosening as Ethan kept on. He tried to hold back from humping the mattress, but he was already imagining being inside Jack. "Ethan," Jack breathed, his fingers tangling in Ethan's short hair. Fire and ice raced through him, disparate rushes consuming his soul at Jack's words. He lowered Jack's legs and crawled up his body, dropping kisses to his heaving belly, his ribs, and his flushed neck. Jack groaned into an open-mouthed kiss, and his eyes flew open as Ethan sucked his tongue into his own mouth. Wrapping his arms around Jack's shoulders, Ethan rolled them over until Jack was sprawled on top of Ethan's chest, his legs splayed on either side of Ethan's hips. Something cold touched his thigh, and he reached down. Their bottle of lube. Jack must have brought it to their bed before Ethan got there. Jack pushed up, straddling Ethan's hips and bracing his palms against Ethan's chest. His fingers played in Ethan's chest hair, gently scratching down his skin. Ethan poured too much lube onto his fingers, dribbling it onto the mattress. He held the bottle behind Jack's back over Jack's round ass and squeezed again, trailing a glistening river between Jack's cheeks and down to his opening. Jack's head tilted back, a loud gasp falling from his lips. Slowly, Ethan's fingers stroked up and down Jack's hole. He rubbed on the edges, pushing lube inside him, and then slipped a finger into his lover. He had done this before, and Jack responded like he always did, pushing back on Ethan's finger, rocking his hips in time with Ethan's slow thrusts. He rested his forehead against Ethan's, his eyes closed, breathing soft pants over Ethan's cheeks. One finger became more, and then more than Jack had ever taken. Lube was everywhere, on the sheets, on their skin. They were slick with it, slippery in it. "I'm ready." Wide-eyed, Jack hovered over Ethan, breathing hard, his hands gripping Ethan's shoulders. His chest was flushed, sweat glistened on his skin. His cock was hard, jutting out. "Ethan, I'm ready. I want you. Want this." Ethan lined himself up, slotting his cock head at Jack's virgin entrance. "Lower yourself down," he breathed. "Push against me. Go at your own pace." At the first press, the first stretch, Jack hesitated, his ass cheeks clenching and pushing Ethan out. "Sorry," he breathed, eyes wide. "It's okay." Ethan stroked his lube-slick hands down Jack's lower back, over his ass and between his cheeks. His fingers played at Jack's entrance, massaging his rim, dipping within him again. He stared into Jack's eyes the whole time, pressing long, open-mouthed kisses to his chest, soft licks to his nipples, gentle, slow bites around the curve of one peck. Jack's hips rocked against Ethan's drenched fingers. He nodded down to Ethan. Another alignment as Ethan slid himself between Jack's ass cheeks again and rubbed the head of his cock over Jack's hole. This time, his head slid in, stretching through Jack, and then kept going. As Jack moved, his eyes rolled back, his jaw dropped, mouth frozen in a silent moan. Fractionally, incrementally, he sank down on Ethan, pausing to adjust, and his asshole clenched and squeezed over Ethan's cock. Ethan gripped Jack's hips, his fingers leaving bruises where he desperately held himself back. Jack's body swallowed his cock, inch by inch. And then Jack was all the way down. "Oh, my God," Ethan breathed. "Oh, my God, Jack." There was nothing at all in the world that could compare to Jack and him in that moment, breathing each other's breath, gazing into each other's eyes. They were so close. Inseparable. Jack lunged, cupping Ethan's face in both hands and kissing him deep enough to chase away all the empty places in Ethan's soul, all the corners where his fears hid. Jack writhed and rocked forward, and then Ethan shuddered, the feel of Jack's body sliding around him too much, too intense. He was going to burst apart. His hands slid around Jack's waist, wrapping around his back and pulling him close. As they kissed, Ethan's hands stroked over Jack's back, fingers caressing the knobs of his spine all the way down. Ethan thrust long, unending strokes deep into Jack's body. Jack's breath came fast, and his hands flew to the mattress beside Ethan's head, fingers curling until he had the fabric bunched in his grip. One of Ethan's hands threaded through Jack's hair and held him close for a kiss, as the other kneaded his ass. Jack's body was burning Ethan, searing his soul. "Ethan, I love you," Jack breathed, breaking their kiss to press their foreheads together. Little by little, Jack's hips rocked forward with each of Ethan's strokes, and he began to slide up and down Ethan's cock. Ethan kissed his collarbone, grunting, and Jack ground down on him again and again, slowly building up a rhythm until he was riding Ethan. Ethan laced their hands together and stared into Jack's eyes. Jack was riding him. Good God, Jack was riding his cock. He met Jack's rolling hips, driving into Jack. Jack's mouth dropped open. His hand squeezed Ethan's. He moved faster, his hips grinding down until the wet sound of skin slapping against skin filled the room. God, Ethan was going to come, but he didn't want to, not yet. Gently, Ethan maneuvered Jack, guiding him until Jack was on his back. Eyes wide, Jack stared up at Ethan, panting. Ethan waited, watching Jack. Jack surged up, trying to chase Ethan's lips, his enormous eyes pleading with Ethan for more. He spread his legs wide, holding his thighs open as one hand cupped Ethan's cheek, dragging him back for another soul-searing kiss. "Ethan," Jack pleaded. "I know. Fuck. I know." Ethan's hand shook as he lined his cock up at Jack's ass. His eyes locked with Jack's as he slid within Jack's body again. Jack arched his back, a silent scream breathed in a faint whimper, but he didn't look away. Jack's heat fluttered around him, his body shuddering, and he clung to Ethan, his hands gripping his neck, the back of his head. He was going to die right here, right now, and it would be perfect. This was perfect, beyond everything he had dreamed of, everything he had imagined. Jack was supple and searing beneath his hands, his body sculpted from Ethan's dreams, and yet this body he saw every day suddenly became new beneath him. Had Jack's eyes always been that blue, gazing up at Ethan with so much love? His mouth so perfect and alluring, whispering Ethan's name endlessly, a babble of pleasure. Sweat clung to Jack's heaving chest, flushed crimson. One of Jack's legs rose, desperately trying to rise to Ethan's shoulder. He grasped it, pressed kisses against Jack's shin, breathed in his scent, watched Jack's toes curl as he made slow love to him, sliding in and out of his body. Jack let out a breathy moan and tugged at Ethan, pulling him even closer. He went down, curling over Jack, his shoulder underneath Jack's knee. He drove deeper, long thrusts where he pulled almost all the way out before driving back in. Jack panted by his ear, a ceaseless whimpering groan mixed with his name as his fingers scraped up Ethan's back. "Ethan, Ethan, Ethan." His face scrunched up, his head tipped back, and his eyes opened, brilliant and blue, blazing as they stared up at Ethan, shock streaking from his gaze. His mouth formed a perfect O as all his muscles clenched. He jerked, shuddered, and then cum exploded out of his cock, pulling on his belly. Jack's toes curled, his leg pressing against Ethan's hold, and he let out a wail, long and low, his body arching as he gripped Ethan with everything he had. That was it for Ethan, seeing Jack come undone beneath him because of him. All the air left him in a rush, torn from him in a ragged scream, ripped straight from his pounding heart. The world spun, and all he could hear was the roar of blood in his ears and Jack's shuddering whimpers, pleas, and his name falling from Jack's hoarse throat. Jack rippled around Ethan, and Ethan's world whited out as he pressed into Jack's body and emptied what felt like his soul. He buried his face in Jack's hair and whispered into his ear an endless litany of, "I love you," and "Jack." He collapsed around Jack, their bodies intertwined, clasped together, arms around each other, Jack's legs still held in Ethan's grasp by his shoulder. Sweat dripped from their hair and soaked the sheets, already sticky with lube. The bed was ruined, drenched through with their lovemaking, sheets pulled free from the corners. Lube was everywhere, the sheets, their skin, even their hair. Jack nuzzled Ethan's face, his breath still too fast. He didn't say anything, just stared into Ethan's eyes. Ethan tangled their lips together, murmuring, "I love you." Hours later, the bed was still a sticky, wet mess, but they had curled on the edge in the only dry patch of sheets. They lay together, foreheads touching and arms wrapped around each other, legs twined, lazy kisses pressed against lips and warm skin, until they finally drifted off. Jack woke before Ethan. Darkness hovered outside the windows. The sun hadn't risen yet. They could push the day off some more, push back the world, and stay wrapped up together. It was a not-so-secret dream of his. Some days he wanted to run from the White House, take Ethan by his hand, and just run for the hills. Shifting, his breath caught as he rolled his hips. They'd done it. He'd done it. He'd made love to Ethan, taken his lover inside his body, crossed the final border, an invisible line he'd been chipping away at since he first kissed Ethan on Air Force One. He rolled his hips again. There was an emptiness deep inside, a place within him where Ethan now lived. In the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't mean much. The night before was just another moment in their love life, another expression of their love. The whole world thought Jack had been taking it from Ethan since the beginning, and he'd never corrected anyone's assumptions. Now that he had taken Ethan inside of him, Jack had a new realization about just what that really meant, what it was to have the man you loved so deep within you that a part of him touched your soul. He wanted more. Carefully, Jack reached for their bottle of lube, discarded in the loose sheets on the destroyed half of the bed. They were almost out. God, Ethan had used so much. His ass still felt wet, something slipping from within him. It was strange, and he clenched against the new feeling, reaching back. His cheeks burned a moment later. It was Ethan's cum. Lube, yes, but also Ethan's cum. He poured fresh lube on his fingers and reached back again, circling his rim. He was still wet and sticky, but he pushed 2 fingers inside, biting back a groan. It was like nothing he'd ever felt before, fingering himself after making love to Ethan. His body seemed both foreign to him, remade in some fundamental way, and yet absolutely perfect at the same time, as though it was always meant to be like this. He was always meant to